Okay. All right. So then countdown.
الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على رسول الكريم أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Alhamdulillah, how's the panel doing?
Alhamdulillah, doing really well today.
Alhamdulillah.
Beautiful early morning walk.
And I hope all the brothers and sisters watching and all our viewers, they're doing good as well. As you can see, it's a different setting for me today. I'm just away from my usual setting. So, inshallah, you'll have to do with whatever the setting is here. Alhamdulillah. Also, good to see a new panelist today, Brother Alie. Inshallah, I'll ask Brother Fawad to introduce him. Or maybe Alie can introduce himself, whichever is convenient for you guys. Good to see Brother Muris back. Muris, what's happening at your end, bro? Anything new?
You know what? The weather's shifting up pretty heavy over here, so I'm just dealing with lots of fog, clouds, rain, and because I'm made of sugar, I'm afraid of the rain. So it's day by day, alhamdulillah. But filling in, sharpening the blade, tuning into a lot of wonderful information online from both you brothers and as well as some other sources. So I've been tuning into the Matan of Ibn Ashir, and there's just a lot of wonderful information there. Just, on my daily walks, doing my thing, continuing to learn about the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and just how everything makes rational sense, alhamdulillah. We're not faced with this crazy, mental gymnastics of trying to figure stuff out. Still till this day, alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala perfected our deen, the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we're just here to absorb all this wonderful goodness that we can apply it day in and day out of our life. So apart from that, just daily work, the grind, the hustle, and that's that.
Alhamdulillah. So is this like the rainy season now in California?
Yeah, it is. It is. And it's surprisingly, it's been pushed out. So usually it comes in a lot earlier. Usually it comes in around like October, but it's been fully pushed out to like even December now. So I don't know if you guys are seeing a massive shift up in your weathers, but I for sure am. So this is the time to fill up, our rivers fill up. Yeah.
Okay, alhamdulillah. Brother Fawad, how are you doing, bro?
Alhamdulillah, akhi. Just recovered from my surgery, took my stitches out, I think it was day before yesterday. MashaAllah. So, yeah.
I can't tell the difference. Did you have a nose job or something?
No. It's actually, it was for my sinuses. But
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Stitches over here. Yeah.
Nice to see the camera.
Yeah, because people hear Brazil and knows, so for sure there has to be a nose job, right?
Yeah, I thought you made the connection. Right. Mashallah. So anything else happening? Like, I know you've been busy with your, recovering and all that.
Nothing new. It's just, we're headed towards the summer over here. It's getting really hot. So, because remember, we're in the southern hemisphere. Yeah. But besides that, yeah, everything else is good, mashallah. Yeah.
So you have had a full recovery here after your sinus operation?
Yes, I can't, return to, any physical activities for about 20 days. So after that, inshallah. Yeah.
As long as you can smell your chicken tikka, you're okay, right?
Absolutely.
If you, Brother Alie, Assalamualaikum. I know it's your first time here at Dawah. Welcome to the panel. Perhaps you would like to tell us a bit about yourself, introduce yourself to the stream, and we'll take it from there, inshallah.
Alrighty. Well, wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Well, my name is Alie. I've been in the Dawah field for around 5 years now. I started my Dawah in the clubhouse with Ramzi and some of the beautiful brothers and everything. And I transitioned to YouTube when Ramzi basically started his channel. And of course, I've been working with Fawad now for about 2 years on Dots Connected to Islam. It's coming up 2 years in a couple of months. So I'm everyone that typically knows me from Dots Connected to Islam, they see me as the nerd who likes history and paganism, basically, because growing up, I've been digesting a lot of the pagan religions. I grew up learning more about those. I'm a big fan of history. I'm a big historical freak. So that's what I like to, use as a form of doubt, trying to see the correlations between the foundations of paganism versus how can it lead to monotheism? How do we decipher the foundations from paganism to monotheism? So that's why I like to give my dawah in a very, very clear and rational way. And lastly, I would say that I don't really know much more to add. I mean, for me, Alhamdulillah, I was born and raised Muslim, but I came to this country from West Africa. I'm from Sierra Leone. I came from my country when I was very young, and so I grew up in America, the American mindset. I actually started off in America going to church. I went to church for a long time, learned about Christianity, and even though throughout this entire time my family's been Muslim, I had to have my own journey to realizing Islam is the truth. So when I say I learned about mythologies, I learned about Judaism, I learned about Christianity, and out of everything, when I was 16 years old, I started watching Sheikh Ahmed Didat, and then I realized that, based on my own studies, that if I say that I want to follow the truth, the only truth is Islam. So whether I liked it or not, at 16 years old, I realized Islam was the truth, and that's basically history. So that's about it.
Okay, mashallah, that's good. So you grew up as a Christian? You said you went to the church.
No, I grew up learning about Christianity. So
I see.
I grew up in the Bible Belt. When I came to America, I lived in Dallas, Texas. So a lot of Christians over there. One day, a Jehovah's Witness knocked on the door, actually, and they said, "Hey," she spoke to my father, "Do you want to come to church?" And my father looked at me and my sister and said, "Yeah, let's take them to church." So a lot of times when I get into conversations, many people think I'm Christian, but I told them I'm not Christian. I just know quite a bit about it. So, and I've never been a Christian, but I'm someone who likes to gain knowledge wherever I seek it. So if I'm going to have a conversation with somebody, a dialogue with somebody, I like to know what they think so we can have a better understanding.
Okay, alhamdulillah, that's good, mashallah. Yeah, if you're interested in paganism, you come to the right place. We deal a lot with the Hindus. You'll fit right in. Yeah, I don't know what kind of paganism you've been dealing with. If it's Greek mythology, then that's not very different, but it's still different though. So inshallah, yeah, we'll see what kind of guests we have today. So it's an open Q&A, so anyone can come and ask questions. Inshallah, we'll try to the best of our ability to answer. Sheikh Ibn Hazm will be joining us shortly. So until then, we'll try not to answer any deal with fatwas or anything like that. It's not our field, not our it's basically not our expertise. So just let's leave it for those people who actually know about it, inshallah. But yeah, we can deal with most of the apologetics, polemics, bring it on, inshallah, and we can deal with those. So while I'm putting the link out there, just want to remind people that we give priority to the non-Muslims first, as always. It's just because they don't have many opportunities to ask questions. The Muslims, mashallah, you guys have a lot of ulamas in your communities. You can always go and ask them. We are not alims, we are not scholars. So those kind of questions we normally don't deal with, like especially to do with questions on fiqh or on fatwas, stuff like that. We leave it for the people who are qualified, inshallah. Right, I'm going to put the link up. Maybe Brother Fawad or Ali, you guys want to share something from your recent, I don't know, dealings with non-Muslims, inshallah? I'll put up the link in the meantime.
Yeah, I haven't been able to join the Dots Connected to Islam team for the streams. It was just the other day. We actually had a very interesting stream. Brother John Fontaine and Wassam joined us. It was supposed to be a stream just for Muslim brothers, new Muslim brothers, to hop on and give dawah. But then I hopped on, and I'm a very controversial figure. So whenever I hop on, there's always some sort of attention.
What? Fawad, you're the nice guy.
But it was a very good stream, and I
would have never taken you as a controversial figure at all.
Oh, but actually, you don't know that.
Exactly.
You don't know the half of it, brother Hashim. I would recommend not going to Dance Connect to Islam, watching the live streams. But yeah, subhanallah, it was very good, informative.
So tell us about the controversy. We'll judge by the
go ahead.
I was trying to sidestep that one.
You know what? I'll say it. So at Dots Connected, we call Fawad the enforcer. So it depends on who we have. So typically, if we have some non-Muslim who's sincere, then we have no problem having sincere conversations. Mashallah, there's 4 members in our, on our channel. Mashallah, they all have beautiful knowledge. So there's a way to have a conversation. But whenever there's insincerity, especially when it comes to disrespect, that's when the conversation goes south. And a lot of times they look at Fawad and they'll say, oh, well, he's being, no. As a matter of fact, if anything, I would say that a lot of times it's not necessarily is it warranted, but a lot of times they call him a controversial, which I've never understood. It's simply because when people get disrespect, Fawad is the kind of person, he's the stern type. So, and for me, mashallah, I enjoy, letting him deal with those who are insincere, because for me, I have a different approach. So we all know who to, when to let each other speak and who to let deal with the particular non-Muslims coming in, because typically they come in very, very disrespectful and very, very insincere. So whenever that happens, we all know who to go to, and that's Mr. Tan right there.
That's when they're like, unleash the fury.
Yeah, we actually have a very good solution for that. We just kick them out. If they want to come here, then you're welcome. If not, go elsewhere. Not the right place to come and waste our time. If it's a troll, you get rid of them. Simple as that.
True.
Yeah, the thing is, we sometimes we give them too much. I don't know. We give them too many opportunities. Sometimes the same guy will come and start trolling, and when he comes a second time, he does the same thing. Why do we tolerate people like that? I don't understand. If they don't want to be serious, then this is not the right platform for them. Go somewhere else where they will enjoy their entertainment, their comedy. So yeah, inshallah, we have put the link up for the non-Muslim guests to join the panel. So please do join with your questions, your comments, whatever it is, and inshallah, we'll take it from there. I've pinned the link. Hope you guys can see it. Yeah, can you guys see it?
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, inshallah. So yeah, you guys, whoever wants to join, please do join in, inshallah, and we can start the Q&A from there. Brother Muris, how are things, bro?
Good, man. Actually, I was just going to pivot off of what they were saying, is in regards to the sincerity of this matter, right? So, like, the idea is that we want this to be a benefit to everybody, not only the panelists, but also the audience as well. So it's supposed to be a learning process. And when we have guests come up here, the idea is that you guys give us something to think about, right? The idea is that when you connect with us and you present whatever your case is, I mean, if we have a very straightforward, obvious, and apparent answer, then, there's not really much to think about. So when we're up here, we are also looking to help you refine whatever knowledge you have of Islam, and also to teach you that, where you're going wrong when you're looking at something from a reasonable or a rational perspective. And then, like I try to reiterate with everybody that I talk to, especially in Dawah, we all want everybody to win. Everybody wants to go to the good place. So it's not just about smashing on you and saying like, hey, you're cooked, right? With this whole, TikTok stupid mentality, right? The idea is that you're trying to get to that good place, and none of us wants to be wrong. Because the skin of the game is you're a brother in humanity or a sister in humanity, and we're your brothers and sisters in humanity, and inshallah, God willing, your brothers and sisters in Islam. So we want to make sure that you're walking the straight path and hear our reasons out, and we'll hear your reasons out. And the challenge is both of us to remove our egos and say, hey, you know what, this actually does make more sense than what I believe. And subhanallah, there was like a small gathering near my house, right? They called it like a tea party, right? So I was like, man, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do shame to the Boston Tea Party, right? Like this guy was a connoisseur of teas, and he had all these, mashallah, insane different teas, right? But he's not a Muslim. So when he was hosting the event, he ended up asking me, he's like, hey, come to the kitchen with me. Let me just refill the pot of water and stuff. And I was like, yeah, sure. So then he strikes up a conversation with me, and he goes, man, isn't it, tell me a little bit about like your language. So, because obviously I speak Bosnian and he speaks Russian. He's like, so can you understand me like when I'm speaking on things? And I said, yeah, I can understand a lot of stuff, but you can't do it in reverse. So if somebody's fluent in Russian, they can't reverse it on Bosnian, because Bosnia was influenced by so many countries, particularly every 50 years. So we've got like German, Italian, we've got Czech, we've got, Russian, we've got all these different influences. And then we pivoted the conversation from language and how that there must be a creator that exists. So obviously, like, I try to, link these conversations with Dawah, right? Because you have to find an opening to talk to people, especially like in the comforts of their own home. So I found that opening through the link of language, and we started talking about it. And I said, I told him, I said, can you help me understand, why are you a Christian? And, subhanAllah, long story short, we were talking it up for like 40 minutes. And, he was talking about how he believes that God incarnated and all this stuff. And I told him, I said, that this doesn't make any sense. Rationally, reasonably, and it also, your Trinity is not supported in your Bible at all. And then at the end of the conversation, he goes, man, you really know a lot of your references and stuff. And I said, it's because I read your literature. It's important because that was important to my journey. And here's the key point, or the root of the issue that I want to bring up to you guys, is when we're sitting up here and we're talking to people, you are literally saying, listen, guy or girl, everything that you've ever been taught is a complete crock of crap. Everything. And a stranger here is telling you that your entire foundation of what you've built your religious life on, and your entire foundation of how you find, God, is all wrong. And truth be told, guys, this is a very heavy thing to take. Right? It's like some, and I told the guy, I said, hey, you invited practically a stranger into your house, and you struck up this conversation, and now here's this same lumbering stranger that is now telling you're believing in a false God. And I said, with all due respect, I'm not trying to offend you in any way, shape, or form. So when we sit up here and we're trying to engage with people, we're not trying to offend you. We are trying to invite you to the truth. The thing is, you have to set that ego aside and meet us halfway. And you're also trying to do the same thing, but we're going to use our reason and rationale to get to the conclusion, right? So, we invite you to come up here, talk to us, ask us questions, engage. I've got my notebook here, a pen here. I take notes on what you say because I respect the words that come out of your mouth. And if there's something that's worthy to go do diligence on, we're going to go do diligence on it. Right? That way that we can teach you, we can teach ourselves, we can teach the audience. So, just come up with a positive attitude, and, and by the way, we hugged it out with me and the host that was hosting me. I, gave him a big hug. I was like, I'm really sorry if I offended you in any way. He's like, no, this is a really good conversation. I needed this. And I told him, I said, look, at the end of the day, you want to be surrounded by people that don't feed you into your delusions. If you value friendship, you're going to have a friend that tells you, listen, man, you're being an idiot. Straight up, you're being an idiot. If you have a bunch of people that just constantly feed into what you believe, no rhyme, no reason, you're in a state of delusion, and they're just feeding into that, they're not really your friend, man. They're just kind of there to eat your food, drink your drink, and then abuse you and leave, right? So come on up here with a good positive attitude, ask your questions, engage with us, and respect the fact that we're going to hit you upside the head a little bit with some knowledge, and it might hurt. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. But, character is everything, because that's what the Prophet ﷺ has come to perfect. So when, the first impression people get is, even before you open your mouth, is obviously your character. That's what they're going to judge you by. And sometimes if it comes across wrong at the first meeting, then they're going to judge your entire conversation based on that. Even if you give your best shot, your best nasiha, they will keep that in mind. So it's very important how you start the conversation, your approach, obviously you need to be friendly, you need to be empathetic with the person. All of that counts, isn't it? And mashallah, Brother Muris does it beautifully. He diffuses the situation many times when we get heated here. Mashallah, Brother Muris, and also I've seen Brother Fawad do that. So it's very important to diffuse the situation when it's getting heated. Alhamdulillah, I think it's all about your intention as well. Yeah, the whole idea is to impress, not to impress the people, but obviously for the pleasure of, to seek the pleasure of Allah. That's what we need to do with our da'wah, inshallah. And may Allah give us all the tawfiq, starting with myself. And this is something very important in the da'wah. I think your character and the way you come across, inshallah. Right, so we got a guest here, Pradeep. I'm assuming he's a Hindu. Hi, Pradeep, can you hear us?
Yeah, hi. I can hear you.
How are you doing? You all right?
How you doing, man?
Yes, good. I'm not in the atheist.
Sorry, you're an atheist. Okay, sorry, I just assumed. I assumed based on your name.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So I had my doubt on this.
Yeah, where are you calling from, Pradeep?
I'm from India, Kerala.
Okay. Did you say you are agnostic or atheist?
Atheist.
Atheist. Okay. Have you come here before? I think you sound familiar.
No, this is my first time on live, I think.
Okay. All right. That's fine. No problem. Yeah. What's on your mind today?
Nothing. I just want to make a doubt that I believe it difficult to believe that Prophet Muhammad, the chosen from the God, only revealed to a certain people in the Middle East, and so I don't find it fair that others were left out. So people who had met Prophet Muhammad had the reasons to believe in him because of the miracles he did. So what about the other people who never met him? So do you think it is unfair on their side to not see him? And
let's say if you were given the task to send a representative, yes, to the people globally, whom would Pradeep pick from the world? An Indian, a Middle Eastern, an American, an Australian? Whom would you pick?
I don't know. That's a difficult thing to answer.
Exactly. You have to pick one person, and doesn't matter whom you pick, from which country, from which tradition, from which tribe. The others will always say why from there. You see what I mean? Now, who is the best judge of choosing the best from amongst the humans as a messenger? It's our Creator. It's God Almighty. For you as an atheist, it might be difficult to comprehend. And that's the reason I asked you this question from you personally. Whom would you choose? Whom would you choose as a representative? So, you can understand from common sense, anyone you pick, others will definitely object, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there you go. If our Maker, our Creator knows us intimately, knows everyone, knows what's in the heart, knows even your future, then He is the best person, the best entity to pick from His creation. And there's nothing wrong in that, is there?
So then He could have picked one from each nation, right? And given the
that's why we have, in fact, we have an ayah in the Qur'an where Allah says, He sent a messenger to all nations. He sent prophets and messengers to all nations. Yes, to warn them, to basically tell them about the consequences of your actions, things like that. So we don't believe, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he's the last amongst the prophets and messengers. He's not the first, he's the last, which means we had a string of messengers and prophets before him. Some say more than 120,000, yes, or 140,000 prophets. So this is something that we already know, that every nation had been sent a warner.
So every nation has been sent a prophet who exactly preaches the Islam?
Well, what do you understand by the term Islam?
I don't know. Islam, just like any other religion, it's a religion with its own set of morals, values, and teachings.
Yeah, so Islam means to submit your will to the will of the Almighty.
Yeah, but that's just one part of the Islam, right? But Islam too has many other beliefs
No,
and
that
rules.
is the core. That is the core meaning of Islam. So we believe that every prophet and every messenger, they came with the message of Islam. Even though the term Islam is Arabic, but its meaning is something which is universal. Yes, so every prophet, for example, Moses, or Abraham, or even Adam, all the way to the first prophet, all of them, they did the will of God. Because if God told them to do something, they submitted, they did. And this is a universal message, and the universal message has always been from the first prophet until the last prophet and messenger, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him and peace be upon all the prophets. All of them came with the message to worship and to do the will of the Almighty. That was the core message of Islam throughout human history.
Yeah, but that doesn't make a Muslim just because he submits to a single God, right? He has to fulfill other criteria too to be called.
Yeah, so that is the core criteria. And if you look at every criteria, for example, the 5 pillars in Islam, first is obviously the most important criteria is to believe in God, believe in the oneness of Allah, the Tawheed, yes. And then comes the Salah, the prayers. Again, what does Salah means? It means submitting to God. Then comes Zakat. Again, Zakat is submitting to the will of God. When He tells you to give Zakat, which is due on the people, then you pay the charity and the Zakat to based on what the Prophet, peace be upon him, told the people, advised the people, and what Allah commanded in the Qur'an. And the fourth is like fasting in the month of Ramadan. Again, a command from Allah. Fifth is the Hajj. Again, a command from Allah. So if you look at every aspect of Islam, yes, it is all to do with submission to the will of God. So He commands, Allah says in the Qur'an, Atiyu Allah, Atiyu Rasul, obey Allah and obey the Messenger.
So that is the 5 pillars.
Every prophet.
You mentioned the 5 pillars. So did all prophets, spoke about these 5 pillars of Islam?
It might be a bit different. For example, the 5 salah, the 5 times prayer. This is something which was revealed in the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But the previous prophets also prayed. They also fasted. They also gave zakah. Yes. For example, Abraham alayhi salam, from his time, this tradition of doing Hajj was from his time. So they did Hajj as well. So all of this was there from the previous prophets.
Yeah, but you don't see such zakat and Hajj thing in anywhere in the scriptures. If you take the Indian, of course, I'm related in knowledge to India. So if you look at the history of India, you never find any article, any writings, any proof that any prominent persons to be considered as prophet ever spoke about such things.
Okay, so if you're talking about Hinduism, how far back can you go with the scriptures of Hinduism? What is the earliest extant manuscript of the Hindu scriptures?
No idea. I've never studied on
Exactly.
Hinduism.
The Rig Veda is from the 1600s, the earliest extant manuscript. I'm not saying the Rig Veda came about in the 1600s. I'm saying the oldest manuscript is like less than 400 or 600 years old. Okay, so that's why I'm saying when you look at the Hindu scriptures, they got corrupted a long time ago.
Yeah, but
and
that
the same
doesn't
thing
mean
with the
that there
Jewish
should be
tradition
some proof
and the
that
Christian tradition as well.
Yeah, but there should be some proof that this was something related to Islam, right? Any relation to someone something, but there's absolutely nothing related to Islam in the history
No,
of
no, you
India.
find many things. You find many things in the Bhagavad Gita where it says there is none besides him. There is no one besides the Almighty. So these things, there are remnants of truth still in the Vedas, a lot of them. And you'll find this throughout. For example, even the story of the flood is there in the Hindu scriptures. So we see a lot of things which we find remnants of. I'm not saying is exactly verbatim as it was revealed to the previous prophets at that time. It's all been lost. We're not saying, but even if they were intact, we would still have to follow the Quran and the Sunnah. Do you understand?
Yeah. So do you mean like, so exactly, so let it make it more practical. So you mean that every nation had a prophet sent down in some time of the time
That's
period,
what the
right?
Quran says. That's what the Quran says. Yes.
Yeah. So imagine
Because
if you
Allah
go back
says
to
He will
time.
not visit. Allah says He will not punish a people until they had been warned.
Yeah. Okay. So imagine a time where a prophet is many years back. That is in India. There's a prophet, and he, of course, he passed away, and then came the next prophet, right? So, but by the time there's another generation who has not witnessed a prophet. So each generation should have a prophet, right, to believe in the God.
You know, we as Muslims, we don't worry about the past nations. They are past. So for us as Muslims, we worry about what is now. Okay, right now there's a hadith which says that even if Musa alayhi salam, the Prophet ﷺ said, even if Musa alayhi salam were to happen to be alive now, he would have no choice but to follow my ummah, my sharia. Yes, that means whatever the Prophet, peace be upon him, had brought, Musa alayhi salam, if he was alive today, he would have to follow that. He would have no choice. So even though the Torah was revealed to Musa alayhi salam, if Musa alayhi salam happened to be in the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, his sharia would be superseded by the sharia of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and he will have no choice but to follow the Quran and Sunnah as well.
Yeah. See, the core of my question is to know that, to just my point is, that God is not fair in a way. If you
Why is he not fair?
I'll
Why
give
is God
example.
not fair? Tell me.
Yeah, of course, I'll come to it. You believe that the life on earth is a test, right, to go to the heaven or not? Yeah.
It is a test. Yes.
Yeah. So you can consider the God to be an examiner, who makes a decision of should we go or not.
Yeah, based on your actions.
Yeah. So let's take an example of a classroom where there are 10 students and there's a portion to study, and the portion is supposed to be asked in the exam, and who scores the most, the cutoff marks, passes. But consider a population. If consider myself, if I'm not a atheist, I'm a Hindu. I've been born in a Hindu family. From my childhood, I have been taught about Hinduism, Hindu gods. I've been taught about how gods have blessed my family. At the same time, if you go back to the time of Prophet, people have seen him doing miracle things, and there's a reason for him to believe in Islam and the Prophet. But for me, there's no reason. I have never seen a proof. I've never seen a proof.
Okay, looks like you have now shifted your question to another question. Your previous question was, it is unfair because the Prophet came in the Middle East. Now you have shifted your question to something else. So have we answered your first question?
No, the core was same thing, to say that that's not fair.
No, it's not the same.
To do this, what I meant.
Now your question is about the test in this dunya, okay, which is a completely different question. So let me ask you once again, have we answered your first question or not?
Yeah, fine.
Have, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, alhamdulillah. Okay. Okay, so normally, yeah, go ahead. What's your second question about the test? So what exactly is your contention with regards to the test?
So in a classroom, imagine the teacher gives the wrong textbook to some students and asks them to learn that, and the correct textbook to other students, and the people who have received the correct textbook pass the exam. But it was not the mistake of the students who got the wrong textbook. So considering us Hindus, or the of course, if I'm a Hindu, or the other religious people who are creation of the Allah, but putting them in a situation which makes them to believe in their religion which God puts them, and at the end testing them, it's not fair, right? Because other people had a fair chance to believe in Allah because they had witnessed the Prophet, they had witnessed his miracles. but we on the other side had now witnessed it. So how is it fair on the God side? Imagine a teacher doing it. Do you call him fair by teaching him the wrong thing and asking us different question in the exam?
But you have the ability to conduct research, and you have the longest living and everlasting miracle, which is the Qur'an. And furthermore,
actually, the false equivocation, because he's giving an example of a teacher who gave a wrong textbook. How can you equate that to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? You know, we all are not born Muslims. Many of us, you know, who are not born Muslims, they found Islam through their research. Okay, they're not Arabs either. They found Islam through the research. Brother Muris here, also Brother Alie, I think. So if you look at people who have actually strived hard and researched and then found Islam through that, today, you know, especially in the age of information, I don't think anyone should have an excuse.
But exactly, but that's not fair, right? So imagine someone.
Why is it not fair? Do you think any of us witnessed the Prophet, peace be upon him, or his miracles?
No,
we did not.
No, yeah, but that's fine. But still, you believe in that. But imagine people who have witnessed it, but they have more reason to believe in Islam, right?
But you bring up a fine point, brother. And now here's the thing: those people that have witnessed it, their test is different than your test, right? So imagine being someone that witnessed it, being close to the Prophet ﷺ, and still rejecting, right? So you have many examples of the people that surrounded the Prophet, peace be upon him, who rejected. One of them was even his uncle. So his own family, right? They were given a test. And that test was, this is your own flesh and blood. And you know who this person is. And you've been with him since he was a wee child, right? And you're still rejecting. Now, his test is different than your test. Your test is, and this is one of the beauties of Islam. The beauties of Islam is it's meant for everyone, including the lay person and the scholar. So you and I, as lay people, even though that we are literate and we can read, we're still laymen's. Our examination is quite simple. We can take a look at the product. We can take a look at the work of what was brought to us. And you can take a look at the history, and you can take a look at the life of the Prophet, peace be upon him. And you can come to the conclusion, the reasonable conclusion, to say, there is no way that this person was acting by themselves. There is literally, it is an impossibility. And it is by necessity that this person is a prophet, because of what he did, because of how he acted, because of what he delivered. You can take a look at it from any which way you want. Take a look from what interests you the most. Are you interested in battles and conquest? Are you interested in judgments and rulings? Are you interested in the character of how he conducted himself? Are you interested in miracles? Are you interested in, what are you interested in? Like, for example, something that interests me is, how is it that an illiterate person who couldn't read or write brought upon one of the most sophisticated judicial systems on the planet? How is this possible? Where you had very intricate rulings of very fine details of, this person said this action was conducted here, this is all the things that you should be doing your due diligence on, but you have to tell me what interests you the most. And then I'm going to ask you, why haven't you conducted the research on this stuff? See, it's really easy to sit here and go, I have this issue with this thing. And so your argument is like a moral argument against God as to why he's not being fair. But then when you actually look at all the pieces, my question to you is, did you look at the pieces? Or do you just now all of a sudden intuitively have this charged polarity and you're angry at something for someone else? First, start with yourself. You're sitting over here talking about the world, and now I'm going to ask you, did you read the Quran?
Of course, not fully, but some verses.
Okay.
Yes.
So here you are saying, I'm really mad that God isn't fair. But then on the same token, remember, we have to let go of our ego. On the same token, here I am asking you, did you take the first steps? And you're like, nah, I did like 50-50. I put like one toe in the water. I'm like lukewarm. Come on, man. So
No.
Take the first steps, dude. Be honest with yourself. To thy own self be true, right? Do you have a profession? Do you do something professionally? Like, do you mind me asking if you work or go to school or something?
Yeah, I'm a neuropsychiatrist.
Okay, a neuropsychiatrist. For sure you've been on this channel, and for sure you've asked the same question. I remember you now. I can recognize you by your voice. So now you've studied in your field, right? You've studied in your field, bro. You have studied the field of psychiatry. You have read other people's works, and you have come to your own conclusions based on deductions, inductions, and used reasoning. And you said, you know what, this is sound, right? So why not do the same thing?
No, but I don't believe in the concept of God, first of all. Then why to go to religion?
Okay, so let's take it step by step then. If you don't believe in the concept of God, then this is the same conversation that you and I had last time, is we have to take you to a point from...
I think you mistook me for someone else. I don't think so.
I promise you, dude, I have a pretty vivid memory, alhamdulillah. And like,
you mean
look, I don't want to...
I remember the same...
I promise you, dude, I can dig it up if I really wanted to. Yeah. So here's the thing, okay? Give me any other possibility other than this. Either there's a necessary existence for God, either it's impossible for God to exist, or it's probable for God to exist. Like possible. It's impossible, possible, or necessary. You have no other choice, right?
It's impossible from my side.
Okay, explain to me why it's impossible.
Because of the things happening around me. I don't think so. If a creator who created us would want us to suffer, like the suffering we see in this current world, the Israel, the Gaza, the children who are suffering. I don't think so. No supreme power who created us would want to endure small children to go through this.
Okay, and how do you know that? What if there is a supreme power that's super vindictive, incredibly punishing, and torturous?
Of course, then that doesn't fit to be someone who's supreme than myself. I myself feel it very pity. I don't think so. He's someone who's better than me. It'll be someone lower than me.
Right, but again, you're the creation. So this supreme power can do whatever it wants to do. It doesn't need your permission.
That's right? What you believe in, right? So, but
no. I'm saying you're because remember, your position is it's impossible, and now I'm showing you that there is a possibility that there is a creator out there that is incredibly torturous, vindictive, power, just punishing. That's all he wants to do. And I'm showing you that your argument for impossibility falls flat on its face when you just explore it just one tittle, right?
Yeah, you mean there's a bad person, basically?
No, it's possible, right? So now you've moved from the realm of impossibility to possibility, yes?
Okay, fine.
Okay, so we're making progress. So now I'm going to ask you again, is it possible that there is an all-powerful, vindictive, vengeful God that is just punishing everyone on this planet?
Okay, we're taking possibility. Fine, yes.
Okay, great. Now, if this God was the creator, right, and you're seeing this creation, which is you and me, right? Now, does it become necessary for this God to exist in order for you to exist?
Yes, according to the possibility of what you mentioned before. Yes.
Wonderful. So now we've moved from impossibility to possibility to necessity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now we can explore, since you have now become a theist, right? You have now graduated. Huh?
No, I just said it's a possibility. When you say
no, but we went from possibility to necessity because remember, having a creation begets a creation.
On the necessity based on the statement of you said possibility. You can't make it a necessity, right?
Now we're going to move it a step forward. Why is it a necessity? Because if you have things that are dependent, they are going to go back to something that is independent, which is the creator. Yes?
I didn't get you. Could you explain on that a little more?
No problem. So you and me, we're dependent, right? We're dependent on the earth. We're dependent on water, food. We're dependent on oxygen, right? So we are dependent. We know for sure we didn't create ourselves.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now the earth is also dependent, yes?
On what?
Space, time, the universe, cosmos, sun, you name it. We can, whatever you want to. Okay.
You can't say that, right? Earth is not dependent on anything. Earth is not dependent on the sun. Earth will remain a planet even if it's far from the sun or near the sun. The life will be lost, but Earth as a planet is going to remain the same, right?
But bro, Earth wouldn't be Earth if there was no sun. There's all these dependencies. You have the Earth that you know, right? So like now you're going to get into the fine tuning and the definition of terms, and we can go there, but there's no need for that. There's no you're an intelligent guy. There's no need for me to sit here and define what is Earth to you and what's a tree. Don't do that. It's nonsensical, dude. It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Right. So Earth is dependent on the sun. It's dependent on the gravity. It's dependent on the distance between other planets. It's dependent on the entire solar system for it to be where it is and what it is. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the sun is also dependent in that same analogy. The sun is also dependent on the cosmos, right? Space, time, all the other celestial bodies, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and the universe is dependent on the laws which it contains. Yes?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so now those laws came from somewhere. Yes?
Okay. Yes. Okay, fine.
Well, they didn't come from themselves, right? Because you can't have something come from nothing. So it had to have been from something, right?
No. Yes.
Right. Okay. So now if it came from something, whatever that something is cannot be bound by those same laws. So it can't be bound by time. It can't be bound by space. It can't be bound by, right?
Okay, fine.
Okay. So whatever that agent is outside of it. Yes?
Okay.
Okay. So that agent is the something that I refer to as God in this example.
Fine.
Okay, and so now we have come to the conclusion that it is necessary for this something to be there.
Fine.
Okay.
Understood.
It is also necessary for that something to have volition, power, intellect. Otherwise, all the laws, all the cosmos that we see would not be here, right?
Yes, fine.
Great. Okay, so now you have fully become atheist. So promise me you will never talk about atheism ever again. You will never represent yourself as an atheism. At the minimum, you will say, I believe in something outside of this time and place. And I don't know what that something is yet.
Yeah, fine. You can say agnostic.
Alhamdulillah, at most, right? Okay, now the only way that we would know about that something is if it revealed itself.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And the way that we believe that it revealed itself was through prophets and messengers.
Okay, that doesn't make that. I can't accept that.
Okay. So now we're going to go back to the coin. Is it impossible? Is it possible? Or is it necessary? Which one is it? Is it impossible that this thing has that this thing has revealed itself?
No, it's possible. It could have revealed itself.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so now we're going to explore the reasons of its possibility, right? So we're now in a state of possibility, and here's what happened. 1400 years ago, there was a man in the middle of the desert who was claiming that he was speaking to that agent, who he was receiving revelation from that agent, meaning that agent was revealing himself to this man. Is that possible, impossible, or necessary?
It's possible.
Wonderful. So now what we do is we check the product of this person's work. Okay. So the things that you see how we came back full circle to where we started? Okay. So where you're at in your journey now, hopefully you've dumped your entire reasoning of the moral stuff, meaning like you said, hey, you know what? I'm never going to say God's not fair. God not being fair equals his not existence. Don't ever say that again. Is that fair?
No, fine.
Okay, cool. So now we have to say there is this possibility of this agent existing and him revealing himself through a prophet or through a messenger. Okay, now I have to take a look at what this message says. Now, this message in the Qur'an states that God is just, most loving. Okay, so now if he's most just and most loving, and he says that this place is a trial and that there's going to be tests for you and me, including the test of death, including the test of poverty, including the test of wealth, including the test of disease, including the test of love, including the test of lusts, and you name it, man. These are all tests in one way or another. Some of them are beneficial, where we have to be super grateful. Other times are, you know, where something is taken back from you, like taken away from you, and you have to be super patient, right? Either which way, it's a test. So far, so good? I can't hear you if you're saying anything. Oh, okay. He came back. He dropped. Hey, are you back? You're muted right now.
Yeah, sorry, the connection got lost. Yeah, sorry,
okay,
I couldn't get you the part.
No problem. So what I was saying is everything that is here on this plane of existence for you and me is a test. So whether or not something is beneficial, or whether or not something is what you would consider at a loss. So like death, riches, poverty, you know, good health, bad health, war, you know, all this is a test in one way or another, right?
Okay, fine. According to, of course, yeah.
But remember, this is what we believe. This agent has revealed this about what this plane of existence is, right? This plane of existence is a temporary abode that contains examinations. Okay. Now your test is going to be different than my test, right? You might be a way prettier looking guy than me, or you might be a wealthier guy than me, or you might be, you know, a more successful in what other way guy than me, and all this is stuff, right? But your examination might be one of patience. It might be one of charity. It might be one of this. It might be one of that. Yes?
Okay.
Okay. So now, if you have this examination, I don't see how you're coming around full circle and saying, just because I have this examination and my examination is different than the other guy, I all of a sudden have it more, it's more beneficial for me, or it's unfair in some way, shape, or form. I don't see how you're bringing that stuff full circle, and then I don't see how you're equating that to a creator doesn't exist.
Yeah, no, the creator. What I meant is that the creator, as per the definition of Quran, being the merciful, the most fair, the most just. It doesn't. Those terms don't suit the creator. That's what I meant.
How?
Because
how
imagine a child currently in Gaza. Do you think you suffer as much as the child does? No, right?
We have our own independent suffering. I just explained it to you. So now you have to understand. You have to understand the full circle. Hold on. Understand the full circle. If a child passes away, what is the consequence of a child passing away? Not in this world, in the next world. What's the consequence?
I think your voice broke.
No problem. What is the consequence of a child passing away, not in this world, but the next world? I want to know what the consequence is. What happens when a child passes away in accordance to Islamic teachings?
He directly reaches the heaven.
He immediately goes to Jannah. Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to ask you a question. If you had the ability to know that you have a straight guarantee, would you swap places with the child?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So now I'm going to argue that this child has his path. Okay. And I have my path. Now what's incumbent on me? I have to do everything that I can to restore what's going on in Gaza. Meaning, like, we need to be protecting these people. We need to be supplying them food. We need to be making du'as. We need to be taking in the people that need help by giving them provisions, homes, and so on and so on and so on. So my test, what's the issue?
No, see, but by the time we both, the child and we reach the heaven, we are going to be of our prime age, right? The time in the heaven is the age, according to Quran teaching, the child who die and the person when they reach the heaven will be at the age of our primeness, right? We'll be in the young age, not the age of when we die.
Yeah, where are you getting that from the Quran, bro?
I'm sorry. I think that's what I thought. Can you correct me if I'm wrong?
I think it does mention that we will be like 30, 33 years of age, but that's besides the point. I think instead of getting into the intricacies, like focus on what Brother Morris is basically pointing out to you.
Yeah, but that's my point.
Just
that's my core point.
One second, brother. So taking a step back, you see that this whole problem of evil, it starts off with a false pretense, right? The first false pretense or presupposition is that we believe that God is all powerful and good, and that's it, and he doesn't have any other attributes. No, we believe that there are other attributes that God has as well, such as all wise, omniscient, which includes having a complete picture of the situation instead of just short-sightedness as you and I as humans we will have, right? So because we perceive things and we have our short-sightedness because of our limited knowledge, right? God is outside of time, space, and he knows exactly what is going to happen in the future. So you and I, we could perceive something as evil in the moment, but God may not perceive it that way, and reality may not be that way, right? And true wisdom is putting things in its right place and also foreseeing what's about to follow. Like we humans, I'll give you an example, right? Since we have limited knowledge, let's take an example of a little child, right? He wants to eat ice cream all day long. Now, from that child's perspective, that is true happiness. But you and I, we know as adults that if we allow that child to eat ice cream and candies all day long, they're going to have rotten teeth, they're going to have health issues. You see? And that's exactly, now apply that analogy to God. We may actually see something as evil today, but God doesn't see it that way. In reality, it may not be actually that way. Does that make sense?
No, see, I think you took that was not my core of my question. My question was simple, as Brother Muris said, a child who dies at the very young age, imagine at the age of 1 month, and me who suffered throughout my life till my age of 90, going through all sort of stress. Both, of course, if I am a believer, I'm a Muslim, I'm a believer. When I reach the heaven, and the child has reached the heaven without going through all these tests and stress.
Absolutely,
so when
bro.
we both, so how is it fair?
We have different ranks in the Jannah as well for that same reason.
Yeah,
go ahead, Brother Morris.
No, I'll just keep it short with them. The prophets are going to receive the best of rewards because their trials were the toughest, man. So a just God would now give you the reward in kind based on what your trial was. So first off, to even reach Jannah, alhamdulillah, bro. Alhamdulillah, you've won. And we have many narrations where people are just they're you will be constantly asked by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? And you're going to say, yes, yes, yes. And then you say, I'm going to give you even more on top of that. So, bro, you have to understand what it actually means to get to that spot and the difficulty to get there. So if you have been struggling your whole life, and I mean like everything has been a struggle. So let's say, for example, take the people that are purely like of Masakin, someone who is like poverty stricken beyond belief, barely getting by, eating once every 5th day, drinking water once every 3rd day. They're going to show up on the day of judgment and they're going to say, we had nothing. We were poverty stricken. This. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to say, there's no account for you. Go immediately to paradise because of how difficult their struggles were. So you have to really understand the intricacies and the beauty of what Islam has to offer. So, but the point being is what Brother Fawad said, you're getting lost into the details, dude. You're getting lost into the details and you're not accepting the very things that are just apparent in front of you, which is there is a creator, which is there is a bad place and there is a good place. This is the thing that you need to be focusing on. You know what I'm saying? You're sitting over here arguing over the ifs, what's, and you're approaching the issue all wrong, dude. And this is not you. This is the shaitan that's whispering to you. Shaitan is literally just riding you like a donkey, like he promises he would right now. Because he's saying, focus on this glittery object here, shiny object there. Stick to the principalities, bro.
See,
Morris, you might ask something?
If you could prove me the Jannat and the hell beyond that reasonable doubt, I would believe in it. There's nothing wrong
Brother,
in it.
Before we prove the Jannah to you, we need to prove God exists for you. Okay, because everything is based on that.
I fixed that. Did I fix that, Pradeep? Do you believe now that God exists?
To some extent, yes.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
Go forward.
So let me ask you that. If you look at any system, even in the world, for example, the traffic system, if there was no consequence for your wrong actions, do you think such a system would ever work?
No, the consequence should be immediate. Then it works.
Why should it be immediate? Imagine if God punished everyone immediately. Do you think anyone would be alive in this world today? Because everyone sins, right?
Yeah. So people would learn from
So
others'
do you
mistakes
want the
and
world
stop.
to be in constant suffering because of the consequences of their action? You're the one who says there shouldn't be suffering. Now you want everyone to suffer immediately. Who is more merciful, you or God?
If there's a God,
sense.
I'm okay with the suffering. If there's a God and people are doing bad, that's okay with the
Exactly.
suffering.
That's why I said let's go back to whether God exists or not. And Brother Muris already highlighted that for you. So the question
I do agree
is,
that
look, what you're doing right now is you're looking at the symptoms and not trying to rectify it. You're saying, okay, why this symptom? But what is the reason for these sufferings? What's the reason? For example, if I told you the prophets, they suffered the most severest test of all of us. Do you know that?
Yeah.
The prophets elected by God himself, and they are the most righteous amongst us. Yet they had the most severest test in this world. Now, would you call that to be unfair, or would you call that to be fair?
It's unfair.
Okay, this is the way that God actually sees it differently from you, because you, in your understanding of this world, no one should be suffering. Am I right?
No, of course not. If there will be suffering if there's no God, because it's a probability thing. People can.
No, I'm asking you. In your Ethiopia, there should be no suffering in this world. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
If I am the God,
so imagine you had a toothache, yes, and there was no pain. Sorry, you had a rotten teeth, and there was no pain. Would that be a good thing or a bad thing for a doctor like you?
Of course, that will be a bad thing.
Exactly. So suffering is necessary at times.
No, that's if you
What do
consider
you
from
mean?
the human perspective.
It makes you appreciate the goodnesses in life.
No, not even the
goodness, it
In this
actually
case,
loses its meaning completely if there is no evil.
No, but
and
that's
if you want
because
no
we are
suffering at
thinking
all,
as
you know
mere
what
humans.
place that is called? That place is called Jannah.
Yeah.
But
That is the
imagine
ultimate
if
goal,
I
my
was
friend.
if the
Besides
God was
Allah,
so powerful, why couldn't God create humans who could appreciate goodness without the presence of evil?
Bro, because then there would be no examination. You need to understand. You need to respect things for what they are. This place is temporary, man.
I mean,
your life is temporary. Your conditions are temporary.
I mean, Pradeep, I'll ask you a simple question. Can you appreciate the light if there was no darkness?
No, but light is going to be there'll be light always. So that will be.
No, I'm saying, can you appreciate the light without the need for darkness? The reason why you appreciate lightness is because you know that darkness exists. I'll give you an example. In certain countries, they don't always have light. They don't always have access to sustainable light. Now, what happens? A lot of times, nighttime, it gets dark at night. So what does that mean? That means the little light that they get, they appreciate that so much is because they know that they don't have a high supply of it, and because they know that it will soon get dark. Hypothetically, if we live in a country where night, let's say the concept of night does not exist, right? We would never appreciate light. So it's the darkness. That's why we appreciate the lightness. And that's who we are as humans. If we have an abundance of something, we tend to not appreciate it as much. I mean, look at the food. There are some countries that have more food than others. You look here in the States where people have so much food that they waste it. Whereas other countries, they don't have access to that much food. So what do? They eat every morsel of food. They don't throw it away. So it's that idea of suffering. It's that need for it's that understanding of suffering. That's what makes us appreciate the good that we have even more. And that's who we are as humans. That comes with everything.
Yeah, fine. My question was not why should there be suffering or not. If you go back to my question was why some people suffer more than the other. That's not fair, right?
So now when it comes to that, so here's the problem. Earlier you were talking about God and this concept of justice. One thing you need to understand about justice is not based on equality. Justice is based on equity. True justice is based on equity. And I give you an example, okay? Let's say there's 6 cups of orange juice, right? There's 6 cups of juice, right? Now, typically, it's you and me, 6 cups. What does that mean? If it was equality, you would get 3 cups of juice, and I will get 3 cups of juice, right? Now here's the problem. Let's say I haven't drank all day. I'm thirsty. I'm very, very thirsty. But you're not thirsty. You had juice to drink earlier, but for me, the whole day I had no access to juice. Would that be fair if I get 3 and you get 3, or will you say, you know what, Ali, you haven't drank all day today. Would you give me some? I'll give you some of mine. What's the fairness? Would it be fair if we both get the same amount now? It would not be fair, wouldn't it?
No.
Thank
of course
you.
not.
So what true justice would be Ali is thirsty. Let me give him 1 or 2 of mine. So now instead of you having 3 and me having 3, I now have 4 because I need it, and you have 2 because you don't really need it as much. That's true justice, because not one human is alike. We all go through our different trials and tribulations, like Morris said earlier. If we all go through different trials and tribulations, there's no way you can judge it based on equality, because we're different people. We go through different things and we respond to different things differently. So a God who's a true God of justice would understand that it's all about equity. That's why when you see that some people are suffering more than others, the issue that you're failing to understand is the reward that comes with it means more. Because if, let's say hypothetically, right? Hypothetically, you go through more trials and tribulations than I do. Well, what does that mean? That means on the final day, God, who understands us who understands us more than we understand ourselves, he knows the test that he gave us. So the reward is going to be more for you than it would for me, because you went through more struggles than I did. That's how justice works. Right? It's all about equity.
Every Muslim has the same Jannat, right? We all reach the same level.
No. So, and that's one thing. Thank you. So Jannah itself is, alhamdulillah, inshallah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala all grant us Jannah, ameen. But Jannah itself is not one level. We don't all get the same things in Jannah. God will judge us based on the works and the good that we've done in this world. We get judged differently, but our reward is different. Even when we're all going to Jannah, there's different levels, there's different rewards. There's some things that I will get that Morris won't get. There's some things that Morris will get that I won't get. It's all based on the Creator, because why? The Creator is just by judging us with equity, not equality. That's what true justice is. And I think that's what you have to understand.
Plus, we believe that the more you suffer in this world, the easier the judgment will be for you in the afterlife. Things like suffering, illness, etc., are a way for God to expiate your sins.
Yeah, but still, so if I reach the level 1 of Jannah, so I will never be able to reach the level 7 of Jannah anytime afterwards.
Yeah,
whatever I do. Brother, these are different questions now. Let's stick to one at a time. I want to actually highlight one ayah which is relevant to this particular topic. So we consider the suffering, doesn't matter what kind of suffering you face, as a minor suffering in comparison to the major suffering in the hereafter. And Allah says in the Qur'an, in chapter 32, Surah As-Sajdah, verse 21, He says, "We will certainly make them test some of the minor torment in this life before the major torment of the hereafter. So perhaps they will return to the right path." You know what that means? It means, for example, sometimes when you are faced with a calamity, many people, they would turn to God. They would start praying. They would start reading the Qur'an, for example, start fasting, because they've been hit with a calamity or some sort of punishment in this dunya. And then it makes them turn, makes them reflect on God, makes them reflect on their own actions and misdeeds. And they start repenting for those. They start asking for forgiveness. So it's a way for them to basically save them from the greater torment that awaits them in the hereafter. So as Brother Fawad correctly said, sometimes it's to expiate your sins. So even minor things, like for example, if a thorn pricks you, Allah expiates your sins. If you have some sort of an illness, or even if some sort of anxiety or depression, or any sort of ailment that you have in this world, all of that are actually You might see that suffering, but in the case of that person, that individual, Allah is basically, getting rid of his sins gradually. You might consider that to be suffering, but if you look at the bigger picture, it is for him to have a better hereafter. I would rather suffer in this world than to suffer in the hereafter. This is what a Muslim generally understands when it comes to their life, their existence.
Yeah,
So,
You
but
understand?
what does it mean that they will return to the right path in the next life? So after this
no,
life?
bro, no.
Yeah, which means they will come back from the whatever wrong that they were doing, come to the Sirat al-Mustaqim, the right or the straight path as we know it. Means towards righteousness, away from the bad deeds or away from the sins that they were committing, towards righteousness. That's what it means.
And I just
I'll just add one thing in there, Brother Morris. Please forgive me.
No, go ahead.
This one hadith that I think a couple of weeks ago, we pointed that out to one of the guys. I don't know if it was Pradeep or somebody else. On the day of resurrection, a person who lived a life of ease will be dipped in hellfire once. And he will swear that he never experienced comfort or blessing. Conversely, someone who endured a life of hardship in this life will be dipped in paradise, for just a quick, think of it like a quick second, right? And they will be asked, did they suffer at all? Or do they remember suffering in this world? They will say, I don't remember anymore. Which means what? That this suffering, no matter how severe in this world or the bliss that you lived over here, it will seem like a distant dream to you. You would completely forget.
Yeah, this is a wonderful example. And I'm going to leave you with this final thought, Pradeep, because we have other guests, bro. I think the root of your issue is that you're not looking at this world like a traveler. The Prophet ﷺ told us to treat our existence here as if we were a traveler. Come, take what you need, be respectful, leave a good path for somebody else, the next person that's coming behind you. You're not seeing the picture holistically. You're seeing it just halfway because you're still not fully convinced in the existence of an afterlife. And if we were to put it on a scale, what does this life mean in comparison to infinity? It would mean nothing, absolutely nothing. So when you see the suffering that's going on, the reason why you have so much weight placed on it right now is because you're not convinced, meaning you're not just there yet, you're still on your journey, which is fine, that this other place exists. When you recognize that the other place exists, when you come to believe that the other place exists, then you're going to start seeing the picture very clearly at that point. And I'm not saying that, we should just disregard the suffering that's happening. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we need to put in our best effort to eliminate the suffering in accordance to the teaching of the Qur'an and of the Sunnah. But you can't place all this weight on this suffering and now equating it to, I have no interest in learning about anything else. I'm just hung up on this one thing. And I think that's where the shaitan is really playing with you. So don't do that to yourself, bro. I mean all the best to you, man. And, keep reading, read the Quran in full and see how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala actually addresses your question of this injustice, because it's in there. It's completely in there, man.
Yeah. Thanks, Morris. But one last point, of course, I meant this, but Morris, the thing is that the same statement can be told by every religious person. That is the 10,000 religion in this world.
100%
everyone
right,
can say
man.
that. So maybe I have to spend my entire life to find out the right one. And
no, you
not
don't.
Possible.
No, you don't. You're 100% right that the statement can be made by any religious person, but it doesn't mean that their religion is true. We have to take the step. We have to take you step by step, bro. Today, the step was you're no longer an atheist. We can agree to that, yes? Now it's your job to take a look at the texts and see what they actually say. So for example, you're going to approach it categorically. Do I believe in many gods or one God? You believe in many gods, you've got an issue. You believe in one God, you're now on a straight path. Then when you approach things with that category in mind, you're going to say, okay, which religions speak about one God? What's their path to salvation? What's their path to atonement? What's their path to forgiveness? What's their path to the good place? If the things that they're saying don't make sense, such as, for example, there needs to be sacrifices and you need to believe in God dying, which goes against your reason and rationale, then you need to come to the conclusion that this is also false. But if there's another one that says it's You seek forgiveness from the only one that can give you forgiveness. He doesn't need anything from you. You're in fully need of him in every which way possible. And here's how you conduct yourself. This is the playbook. This is the prayers that he expects. This is the way that when you have a question, how to approach him. This is fasting. This is that.
Yeah, but sorry, I don't consider it incel, but I think reading some verse of Quran, I find many verses that goes against my rational and my morality. I don't think so. It'll never. I will not be. It'll never be with Islam for sure. Maybe not any other religion also. But we can discuss this some other time on what are these points.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, no problem. Thanks for your time, and see you next time, Pradeep. Right. Good. Manvinder Singh.
How are you all?
We are well. How are you?
Very well.
Okay. Where are you calling
so
from? No.
Yeah,
Where are you
what's up?
calling from?
I am coming from India.
Okay. And what's your background
Mhm.
in terms of religion? Do you believe in God?
I am an atheist, basically.
Okay. You don't believe in
Yeah,
God, yeah?
yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us why?
Because I think the evidences that theist has gave um, are not valid or verifiable in any sense. And I think theists are the one who is making the claim that God exists. And when we ask, when we ask them how, there are different explanations for that. But I think none of was able to convince me that there is some supreme supernatural power that is there to justice.
So you're seeking evidence for God, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay. So what sort of evidence will convince you? Physical evidence? What kind of evidence would convince you that God exists?
I think verifiable. It can be testimony, but with evidences also, and explanations which will be in uh, the boundaries of we can say reasoning, logic, rationality,
Okay. So
empirical,
so not
non-empirical,
not
depending.
necessarily empirical evidence. You want something that is either a testimony or something that's rational and logical. Is that right?
Testimony with evidences. It can be empirical.
Yeah.
I'm not
That's
saying
what I'm
that.
asking you.
It
What kind of evidence? Give me a criteria
uh,
of an evidence that you're seeking.
basically when you say that, give me criteria. I am giving you the criteria of evidence.
No, I want to,
I think
because
that
you're the
is.
one seeking evidence, so you must know what kind of evidence you're seeking, right?
I am seeking the evidence because you are the one who is making the claim.
No, hold on. Let's backtrack once again.
You
You
let,
claim that
let me
God doesn't
explain.
exist. No.
No.
Before
Wait a
you
second.
explain,
Wait a second.
try to understand where I'm coming from, Mr. Singh.
Hmm.
You claim that God does not exist. Am I right? That is your claim, not mine.
That is what I am going to explain you. If
Okay,
there
let's
is no
understand the
one.
claim first. You said you're an
Okay.
atheist, and you said God doesn't
Mhm.
exist. Then I asked you, okay, you
On
are
the basis
seeking
of the evidence
evidence.
that you guys have
Exactly, yeah.
given,
So I'm asking because you're seeking
there
evidence
is no
here for
belief
God.
of
Oh
mine.
my God. Will you let me understand at least where
Okay,
you're
okay,
coming
okay.
from?
Speak.
Okay, so when you said you don't believe in God, my next question to you is that I'm assuming you're seeking evidence in order to believe in God. And you said yes. Then I asked you what sort of evidence, and you said something like testimony, logical, rational. Am I right so far, Mr. Singh?
When Einstein given E is equal to mc square, right? He don't go door by door and asking for the evidence. He gave in the evidences, and it was testified. It was in the review, and we all believe in that. That's
What is
why
that got to do
if
with
you make the
finding God?
claim, hmm?
What is that got to do with finding God?
Yeah, let's say
Okay,
if
let
I
me
if I
let me
claim
give
that.
you a rational understanding. Let me just change the scenario slightly. Do you believe
Mhm.
you exist and this universe exists? Does it exist?
Yes, I do believe.
Okay, what? And you have all the evidence that it exists, yes?
All, I don't say all, but yes, we have some.
So based on some evidence, you know it exists.
Yeah.
Okay. Where did it come from?
What?
Where did it come from?
So basically, everything has a cause, and
Yeah.
when
What
I
is
see
the cause of the
everything as
universe? What is the cause
a
of the universe which exists according to
to the
your worldview?
yeah to the limit that we have reached is the Big Bang, you know,
Big Bang is
and
the effect,
we
not the cause. Let me
Big Bang
correct
has
you there.
caused by no.
Big Bang is the
I
effect, it is not the cause.
What I'm saying is Big Bang is also caused by someone, but
Exactly.
to
That's what
this
I'm
date
asking you. What is the
to
cause of the Big Bang? That is a question.
to this date we don't know. You know, it's an ongoing
Okay.
process. We get to know that in the
And
future.
you're satisfied with that, yeah? With the
No,
answer, I don't know. You're satisfied with that answer.
no, not at all. I didn't
Okay.
claim
So
that.
what is the cause of the Big Bang then?
I said I don't know. You know, it is an ongoing process, and we will get to know about that.
How
But
do you know you will get to
here's a
know one day?
surprise. Here's a surprise. Here's a surprise. The
What is the
theist one is
guarantee
saying
that
that
you'll be alive by
I
then?
know. The
No,
theists say that
even if
I
he was
know.
not alive, I want to know what is the
The-
guarantee that humans will ever know the cause of the Big Bang through just scientific means, through empirical evidence? What is the guarantee for that?
maybe there is no guarantee to it. You know,
Okay, so
we
maybe
can.
you cannot find the answer at all. Am I right?
Yeah, yeah, it's
Okay,
plausible. You know,
and that is okay with you, right?
uh, completely fine. You know, because the
Exactly.
universe is in
So
its.
wait.
Bro,
When the theist
wait a
tells you,
second.
when the theist tells you that I know from the testimony of my prophet, then you want all sorts of evidence. But as soon as I say I know by testimony, you're not satisfied with that. You still want to dig in more. You want evidence. You want X, Y, and Z. But when we ask the atheists, they don't have evidence for their existence even. How is that fair, Mr. Singh?
Because the evidence that you're giving is not even rational at all. You say that God caused
Right?
everything means he's a
No, you're the
primary
one.
initiator, right?
Wait.
Listen to
Are
me.
you
Listen to me.
saying I
He's the
don't
prime
know?
initiator.
I don't know is a sufficient answer to any question? I don't know. That's not even an answer. It's an appeal to
No,
ignorance.
no. Here is
What
the
do you mean?
one you
No.
claiming. No. You are the one who is claiming that I know the answer. You know. Tell me how this universe came into existence. You know.
No, wait.
Why don't you?
Manvinder, let me ask you a question, brother. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you actually agree that something cannot come out of nothing, right?
I don't know.
Just a minute ago, you actually told Brother Hashim that yes, you do believe that there is an uncaused cause for everything. Did you not
No.
say that?
When I said that there is uncaused cause, I never claimed that.
So you don't believe? Okay, so justify
believe
to
you
me.
exist?
Okay,
I
so
said I don't know
science
that.
tells
His
us.
final
One
answer
second.
was I
No,
don't know. Like most
Yeah. Okay.
atheists.
no.
So science tells us that there was a beginning to time, space, matter, all this universe. Do you
But
agree with
we
this
don't
or
say
not?
that but we don't say that it is done by an uncaused cause. We say that
No. That's
to,
fine. We can come to the agent. Let's establish the principle first, right? So
Mhm.
that means that everything in existence, it had a beginning. Do you agree till this extent? Yes or no?
It has a cause. Everything that we see around self has a
Correct.
cause,
Correct.
and that
Absolutely.
cause is also caused by someone, and that is also a cause.
Okay, so all these things are dependent, right? All causes are dependent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Is there an independent one?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it logically follow if
Is it
all causes are
logically
dependent,
possible?
then the one that is uncaused is
But
independent?
when
Would it
you say
logically
that
follow?
there is an uncaused cause, is it logical?
Yeah,
Is it logical?
yeah,
Yes.
based on what you're
Yes, it
It
is.
presenting.
is.
How?
Absolutely.
Actually, it is.
How?
Absolutely,
How?
bro. That's what you're
How?
presenting. You're
Okay, let
saying that
me
if it's
let me
an
ask you
uncaused
something,
cause, it logically
Mr.
follows for it
Singh.
to be
You're
independent.
asking
Do you
so
know?
many questions, and you're not answering
Okay, so
I just
just
gave you
one.
an answer.
have
No.
you heard of
First of
anything?
all,
Have you heard of something
you
in
three all are
science?
speaking, and it's a bit
Yeah,
of a rush of
fair enough.
questions. So please
Okay,
speak
so
one.
Mr. Singh, let me ask you something. Have you heard of infinite regress?
Yes.
Okay, what does it mean?
Infinite regression means that everything has a cause and it goes infinitely. But
Mhm.
here's the thing, that we have stopped at the Big Bang, and we
No,
don't know what is.
Before you go to the Big Bang, I'm asking you about
Mhm.
infinite regress. is it logically possible for an infinite regress to exist in this universe?
I say that we don't have anything to identify and verify it. If it can
Logically, I'm
be
asking
and
you
it
because
cannot be.
you have put psychology as your theme in under your name. So using psychology, is it possible for anything to have an infinite regress?
Psychology cannot be everything's parameter. We are talking about something. A theory.
I mean,
hold on, Hashim. What was the keyword? Parameter?
Yeah.
It means a beginning and an end, right?
I said psychology is not the parameter.
I understand. I studied psych. Parameter, right? Something that is within a parameter, right? Beginning and an end, and it falls within a spectrum. Yes.
Yeah.
Are you listening to me? Even
of course I am. It's every
from the
word.
perspective of psychology.
Word,
is it from the perspective of psychology? Is
from
psychology can identify everything?
Okay, let me ask you this. It's a very simple
you are
question.
Saying that.
No, it's a very simple question.
I ask you a simple question, and it will be fine. You know. Let me ask you a question.
Have you ever seen anything that has infinite regress? Yes or no?
Yes, I think everything
show me an example,
is going in an infinite
show me an example
regression.
of infinite regress. Go on.
Okay, how you caused?
No, don't ask me. You're the one answering.
No. I'm asking you the question. How you caused? I'm going to give you the I'm giving you the logic.
For me as a theist, I can always go back to God. But for you an atheist, show me an example.
That is where you are making the claim. That is where you're making the claim. You said
the question is not for me. The question is for you to answer. You haven't given an answer.
But the one who's making the claim
I don't know,
is having no questions.
An atheist answer is always I don't know. That is where you stop.
Why you always run from the questions? I don't understand that.
I'm not. I'm the one asking the question. You're the one running.
Wait a second. You ask a lot of questions. You ask a lot of questions. Wait a second.
Manvinder,
wait a second.
What?
I'm going to ask you one question.
What did Hashim just ask you? What did Hashim just ask you about infinite regress?
Give me the evidence of infinite regression. You know, and
why did he ask you that?
Because he said that there is an uncaused cause.
No. You said something that led Hashim to ask you that question. What did you say? Do you remember? Because I want to know if you've been listening to yourself this past 2 minutes.
At first,
do you remember what
Fawad,
I
didn't. Manvinder, did you make a claim about infinite regress that led Hashim to ask you the question for you to prove it?
When did I say that? Infinite regression.
I'm asking you.
That is the whole truth. I didn't claim that. I said I don't know what is behind Big Bang. I don't know. You know, eventually
Hashim,
you are the guys.
If you can repeat it for him, because I don't think he's been listening.
Okay. Yeah, because the thing is, you know, when you keep saying that, in fact, you're the one who's saying this caused this, and then when I asked you about where did the universe come from, your ultimate answer was I don't know. And then again, you wanted to say, okay, what caused the universe, but you don't know. Then I asked you, okay, if everything has a cause, would it be possible for anything to exist in this world? And then you did not understand. That's the reason I asked you, what is infinite regress?
But here's
and
the thing.
You had no example at all for infinite regress, because it's something from philosophy which you need to understand, that anyone who has even dipped their toes in philosophy will tell you that infinite regress, there's no such thing. There has to be an uncaused cause at the beginning for any event to take place. Are you aware of that?
Can I speak now? Can I speak now?
Yeah, go on, Ali.
Okay. So we say that Big Bang is also caused by something, or can be uncaused. You know, there are two possibilities to it. Okay. But we are not making any claim, because that's again an interruption. I don't understand why don't you
I didn't hear you.
put the thing out.
Manvinder, calm down. I'm just asking you to repeat, because I did not hear you. So you said one possibility, it has a cause. What's the other possibility?
It can be uncaused. You know, there are two possibilities.
The Big Bang is uncaused.
I say that it can be caused, it can be uncaused.
My man, you're walking this earth. Of course it was caused. You're walking this earth. You're literally speaking to us. Am I
Which
taking crazy
scientist
pills again?
says the Big Bang is uncaused?
Wait a second, sir. Wait a second. Wait a second. I'm
Oh
not a
dear.
scientist, first of all. What I'm
So why
saying
are you
is
bringing in
that
a possibility then?
As the
see, first
psychologist,
of all,
which is a liberal science. Yikes. Okay, carry on.
So
you
go
don't
ahead.
let me carry on. You know, you are interrupting
I'm
like
sorry. I
a child.
apologize. You go ahead.
Yeah,
You go ahead.
Childs? Okay, go on.
a child. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you claim that there is uncaused cause, eventually uncaused means that something didn't happen. It came randomly.
No, that's
If
not what's
something
uncaused.
That's not what it
okay,
means.
That's not what's
then what?
uncaused. You don't even know the basics of philosophy. Come on, man. Stop embarrassing
Come on,
yourself.
no. You embarrassing yourself. Then what uncaused means?
Uncaused can only
Okay,
happen if that entity is eternal. Okay? Not that it
again a claim.
happened
Again a
randomly.
claim. Do
So
you have any evidence for that? Do you have any evidence
Manvinder,
for that?
I'm correcting your
We're not even
statement here.
making any claims. We're
You're
going
the
by
one making
definitions
incorrect
of
statements. I'm
words.
correcting you.
You
and
say that,
Manvinder. So
I'm not claiming
literally, you
uncaused,
said
and then it's
Manvinder.
eternal. Again a
So
claim.
let's get back to the
Again a claim
let's
without
get
any
back to the
evidence.
let's get back to the Big Bang, Manvinder, because the one of the incorrect claims that you made is when you actually said that scientists are thinking it's uncaused. No scientist, no legitimate scientist actually says the Big Bang is uncaused. No, because why? Because the Big Bang needs to be caused by particles, atoms. Atoms are not made from nothing.
I said
So you're not
behind Big
what?
Bang,
Well,
not
let me
the
see
Big
now.
Bang.
Who's the one that's interrupting?
Okay.
Thank you. So here's the problem when it comes to the Big Bang. The Big Bang, like Hashim said, is an effect. What we're asking for is this. And what happened with the Big Bang? Scientifically, it's what started this idea of the time or the space-time continuum. That's where scientists think that's where, the point of singularity where space began. And science says that the universe is expanding. The problem with that is if science agrees that the universe is expanding, by that definition, the universe cannot be uncaused. Because why? Because there's a point of singularity. Because there's a point of singularity, what does that mean? That means somebody had to put that point there. Somebody had to decide that's where the point will be. Somebody had to design that point to expand. Something had to literally give those atoms, those particles, the function to expand. And this is why science says what they do say is we don't know what happened before, because why? Before that, there was nothing. Science can't comprehend this idea of nothing because why? The concept of nothing is literally metaphysical. It's not something that we can't even fathom, like nothing, absolute nothing. Science can only go as far as the physical realm. That's the problem. What we're saying is to you're basing everything on a faulty criteria, because the criteria that you're using at best can only grade human or physical idea, where the concept of a creator, the concept of the necessary being, the concept of an uncaused cause is not physical. That's why you're having such issues. The concept of an uncaused cause is metaphysical, because why? Nothing created this uncaused cause, and he is the cause of everything that's created. That's the
And
difference.
that's why he is uncaused.
Pardon me?
You said that he caused everything. So eventually that means he's uncaused.
What did I just say?
You said that.
I said he caused everything.
And who caused God then?
Go ahead.
Yeah, by definition, he's
who caused
uncaused.
God then?
Okay, by definition, nothing caused him, because like we mentioned to you before,
So
he's
that is exactly what I'm saying. That you're claiming that he's uncaused.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. What's the
Let
problem
me
with that?
That's
What's the problem with that?
Okay. Let me give you. See, first of all, I said that behind Big Bang, maybe there is God standing and saying, "I have caused the Big Bang," you know, and maybe there is another cause behind it, you know.
Which is what?
I don't know. That is what I'm saying. I am claiming.
Wait.
I am
When you
claiming
say
none.
you don't know, hold on.
Yeah.
When you say you don't know, what are the possibilities? Give us the possibilities.
Okay, that is what I'm saying. Maybe there's God behind Big Bang.
Okay, so one is God. What are the other possibilities?
One is uncaused. God means uncaused.
Yes.
Please
What are the other possibilities?
acknowledge that. Okay,
No,
one
no,
is one.
we know that already. Okay, I'm asking you, besides God, what are the other rational possibilities?
Okay, so there can be
Could the
three
universe have
possibilities.
created itself?
Okay,
The answer is no, because it didn't exist in the first
there
place.
can be,
Could
yeah,
it be
you answer,
nothing?
you can
No,
answer
because
my,
nothing doesn't
you can
exist.
answer my answer. It's fine. You can answer my answer.
I'm giving you my possibilities.
But you won't
I'm
let
asking
me
you.
answer it. You won't
Why
let
don't
me
you
answer. You
answer
can
then?
answer
Go
my
ahead.
answer.
I'm
Okay.
giving you the opportunity. No need to get
Okay.
triggered every time I speak.
Okay. I'm sorry if I'm raising my voice. Really sorry. Okay. Now I'm putting my point.
So one is God.
Okay,
What are the other possibilities? That's the question.
Okay. Okay. There can be three possibilities. Okay. First, behind Big Bang, there can be uncaused, which is God. Okay.
Yeah.
The second possibility, there is a cause. Okay. The third possibility that
Wait.
I know
Wait
what
a
he's
minute.
saying. He's saying that there could be like a multiverse, which is itself a cause, right? And then from that verse or from something came this universe. Yes?
Is that what he's saying?
No, multiverse.
No.
Who said you multiverse?
Listen, man. When you say, okay, look, when you say that there's God and when you say that there's another cause, right?
Mm-hmm.
Only one of those is uncaused, which is God. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now what's to say that this uncaused cause made this one and then made that one? So, meaning that there's a chain saying that God made this cause, this other cause. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But you didn't understand what I am
I think
saying.
he's getting mixed up between the
He's getting
agent
mixed up
and the method.
No. I said
Okay.
He
there
needs
are
to
two
understand
possibilities.
the difference between the two.
I said
Because
there's
when
two
you say
possibilities.
God, yeah, I know. But when you say possibility, you're talking about the method in which the existence happened. You're not talking about the agent which caused all of this to come into. You only identified God as an agent, which we agree with as theists, obviously. I'm asking you, what is the other possibility? You told us the method, you did not tell us the agent.
It can be a cause, it can be
Cause is not
another
an
cause.
agent. Cause is not an agent.
See where let's say Big Bang is not an agent, you say that?
No, it's not.
No.
It's the ball being pushed,
Big Bang
man.
I told you the Big Bang is an effect.
Yes.
It's not even a cause. It's not even a
I
cause.
said that Big Bang is all. Maybe there is another cause of Big Bang, but here's the thing: you guys are the one who's saying that there is behind Big Bang there is uncaused
Manvinder,
thing,
I'm
and
sorry.
that's God. Do you have
this.
evidence for that?
You need to
Do you have any
understand the
evidence?
Big Bang
Manvinder.
philosophy.
Manvinder. So, Manvinder, if you can just actually take a step back and try to, because at this point we're going nowhere. Okay, let's take it from the basics. Okay, what is the difference? Because we want to make sure we understand what we're saying. What can you tell me the difference between necessary and unnecessary?
In what context?
The general term. What does unnecessary mean? What does necessary mean?
Which I think there is no want that's unnecessary. Which we want is necessary.
My friend. No. So you think? Wait, repeat that.
I think which will able us to sustain is necessary for us, which will not.
No. Just tell me what the word means. Don't apply it. Just tell me what the word means. What's the definition of the word unnecessary, and what is the definition of the word necessary?
Unnecessary.
Okay, well,
unnecessary means something is not needed, wanted,
thank
or
you.
more than is needed or wanted.
Thank you. And necessary will be the opposite. So basically, unnecessary means it does not have to be here. It's basically here on whatever. If without its existence, if something was not here, it will have no effect on anything, right? So that's what we understand as unnecessary. Necessary means it has to be here. It is completely needed, and without it, what is unnecessary would not be here. Meaning, for something to be unnecessary, something unnecessary cannot exist without something necessary. And you could take that with anything. For me to do certain things, I have to do the criteria that are needed in order for me to get the different results. Necessary, unnecessary, right? Now, when we talk about unnecessary, if something is caused, that means it's unnecessary. Why is that? Because
if something is caused, is unnecessary.
If something is caused, that means it's unnecessary, and I'll tell you why. Ready?
Take an example of this phone, right? If this is
it's
caused,
unnecessary.
Go ahead.
It's
it
unnecessary.
didn't
Go
have
ahead.
to be here, right?
It is unnecessary.
Yes, it is unnecessary because it did not have to be here.
Guys,
Why?
he doesn't know the basics of philosophy. We are not
Yeah.
here to teach you, Mr. Singh. I suggest you go and look up the necessary existence and the contingent
Just
existence.
answer the one question,
No, honestly,
and then I'll be
wait, let
gone.
me finish. Stop
I'll be
interrupting
gone.
when I'm
I'll be
talking.
gone.
Yeah, stop interrupting when I'm talking, by the way. You need to understand these basics things. These brothers are teaching you the basics of philosophy. If you do not know them, it's very difficult to have a conversation. Like you did not understand what even infinite regress was. The definition you gave was incorrect. Go and learn the basics of philosophy and then come and discuss with us. How about that?
Because you see, this entire conversation, Manvinder, my brother, this entire conversation is actually not an empirical one. Okay? This is actually a philosophical discussion. So for us to actually even begin to discuss philosophy, you need to know the basic terms. We're over here where you keep repeating, regurgitating the same thing again and again, like over 20 times you repeated. Is there evidence? Is there evidence? You know, that's not how philosophy works. Please study the ABC of philosophy with all due respect.
Fawad,
and this would be a more fruitful conversation.
Fawad, here I am not claiming that there is uncaused cause. They are the ones who are claiming it, and I'm saying,
yes. And as I said, for us to actually have this conversation, we need to be on the same page in terms of definition.
Not even a single evidence, empirical.
Thanks for your time, man. You're just repeating yourself like a little child. You know, learn the basics, man. Then come and discuss with us. Okay, this guy Bitter Truth has been speaking a lot in the private chat. Let's see what he can do when he's on the panel.
I'm not here to. Hey, I'm not here to do anything, but I was just looking at how you belittling the other people.
Nobody's just tell us why you're here. Yeah. What brings you? You've been waiting in the private chat and spamming us for the last 40 minutes. I want to know what's on your mind. What exactly were you hoping to achieve by coming on the panel? Let's see now. Go on.
Okay, prove that your God exists. Give me a proof, evidence.
Okay. First and foremost, are you an atheist?
I am 100% atheist. Just convince me that the God is there.
What kind of proof are you seeking?
I need empirical evidence.
You need empirical evidence. Wait. Let's play along his game.
Excuse me.
Have you got empirical evidence for your? Have you got empirical evidence for your consciousness?
Okay. No, listen. This is all.
But you believe in it.
You guys
hold on. 1 minute. Hold on. That is the bitter truth.
Sir, listen, dude, you are not giving me opportunity to talk. I'm just talking to you. You need to present your Quran as an empirical.
Bugger off, man. Yeah. You know, this guy's been trolling us.
Let him come back up. Let him come back up, please.
Yeah.
You're not going to behave. It's very easy for us to remove you, you know.
I honestly really wanted to have a conversation with them because see, this is the part that they don't realize.
Yeah, same here.
These people are so like I'm refraining myself from using the word stupid, but I have to call them stupid. You see, denying metaphysics, it assumes only what can be experienced exists, but this idea itself is a metaphysical claim. This is what they don't understand.
He wants empirical evidence of the metaphysical when he has no empirical evidence of his own consciousness, which he firmly believes in. And the reason he won't answer that question is because it backfires on him very badly. So let's see if he's going
to Hashim,
I'll give you one more chance.
Notice what he said.
That backfired.
I don't want him to say that he's running. Bitter. So hold on. You said that you wanted empirical evidence. What constitutes or what do you envision when you say empirical evidence? What are you looking for?
Well, I'm looking for what the God described, how he.
I can barely hear you, bro. Something happened with your audio.
Now you wanted to discuss God
evidence by your Quran because you are coming from the religion. So
we can't hear you, man. You sound like you're like 50 feet away.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, because you guys present Quran, you believe in Quran is a God book. So you need to give me the evidence of God through your Quran, how he created the universe.
Okay,
that's all I'm listening.
No problem. Easy answer. Easy answer. He says be and it is. What's the next question?
No, that's not what
That's
is
exactly what
you asked evidence from the Quran. We gave you from the Quran.
Exactly what you asked for. No, I just want to showcase to the audience that you don't even know how to properly frame a question. Okay,
no,
so what's your next question?
How old are you?
The universe, so that's where I can believe in God.
What's your next question? He says be and it is.
Your God claims that He created universe within 6 days.
No, it doesn't say 6 days. It says 6 epochs. What's your next question?
That's a jolly lolly answer. That's not even
jolly
a proper
lolly
answer.
Okay,
so let me ask you again. So,
dude, this guy is a troll. Get rid of him.
You see what I'm saying? We have answers, and we're not going to run. We're just going to.
He'll take you down the rabbit hole. He won't answer the questions. Yeah. He will keep asking. So if you answer one question, he'll ask the next one. That's the reason the first question I started with, because he wanted empirical evidence for the metaphysical. Yes. That's the reason I asked him, what's the evidence, empirical evidence for your own consciousness? He immediately rejected that, went to the next question. That's how they work, man.
And Hashim, notice when he came in, when he came in, what did he say? You asked him if he's an atheist. He said 100%. So that means he's certain that there is no God. I really wanted to ask him, how are you certain that there's no God with certainty? I wanted to ask him that.
He wouldn't have answered that question. All right. We got Prassun here.
All right. It seems it's a very, very active evening today, tonight, sir. Already a lot of.
Not yet.
Okay, so how's everyone?
What's up, man? How are you? How's life?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. How are you? How's everyone?
Good.
First time with Fawad and first time with Alie The Stoic. So, yeah.
Pleasure to talk to you, Prassun.
Hi, Prassun. Yeah,
it's a pleasure.
What's up, man? How can we help you today? How can we be?
I know. I think the temperatures are pretty high already. So I think why don't you ask me some questions? So maybe.
Look, Wallahi, man, they're not. These folks, it's just silly, dude. It's like, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to talk about them when they're not here because it's not the right thing to do. But you know, the question is going to remain the same, man. What's stopping you from accepting Islam? I'm every time you come on, I'm going to be like, what's stopping you?
No. We're going to focus on today's topics first, and then the bigger questions. First, today's topics first. So, no, I mean, I saw these guys saying, that there's no, we want empirical evidence and that kind of stuff. But you see, the whole point is, the belief in the ultimate cause is itself. It cannot be evidence based. It has to be based on your your viewpoint or your philosophy. It's a philosophical stand that you take in the belief in a supreme authority or supreme cause. It can never be empirical, physically verifiable element. It has to be something that's beyond your logical understanding.
I wouldn't say logical. I wouldn't use the word logic in there.
Say reasonable.
Yeah,
reasonable is.
Yeah,
I mean, or rational.
Yeah, or rational.
Yeah. So of course, it is a rational decision, yes, but it's a rational. It's rational at a point beyond your physical or your empirical data, works. It's beyond that limit. It's beyond your.
I totally. We accept it, bro, because in the Quran it says, "Oh, you who believe," right? You have to believe.
Right.
There is this component of faith that eventually you're gonna get. And here's what's beautiful about it. Allah Subhanahu wa Taala tells us that He will show us the signs from within and from without, right? Until it becomes evidently clear, like perfectly clear. Right. And then the idea is, now that you see that clarity, you either accept the clarity or you deny it. And if you deny it, that's when you're in a state of, kufr, right? You're in trouble, because you are denying the fact that you have been given that clarity, and you're concealing the truth. So yeah, man, I totally agree with you. You can look at the evidences and you can use your reasoning for these evidences, but there is that component of faith, which it should be that way, right?
Exactly.
It should be that way.
I mean, just the way believing in yourself. I mean, believing in your consciousness. It's ultimately it's a philosophy. Do I exist? Isn't that? I mean, that's a very fundamental question. And of course, everybody would say yes, I do exist, because that's how my mind is.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Prassun.
They're all two guys ago, he was probably thinking he's a brain in a jar.
Yeah.
The real issue is this, really. A lot of times when we have a conversation, they're basing their arguments on criterias that can't lead to certainty. They're basing it on anecdotal, subjective ideas like philosophy, even something like science, where it's been determined that science cannot prove or disprove religion. So when you use a faulty criteria to talk about something metaphysical, you're always bound to run into some issues. So the problem is with the criteria. That's why we actually have to determine what the criteria is before we can actually make any judgments on that.
Exactly. I mean, that's a very, very important point. You have to set the boundaries as to where your logic operates and how your logic operates. I mean, unless those kind of things are laid out, otherwise anything goes. So you have to frame your questions properly. And even science, science is just a response from nature to the questions you ask. So what kind of questions you ask determines, whether what your inquiry is, which way your inquiry is headed. So the physical world, our senses are limited in understanding the world. Our senses can only understand a certain spectrum of the world, a part of the whole spectrum of the world. And there are inquiries that we need to make beyond it. So
your mic
that's what.
Up, by the way, Prassun. Something's up with your mic. There's a lot of static in it.
Yeah, it came up all of a sudden.
Hold on, I'll just switch off the Bluetooth.
Yeah. So guys, just to let you know, Prassun here, he's from a Hindu background. He does not believe that good and evil exists. So maybe you guys want to discuss that. That's his favorite topic.
That's your favorite topic, Hashim. I mean, I have plenty of the favorite topics.
Prassun, you still have a lot of static in your microphone.
Reconnect real quick, man. Reconnect. We'll bump you back up. Something's up with your.
Better now? Is it better now?
No. Just try dropping and coming back, man. Just disconnect and disconnect.
I'll leave and come back again, right? Yeah.
Yeah, or disconnect your microphone and reconnect it, whichever is easy.
I did disconnect my microphone. Just.
He's such a good dude, man. Wallahi, man, Allah guide him. Go try.
I'm humbled.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah, better. Yeah. So I switched off Bluetooth, so now it's working better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you ask us a question then? Go on, Prassun. Or maybe you can tell us why you think Hinduism is the truth.
No. I'm not saying Hinduism is the truth. I'm saying there are wide varieties of ways to realize the truth. The truth by itself is way too large to be understood by any one viewpoint. You can have multiple viewpoints trying to understand the truth, but the truth.
Okay, let me rephrase that.
Mm-hmm.
Does truth have internal contradictions?
Yeah, I mean, depends upon how much of the truth you've understood.
No, if the truth has internal contradictions, how is it the truth?
See, the truth by itself it's humongously large, right? It's unfathomably large because that's what the ultimate truth is, right? The moment you say this is the truth, it stops being the ultimate truth. It only becomes a certain part of the truth because that's the part your mind has grasped.
No, hold on. In order for you to establish if something is the truth or not the truth, your mind has to grasp it, obviously.
Yeah. So there are levels. So there are levels of proof. There's the physical level and the empirical level where we can touch and feel things or verify through our senses. So that's a verifiable truth. Now beyond that, there's a certain philosophical truth that we have to believe or accept because our senses have stopped working beyond that limit, that spectrum. So if there's a certain way we look at the world, we have to extrapolate that viewpoint beyond our spectrum of verifiability.
If it is beyond your scope, then regardless of whether it's the truth or not the truth, you can't grasp it.
Of course, you cannot grasp it, but you can experience
exactly. So Let's stay within the scope of what we can grasp as human beings. I'm not telling you to look beyond your scope. I'm talking about within the scope of humankind. Yeah. So, for example, if I were to tell you that 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, and if that is the truth, can it ever be 2 plus 2 is equal to 5?
No, but that's again
what I meant by internal contradiction.
Right. Okay.
So when you have a truth, it cannot have internal contradiction. Otherwise, you would not have it as a truth. You wouldn't define that as a truth.
Definitely, this is our a very, very easily verifiable, a verifiable truth. This is within our empirical.
And this is from the example of the philosophical truth. Maths is a philosophy. You know that.
Yeah, maths. Yeah, of course, it's a philosophical expression of.
So it's not something tangible. You will not find number 2 floating in the sky or number 5 floating.
But
so this is what I'm saying. So if you have established something as the truth, then you cannot say it cannot be very wide. It can have many spectrums. You can't say all those things. Those things don't make sense.
In mathematics, every idea correlates to something in the real world, in the physically verifiable world.
Yeah, it does correlate. But you cannot have something which is contradictory even within maths.
Definitely not. Of course not.
Good.
I mean that's.
So you agree with me that internal contradictions, the truth should be free from internal contradiction. So, for example, if I were to tell you that God is one, you cannot say God is multiple, because that would be a contradiction.
No. Because now God is one, you've already crossed the physically verifiable level. I mean, physically verifiable level of spectrum of understanding, right? You've gone beyond.
Why is it beyond? So, is one equal to multiple, or is one equal to one?
No. God is beyond our verifiable spectrum of understanding. So therefore, one.
What do you mean by verifiable? How would you verify?
Yeah, because God ultimately it's a matter of I mean, to put it in a cliched way, it's a matter of faith. But I mean, let me explain what that cliched statement means. Is because you reason as to how the world exists and what is the nature of reality, and when you peel back layers of existence, then ultimately you reach a point where it's not logically explainable anymore. And that's why you need to resort to.
Is it logically possible for God to communicate to us and tell us He's uniquely one and there's none besides Him? Is it possible for Him to do that?
I am not from that lineage, so I will reserve my comment on that.
But is it logically possible?
Are you putting?
Can God communicate with us or not?
See, the moment somebody communicates with you, right? In order to communicate with you, it has to be available in a manner understandable by you.
What do you mean by that?
In the sense, if I'm talking to you, the least minimum I can do is have some common sense of language or explanation, right? That's the bare minimum.
Why is that not? So we must be able to understand what God tells us, obviously.
Yeah, sure.
When He communicates to us. So the question is, when I asked you, can He communicate with us? What I meant by that is it possible for Him to communicate to us in a way that we understand, regardless of what language it is in?
It is possible, but again, it is only a limited communication. I mean, it's only a limited entity.
How do you know that?
Because
it's limited.
Yeah, because your understanding is based on, of course, your filters and your perceptions, right? Let's say
I'm saying if God can communicate to us in whatever way, as long as He can convey the message that He wants to convey to us, is that a possibility?
It is a possibility, yes.
Khalas, then that's it. Then He can communicate to us that He's one.
But it is a possibility,
and there is none besides Him.
No, it is a possibility. It is not the possibility. It's a possibility.
Even if it is a possibility,
I'll tell you what
He can communicate to us that He's one and unique and there's none besides Him. Then I think that should tell us that is the truth.
No, I'll tell you what's our in our tradition, how it happens. Okay. In our tradition, we the relation of divinity or God, as you say, is through an inquiry of nature as to what the reality of nature is and how things have come to be and what's the the fundamental building block of nature. And that's how when we peel back layers of truth and peel back physical possibilities and then get into concepts.
That's the other way. So you're saying one is from God
from God, and the other way is
directly, and the other way is from his creation, from his existence. We come to infer that God exists.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So
one is from him, the other is from his creation. I agree. There's both ways, and in fact, the Quran has pointed. The Quran in Surah Al-Fussilat has pointed us to this. That look for Allah is telling us to look for signs beyond the horizon and within ourselves to know Him. Yes. So this is something He's already told us in the Quran. He's also told us in the Quran that He's one and unique. In Surah Al-Ikhlas, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدُ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. So He tells us specifically who He is. He also tells us to reflect on His creation and then infer His existence, that all of this has been created by Almighty. So we have both answers, my friend. But as a Hindu, I'm asking you, what is your source of the truth?
Okay. So now, so when we in Hinduism, the Vedic schools of thought, there are, as you know, there are 6 schools of thought and 6 ways in which we tend to understand the ultimate reality.
So 6 possibilities.
No, not 6 possibilities.
Not the possibility.
Right? 6 modes of.
I'm just kidding. I'm just razzing.
Not 6 possibilities, but 6 ways of understanding the world.
Gotcha.
As to what are the valid sources of how you can understand the world. So I mean, of course, there are, but the current favorite in the present generation is the Vedant method, and the yoga and the Vedant method, where we peel back and we peel back the physical layers, and we say that there is, if things exist, and then these things cannot be. When you peel back, it boils down to more and more towards a oneness, and the ultimate reality could only be an absolute oneness where everything is just one. You, I, the world, the physical, the non-physical concepts, everything is just one reality that we call the Brahma. That's the Vedantic explanation of reality.
All right. So
okay. So when you say you peel everything and you come to the oneness, okay, you're appealing to the Advaita Vedantic philosophy.
The Vedantic philosophy. See, I mean, now in Advaita, these are more advanced levels of understanding. First of all, we need to.
I need to know from which perspective you're coming, because the Advaita, when they talk about the non-duality, how the Dawah explain it, which is the duality. So as Muslims, we believe that Allah or God Almighty is distinct from His creation. We don't see it as one existence.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very major.
The Advaita philosophy believes in the panentheism, where they believe the entire universe or all of existence is within God. Yeah. So we need to understand the two in order to which philosophy are you coming from? The Dwight or the Dwight?
Hold on. Dwight does not correspond to the correlate to the Islamic understanding or the Abrahamic understanding of the world, where the God
not
is
Abrahamic, but they believe in a duality, which means that
there's a duality,
that God exists and the universe exists as separate.
Yes, and there's a third step to this, which is the Visheshta Dvaita, which says there is no real difference. The difference is only a perceived difference. So, I mean, you have to take all of the, when you say Vedanta, you have to take all 3.
Even the third possibility is very similar to the Advaita, where they believe in the non-dual. Yeah. So that's why I'm telling, which perspective are you coming from? The dual or the non-dual?
I would say the third one, which says that there is a difference, but it's only a perceived difference. It's not a real difference.
So I don't know who wants to take this on. Prassun is saying the existence, the creation and the creator is a perceived difference. It's not, they are not distinct from one another. If I understand you, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, Prassun.
Come again. Just let's restate that.
So the creator or the Almighty and the existence or the creation are not distinct from one another. It's only a perceived distinction.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Fawad, you want to take that, or Ali? I don't know if you guys understood the dual or the non-dual.
I understood. I think Ali would.
I mean, I would like to know, what does it mean?
Anyway,
can you elaborate more on?
I need to go because, as you know, I'm actually on a break. So inshallah, I'll join you guys next time. It's been
you leaving already?
2 hours.
You leaving already?
Yeah, Yeah, I'm leaving in the capable hands of my good panelists here. Mashallah. I'm sure they can manage. They need to learn about Hinduism. Prassun, you can teach them as well.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right, take care, everyone. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. So, I would like to know, can you elaborate more on what you mean by perceived distinction?
Okay. You understand the world and the divine through human in human terms. Okay. If you just explain the phone's just a minute, yeah. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So I want to know if you know ours. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we understand the world in human terms, right? So even the understanding of God is a human understanding. It's not unless there is a certain duality that exists. Unless you acknowledge that you exist, you'll not be able to understand divinity, right? So you're already acknowledging that you are separate, existing, right? So when you acknowledge that you exist, your ego is already in function. Your ego is already doing its function. You are seeing yourself as separate from the world, right? And therefore, when we acknowledge that there is a creator and there is us, the duality is already imbibed in our heads. But then this duality is only a perceived duality. It's not real. I don't know if I made sense to you. So
if you're saying it's not real, but I was gonna say, if you're saying it's not real, it's only perceived, which basically means there's no distinction between man and God. So if that's the case, then if that's the case, then that there is no God. If there is no distinction between man and God, then that means by definition there is no God.
No, there is only God. By that definition, there's only God. There's no man.
But the thing is, but the problem is, if there's only saying there is only God is the same way as saying there is no God.
Sorry.
Saying there is only God, by definition, by its meaning, it's another way of saying there is no God. It's like someone saying it's like someone. One second. It's like if I'm saying everybody's special. If someone says everybody is special, then no one is really special.
No. So when we say
that's the concept I'm understanding.
Yeah. So when we say there's only God, of course, our the definition of God would be largely different in Abrahamic and pagan religions. So coming from the pagan viewpoint, when we say there's only God, which means the fundamental building block of truth of the world is ultimately God, divinity. That's the fundamental truth that exists, and that's the only truth that exists, because that is an unchanging truth. The world changes, therefore the world is not real. Of course, it's real in its own limitation, but ultimately it's not real. So that's the Vedic, Vedantic understanding.
Okay, so I'm understanding it more the way you're talking, but the problem, I still have a problem with it, because when you say there's no distinction, because what I'm hearing now is there's no distinction between God and man, and also there's no distinction between meaning there is no distinction between the creator and the creation.
Did you say there's? Yeah, your voice is breaking a bit. So if you could just repeat the last.
So you're saying there's no difference between man and God, which there's no distinction between man and God, and there is also no distinction between creation and creator, which is highly problematic, because when you're saying this concept about God, and I would just let's take things back a step. Define God for me. What is your understanding of God?
Right. So this is a very fundamental difference of in the understanding of the God that in Abrahamic versus pagan faiths is that
no. See, so here's the thing. Here's the problem. I don't want to say, because right now I'm not speaking as a Muslim. I'm simply speaking as someone with rationality. What is because there is a general understanding of what defines God. So tell me what that means.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you're saying you being rational, again your preconceived notions are already playing in play, right? You can only perceive truth with your preconceived your prededication. You cannot have truth free of your your filters. So anyhow, I'll try to bridge the gap between right now. So when we say God, at least in Hinduism, when we say God, we are talking about the primary cause. Okay, we're not saying that there's a creator, there's a different person, a certain person who's creating, or there's a person somewhere else. We're peeling back to the primary cause of how things are existing, and we break it down to only two fundamental possible elements that could be the primary causes. One is the intent cause, and the other is matter. Matter not in a physical sense matter, but matter which is in a more subtle sense, which means things that create existence. So there's an intention, and then there's a set of rules which create through the intention creates the world. So we are existing in a world which is a gradual build-up of this complexity, and as human beings, we are somewhere on the upper echelons of this existence.
So, with all due respect, by you kind of deviated a little bit, because all I really asked was just to define God for me. So, because when we have this understanding, and this is a universal understanding what we have as God, it means necessary. So this understanding of what it means to be God, in a sense, it means necessary. So I would just say this, okay? By any chance, are you within science? Are you dealing with something that uses the science? Are you of the scientific method, right? Sorry, not the scientific method, of a scientific experiment, correct?
Your voice is breaking quite a lot. There's a lot of feedback.
So are you knowledgeable about a scientific experiment? Are you aware of that?
Like which one?
Independent variable, dependent variable.
Now maybe I don't know the terms, but maybe if you explain
Okay.
them to me.
So no, I'll explain to you. Okay. So when you're doing a scientific experiment, right? There are several things. There are several factors that you have to determine. One of those factors is the independent variable and the dependent variable, right? Now, variables are things that have an effect, or things that are affected, or things that you're using within the experiment to prove your hypothesis or to disprove your hypothesis. Correct? You follow me so far? So, a dependent variable are things that you can change, are things that it is changed within the experiment, right? There could be multiple dependent variables, right? There could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, however many dependent variables you can have, right? Now, here's the problem.
Give me an example.
The problem. So I'll tell you one thing right now. Let's say, for example, an experiment, the sun and photosynthesis, what things are gained based on the sun giving us its rays, its power, the heat, the warmth, right? The plants can grow and feed, so you have vegetation. Us as humans, we can get vitamin D. So the plants and humans would be the dependent variable, because why? We are dependent upon what the sun gives us, because one, the sun gives plants food for photosynthesis, right? And the sun also makes us healthy because it gives us vitamin D. So we are the factors that change, because without the sun, we will be affected. The flowers would die, the plants would die, and us as humans, we would basically freeze to death, right? So we are dependent upon the sun for our survival, for several things, correct?
Yes.
So we will be an example of the dependent variable. Now, in that scenario, what is the independent variable? The independent variable is the one thing that cannot change. It's the one thing that has to be there in order for the whole experiment to work. And in the example that I just gave you, the sun would be the independent variable, meaning the sun cannot change. But here's the problem with the independent variable. In every experiment, there could be multiple dependent variables, but there can only be one independent variable. Only one. Now, how does this relate? Take it to God. When we talk about life, God is the independent variable by definition, because he has to be necessary. If you have more than one thing that is more than one thing that can be of God, or that can be God, that is no longer God. It's like saying if you have two gods, you have no God. Because why? By definition, God has to be one. Because if you have more than one, that means one of those two.
I'll refute to that.
Yeah, I'll land. Because if you have two gods, if you have something else that could be God, what does that mean? That means one of them is unnecessary, meaning one of them does not have to be here. So if one of them goes, then that means he's no longer God to begin with. So that's the whole idea of what we mean. Oh, you said what?
How is that a necessary condition?
Okay, I'll give it. Okay, it's necessary because when we talk about God, God is all powerful, right?
No, hold on.
Now,
these are qualities that you're giving to God.
No. These are qualities that God has to have, because if he's the creator, he has to have these qualities.
This is only your understanding of God. This is not what
No.
Okay,
philosophically, a necessary existence must be all powerful.
Hold on. Before we jump into that discussion, first we have to differentiate between.
But the fact that you are pointing out to him that is our understanding. No, that's not our understanding. Because the reason why he's saying that to you is or philosophically, do you know why philosophically he must be all powerful? Do you actually know, like, philosophically why they argue it from that perspective? No. Okay, because if he is not all powerful in a possible universe, he could be all powerful, or he will have more or less power. Hence, that will render him contingent, not necessary anymore.
And also, if he's not all powerful, then legitimately you could ask the question: is there something more powerful than him? And if there's something more powerful than him, he's no longer God, because by definition there can be nothing higher than the necessary being. That's why the necessary being has to have all the power. Because if he does not have all the power, then you start asking the question: what is higher than the?
So that's why. Okay, that's why
this person.
Yeah. So of course, I mean, this is the Abrahamic understanding of God, and that's what I've been pointing out so far.
No, my friend, it's not the Abrahamic understanding. It's the actual meaning of what it means to be this being we call God. It's the religions outside the Abrahamic faith also share this concept alone.
No, they don't.
Ali, what
yes,
we
they
need
do.
To do, 1 second, Prassun. Ali, what we need to do is not even refer to this agent as God, because the word God, it has baggage in there. Because I've had these discussions with people from different faiths. The moment you actually mention the word God, they think, okay, you have some preconceived notion. So Prassun, what we're going to do is we will not mention the word God in there. Okay.
Right.
At the moment, Ali is not even talking about it from the Abrahamic faith's perspective. This is all philosophical tangent we're going on.
Right.
Okay. Because remember, this is why I told you that if he does not have, all the necessary attributes, such as all powerful, in a possible universe, you can imagine him to have that. Hence, that will render him contingent. This is philosophy. This has nothing to do with Hinduism, Abrahamic faiths.
I'll come to that point.
Yes.
Right. So you're saying that the possibility of this and if I would say the primal cause, is that a good definition, a good word to use, primal cause?
Sure. Go ahead. Yeah. For us, it's not an issue. You were, because you mentioned this again and again, that we were talking from the Abrahamic religion's perspective.
Yeah,
so I was trying to help the conversation move along, more smoothly.
So of course there's a lot of every there's a lot of baggage we carry, in a view of the world, and I mean I'm just making sure that we are beyond all of that while we're having this discussion, and we're not sticking to any dogma over here. So when we see the primal cause has to be it is the primal cause. There is no cause before that, right? And now you're saying that it has to be it has to operate by itself. Is that what you're saying? In order to say that the God is most powerful, or that's what he said, right?
Yeah. All of the explanation has to come from within itself.
Right. But we say even for the primal cause to cause, right? There's a second factor that comes into play, and that is the role of condition. So if the primal cause decides to create, so there's a condition. It's of no creation and creation, no intention and intention. So the intention now becomes the secondary, also the secondary cause, without which the primary cause not function.
I wouldn't actually render it as quote unquote cause. No, that is his application of that attribute. Why are you referring to it as cause? Can you elaborate?
Let's say I want to create something, but the moment I decide to create, right? That's the beginning of my process.
Forget about creation. Let's actually simplify it, right? I have this cell phone in my hand, right?
Yes.
It was on the table. I lifted it up. Who caused it to be lifted up?
Now there are two factors in play over here. One is the first is your intention. The first
intention has to come. No, I'm talking about the agent. Who is the agent that acted upon this?
Your physical body is the agent.
Right.
Physical body is the agent, right? And then there's conditions that unless your physical body moved, that phone would not have been picked up.
Right. But all of that is part of me as an agent, right? It's not separate from me. My ability to pick it up, hold on. My neurons, my brains, everything, my hand.
Your body is the active agent.
Right.
But your body moving and picking it up, the laws of physics and those kind of things which exist before your biology, those are the conditions which need to exist. Would it be picked up if you did not do anything, if you had no intention?
No.
Right, exactly. So then you have intention, and that intention translated into action by which you pick it up.
But I understand that. But what I'm saying is, why are you separating those two? All of that is part of me as an agent. My intention, my intelligence, all of those are part of my attributes. Those are what, like, you're separating the physical from, my physicality from my attributes. I'm not following that part. So yes.
Your attributes, as in what attributes of yours?
Can you repeat?
I mean, where did I separate your physicality and attributes?
Because when we were talking about God, you kept giving this, like, because you said there were two different conditions. For me, and then even with the example of the cell phone, you said no, there's a separate condition, underlying condition.
Yeah, the underlying condition.
Yeah. Okay.
The yes no state. The yes no state is the second condition, right? Without which all of it doesn't make any sense. When I picked this up, I had an intention to pick it up. My body picked it up, right? Yeah. But if I had no intention, would it still be picked up? Would it still be picked up?
No.
Right? So the intention is the first cause, but the picking up.
No. Okay. So then we're not agreeing on semantics, right? So I don't agree. I think that this is the distinguishing part that I wanted you to elaborate. I don't agree that my intention is the cause. I am the cause. My attribute of
when you peel back.
Sorry.
When you peel back intention, definitely you are the cause. But we are talking about something more. We talk something about something.
So I mean, you're making, Prassun, with all due respect, you're making it overcomplicated for apparently no reason at all.
It is. You see, Vedant actually is a pretty dicey subject for many people to understand, and that's why me discussing it with you guys. It's
not about understanding. I understand what you're saying. It just doesn't follow, and I'm in a philosophical discussion, we have to be able to agree on terms. You're using terms very colloquially and vaguely, and they don't make sense. Because the moment you actually use the term cause, you have to actually be within the paradigm of metaphysics or philosophy, and you're not using them correctly.
So here we have to understand what exactly we mean by cause and effect. So in Hinduism, we understand the world through cause and effect, and
No. See, and this is why Ali told you not to get into Hinduism, because we don't want to bring in all of that baggage in there.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So we are talking at a philosophical level for now.
Definitely, we'll talk.
You keep blaming us for doing that, and we actually haven't even done that. We're staying at
blamed you with what? I mean, where did I'm not
you kept pointing out to Ali that this was the Abrahamic understanding
in an earlier
right?
century.
But now you're doing the exact same thing that you accused us of, even though we were not doing that, right?
No.
So going back to what we were talking about, right? Let's start from the beginning. This is why Ali asked you that when we actually look, you know, let's say this mouse, right?
Yes.
Why do I refer to it as a mouse? Because of its attributes, right? Its shape, color, its functionality, etc. Right? Human beings. Why do we refer to us as human beings? Because we have to have certain attributes that we associate with who we refer to as human beings. Same thing with animals, trees, everything around us, right? So what Ali was basically asking you is, give us the attributes of God. Let's have a mutual understanding, else we're not going to move on.
Okay, so now we're closer. Ali, is that your question?
Yes, Ali?
Yes, it is.
Right. So the thing is, when we have whatever attributes we give to God, these are human concepts. Because whatever we can understand.
I disagree again. I disagree. And this is where we have reached an impasse, I think, because we keep repeating this to you. This is not, look, 2 + 2 is 4. It has nothing to do. It's like it's not dependent on my mind that 2 + 2 will be 4 in any possible.
It's the reality.
It's a reality.
It's a physically verifiable reality.
It is verifiable, but even if it were not verifiable, it would still be true. Do you agree or not?
Counting and verification, as you know, maths is an application of philosophy, and you know that's what.
Yes, but I'm saying, like, we're talking about truth, right?
Yeah,
we're talking about truth.
When we're talking about a physically verifiable reality, and then there's spectrums of reality beyond that, which we cannot measure through our senses or measure in any way.
So wait. You just said that is math itself is abstract. So the fact that 2 + 2 = 4 is not a physically verifiable. Yes, you can use this concept as far as it's not something that is physically verifiable. As far as the concept. Why? Because by itself there is no concept of 4. Like what Fawad was talking about, this idea of there's a 4 somewhere. No, you use it through other means. For example, you can see the concept of 4 based upon apples. You know, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 apples. You can count, but that within itself is abstract. So you use physical means and physical methods to identify the abstract concept of counting numbers. That's what math is.
In the physical world, all concepts are calculated.
So when you talk, let's get to the crux of the matter. Really, when we talk about attributes, right? Attributes, it by itself is not a man-made concept. It's not a language that only man understand. For example, this idea of having the attribute of being all-powerful. There are ways in which we can understand it. We can understand what it is. The only limiter is because we as humans don't have this attribute. We cannot conceive we can't fathom this attribute of being all powerful. We don't understand the how. However, when you say a being or something has all the power, that within itself is something that you can identify with the being known as the necessary being, the first cause, or the uncaused, the other uncaused cause. That's what we use to identify as based on attributes. And it's these attributes that we, one second, please. It's these attributes that we use to identify identity. Simple. You can identify, let's say if I say, hey, something has 4 legs, it barks, most of the time it has fur, it eats dog food. Now, what am I talking about? Am I not talking, did I say this animal is a dog? No, but obviously, but simplicity wise, you can understand that I'm saying, well, it eats dog food. So you can say, oh, this is a dog. What did I do? I explained its attributes, literally.
In common language.
Because why?
You explained it in common language. So before that, you need to have a concept.
I explained it. I explained it using not necessarily comma. I explained it using attributes. We can identify attributes, yes, through language, but I don't have to say language for you to. I don't have to say it has this. All you can do is you can identify it if you see something. Wait a minute, it has 4 legs. it has fur, but for the most part, it barks. You don't have to use language to do so. Now, we use language as a form of communication. That does not mean it's a limiter. That does not mean it's inhibitor. And this is how we identify attributes. The only problem is, unlike the dog, when it comes to metaphysical attributes, things that we associate with the metaphysical, we cannot see it. We cannot, in a sense, verify through our physical means. That's why we have this concept of relying on language to do so. The same way how you can say God. Have you ever seen God?
Right. So now I'll tell you.
No, I'm asking you. Have you ever seen God?
See, then again, now you have a different notion of God. I have a different notion of God.
Sorry.
So if I say
no, how about this? How about this? Okay. How about this? Let me just say, have you ever seen something you've never seen before?
Yeah.
You've seen something you've never seen before?
We gotta listen to the question, dude. He's gonna give you a little bit of a gimme there, man. You know, like
can you imagine a color that you have never seen?
You mean to say, can you imagine it? No, I cannot imagine.
No. He said, have you ever seen something you haven't seen?
Yeah, of course, we do it all the time, right? The things that we don't see early and then we see it later. That's how things happen, right?
No, he's saying.
No. I didn't say you will. I said, have you already, meaning past tense, seen? Have you seen something you've never seen before?
Yeah, I mean, unless you see it, you don't know. You never seen it earlier, right?
So the answer is no.
The answer to that question is no.
Hold on. What's the question here? You're asking me if I've never seen something earlier and then I see. Is that what you're asking?
No. I'm saying this. Okay, please try to listen. Okay, I'm saying, have you seen as past tense, right? Have you ever seen something you've never seen before? Past tense.
You mean in the past? In the past, have I seen something? So yeah. So the moment I've seen it, I've already seen it, right? It's now I've already.
No, but no. Okay. The answer to that question is no. Because right now, okay, the year is 2024. The day is Thursday, right? Yeah. For me, there are things that in my life that I've already seen from now until since the day I was born, right? There are things I've seen, correct? Now, there are also things within the past times I've been alive that I've never seen before, right?
Yes.
Cool. That or you can say that I've yet to see. Right. I in the past have never seen something that I've yet to see.
You in the past have never seen something that you've yet to see.
I in the past I've never seen something that I will see in the future. Meaning, if it's something that I will see first time in the future, that means I have never seen it yet. Make sense?
You mean to say stuff
okay,
that
we can go on. It's okay. We can just go on.
No, hold on. You mean to say stuff that we
other guests
in the past? Definitely not.
We gotta give you like maybe 5 more minutes, yeah, and then
sure. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I think I'll squish down my explanations to answer to most of the questions right now. So when you said language is very important, right? When we think, because human beings, when we think, we can only think in words that we already know of. Okay, we can perceive concepts and ideas only in words and the language words that we know of. Unless we have a word for something, we can't explain it, and we can we can't really think in those terms. And so therefore, in order to understand anything at all, our culture and our upbringing and our conditioning needs to have taught us those words. So the moment you say a certain thing, you already have a certain concept of it, and that's how you will correlate it to your existence. And that's why when we say numbers have been conditioned into us. They are conditioned through basic exposure at a young age, where we learn how to correlate numbers to objects, and that's how we perceive numbers in our head. Because before that, we can't really count. I mean, you'll see a lot of people who have not been, not had a very good upbringing. They actually have a hard time understanding numbers, and that's the way numbers are to be understood. Similarly, your reality around you has to be understood at a deeper level, unless you or else you just it's mundane reality. That's what things are.
Where are you going with that? What's the point of that?
So the explanation was the point was unless you have when we say that things exist by themselves, things don't exist by themselves. We create correlation of ideas to the physical world, and every concept that we have, the concept by itself doesn't, it doesn't exist in. Let's say when we say two doesn't exist in a mere imagination. Two actually exists through correlation to certain physical objects.
Okay, but hold on, let me pause you right there real quick. Are you saying that without this correlation, the object doesn't exist?
The object exists. The object exists, right? But the number, the understanding of numbers, is a prerequisite for you to understand the truth.
The understanding of numbers is a prerequisite for truth?
For you to understand the truth. For you. When I say one finger, right? You have certain correlation to this number through your upbringing, through your conditioning, and through.
What if the question wasn't a numerical one?
Yeah, I mean, ask me any question. Let's say a red car.
Okay.
You already have an idea of what.
So if I were to, I think you're missing the question that I'm asking you, because if the question is non-numerical, it can't have a numerical answer. So like, for example, if I were to ask you the question, is a creation the creator?
Yeah, so
you don't need to have mathematics to get to the truth.
No, definitely. So now we get into the complexity of what is the creation, what is the creator, those kind of debates.
Right. I think that's what the brothers were discussing with you in regards to attributes. So, for example, the attributes of a creator is that he's uncreated, and the attributes of a creation is that they are created.
Okay, so now, okay, right. So, is that, Ali, are we on the same page now, Ali?
Yeah, that's what Morris said was what I've been trying to say. This idea of we learn how to distinguish identity based upon the attributes that the identity has. Because if you and I have the same attributes, then we can be identified as either the same species or even sometimes as the same person. It depends on what those attributes are. That's how we learn. So there's the way we distinguish between everything is we first have to learn the attributes of that certain thing, which includes this idea of the necessary being.
Right. So therefore, every idea that we talk about, we have to mull over it beforehand. We cannot have an idea, arriving at us randomly. I mean,
that's not
every
adjective. Right there. Let me pause you because I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to cut you off, and it's just because we got to welcome the other guests. I promise.
Sure. Yeah.
So that I want to tell you that that's not necessarily true. You don't have to mull every idea because if, let's say, for example, if it's daylight outside, I don't have to mull the idea if it's really daylight outside.
But you already have.
So like things are apparent at face value.
Hold on.
Very apparent at face value. You know.
You need to have an idea of daylight before you say that there's daylight outside. Just the way Ali said. Ali himself said, you cannot see something that you've not seen already. So basically, unless you have an idea of something already.
So do you agree with that? You're using my point. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you on the fact that unless you already know something, you will not be able to recognize it. Okay.
That's not what I said.
I don't. That goes against I think that goes against kind of what he said. He's saying that you can make you can use your reasoning faculties to come to a conclusion in regards to something without actually looking for something like a hard evidence. And by hard evidence, I mean like you can't look at the metaphysical through the physical. You can't do that. You can look at the creation.
We have
exactly.
You can make an inference. Like you can say, oh, okay, because I'm here and I'm created, therefore there must be a creator. That's what he's saying.
No. See, so that again comes the question. What is the question? Which question are you asking? So when you say I'm existing, and therefore there must be a creator, that's one question you can ask. The other question I can ask is how did this come to be? What was the most simplistic reason for my existence? What is the cause and effect?
Yeah, the most simplistic one is that there is one creator and that he created you.
Yeah, I mean that's one.
Everything else that you're saying is now syntax, bro. And that's the one thing I really like about you. And at the same time, I think it's kind of like your crux, right? Like you're this very
actual individual, and there's certain things that you don't need to do that. It's one of those you're getting lost in the weeds, man. You're philosophizing about philosophy at this point. You're you know what I'm saying? Like there's just you're gonna have to draw a conclusion. You're gonna have to put in a line in the sand and be like, aha, you know, I am here now.
No. See, I have reached aha points earlier. Of course, but then the thing is, the moment you have a certain vision of the truth it's so large that you can't really communicate with others. Do you agree to that? Do you agree to the
question that what can't communicate? That what?
See, there are experiences that you have that you'll never be able to communicate to others.
You'll never be able to communicate the intricacies of what the experience is, as in like how I perceive the color yellow. I can't communicate over.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm trying to say is what you're doing is you're speaking in a realm, or you're taking this position in this realm that you need to be able to do those things in order to establish a proof.
Once you have those things, life becomes a lot more in control. Once you have those explanations, life surely becomes a lot more controllable and a lot more easy to operate, because when you have
that's a whole nother topic, bro. Anyway, let's save it for next time, man.
Sure. Another time.
I appreciate you, man. If you want, just stick around and we'll get you back in, but there's guests waiting in the back.
I'll be in the background. So I'll see you guys. See you.
Okay, be safe, man. Be safe.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's very difficult to come to an idea of the truth about this necessary being if you can't even understand basic, foundational criteria that we have to use. Yeah, so it's really difficult.
So we have to be clear ourselves before we start communicating with others. We have to be clear ourselves as to what these middle truths are, and then there's the whole business of communication, and that there's a whole lot of that's a different level of debate that we have to get into. So I'll stick around. I'll see you guys sooner or later. Yeah.
All right, bro. Do you want me to drop you, or you want to drop yourself?
Yeah. Can you? I don't know.
Yeah, I can drop you. Okay.
So we got this next guy, Rushi, right?
Rushi, you're up, bud. Can you hear us okay? You're muted, by the way.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for taking me.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. How are you all?
Good. Thanks for patiently waiting. We're trying to get to the guests, and give them...
No, I was literally about to drop off because I thought that's fine. It's getting interesting.
I'm sure it's late. Yeah. Where are you calling from, man?
No, I'm in the UK, so that's not a problem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think the point I was trying to make, I think it's almost demonstrated by what I think the earlier 2 to 3 guests said, and I think you guys mentioned that believing in God, or at least accepting God being existent, is more of a philosophical argument than itself. Then I have myself, watch your streams and atheist streams and all the people, religious streams with respect to God. So basically what fundamentally
there's a little bit of noise. I don't know if it's the static in your microphone or your microphone is brushing against something.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Is it better now?
Like a rapper,
yeah.
Is it better now?
Yeah, yes. It's much better.
Yeah, so fundamentally, the point what I'm trying to make here is that accepting whether God believes or not is basically a knowledge. It has to be a knowledge claim if you have to say for sure. So, for example, what you have said so far is philosophical arguments. And as you know, I have seen so many debates that just based on arguments itself, you cannot conclusively prove or disprove. So what I'm getting here is that then you have to base or choose religion apart from that particular argument or point. Then what will be the next in line?
My apologies. Before we move on, can you explain your background a little bit? Because I'm still not clear as to what background you come from. Are you an atheist, agnostic? Are you Hindu? What are you?
No, I'm basically a Jain.
You're a Jain?
Yeah, so it simply means in 30 seconds I can say it means the world is eternal. Basically, that's it. Just in this particular context we are discussing, whatever existence you call it, it's all eternal. And I've not heard till date, with all this argumentation, that contradicts universe or cosmos being eternal. So I don't need to believe in any God.
Okay. So why did you? So you accepted Jainism because you did not want to believe in God. You found it unnecessary to believe in God. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, see, no, not that. See, basically, end of the day, we have to choose, right? Okay, whether any religion you follow is there have a sufficient argument, or why do we believe, or what credibility does it have? And one of the fundamental questions, I don't have to prove to you, is that whether the God exists or is it eternal?
Okay, I'm not going to use the term. I'm not going to accept the term argument. I'll just kind of substitute reason for that, because there's arguments that are presented within the Qur'an, but you have to use your reason to validate those arguments. So, for example, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will talk about certain things, like he'll talk about the order of creation. He'll talk about how things are fine-tuned. He'll talk about consciousness. He'll talk about morality. He'll talk about revelation, like prophetic revelation, along with what he revealed as well. So where are you kind of at that? When you have that as an evidence, or you have these types of arguments, what have you done to kind of research that, and why did you choose Jainism over Islam?
Okay, so basically my story is very simple. I've been listening about Jainism for a while, and like proper top level scholars. Then thanks to speakers corners and YouTube recommendation engines, I'm being listening to all the different arguments presented by atheists, Christians, Hindus, Muslims about God. So fundamentally, you ask one question: on which set of arguments can you base your eternity, or you can, use those arguments for your eternity? So I do not find any reason to leave Jainism in that fact. If
when you say
understand what I'm
argument,
trying
are
to
you
say.
talking about the evidences? Because, like, for example, I don't actually look at debate or two people arguing against one another to come to a conclusion of truth. I have to take a look at the independent evidences and the claims that were being made by primary sources, and then I vet those as truth or not. So when you're looking at these scholars, this is an appeal to authority, and that's not necessarily the way to go.
No. Sorry. Maybe sorry. I think I have misspoke or did not clear myself. Like,
no problem. Yeah,
for example, for example, you guys are like at expert level, or in your religion. So I'm saying
not even the slightest, bro. We're laymen's. Like, we're not even with the tying the shoelaces of scholarship. Seriously.
That's the reason what I do. Whenever someone says anything about your religion, anyone's religion, I see that whether they're quoting references. Then you can check the references, and then okay, what they're saying is actually based on their text. So that's only thing I mean when I say expert or a scholar. So I want authentic representation of your faith. That's it.
The best way to get that is to pick up a copy of the Qur'an and to read it. Have you done that?
No, that's what I'm saying. After listening to all these arguments, I do not see any reason to not choose Jainism. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but you have the very thing that you, I don't mean to keep interrupting you. I'm trying to just keep a straight line of thought, right? The very thing that you just agreed to was not to go towards the arguments and to not go towards scholarship, but actually go to the primary texts. So I think you're doing yourself a disservice by not actually reading what the primary texts say and drawing a conclusion from the things that you have heard on channels that I have no idea who you've listened to or who you haven't listened to. And I'm saying you shouldn't do that. You should go straight to the primary source, which is the Qur'an itself, and read it.
Yeah, that's true. But does that not also apply to you also? Like when you said the initial monologue that being sincere, that means you have to study these different faiths, not to the entire life, but at least let's say 6 months, 8 months.
Absolutely,
we do.
So have you done like any that level of study of any other religions, basically?
Yes. You know what? I'll say this. For me, I'm a Muslim, alhamdulillah, but I've been going to church since I was 8 years old. And when I say that, as much earlier, I don't know if you were here, I say that when I look at...
I'm just going to mute you real quick, dude, because you still have that static coming out of your mouth. So just unmute yourself when you want to.
I think it's his microphone brushing against something. Yeah.
Yeah, he's brushing his. So okay. I was saying, I've been going to church since I was 8 years old, and as Muslims, we're actually encouraged and commanded to seek religion. God commands us to do so. And when we have conversations, interfaith conversations, a lot of Muslims, we have this idea of having a need to understand the other perspective, the other faiths. That's why when we get into a lot of conversations with Christians, with Jews, even with some Hindus, you see us reciting their scriptures, interpreting, using their scholars, talking about their history, because that's how we make the time to do our research on their faith, not to kind of bash it, but to have this level of understanding, to say that we're not coming completely ignorant. That's why I can say there's a reason why I am Muslim, alhamdulillah, but there's also a reason why specifically I am not a Christian. There's a reason why specifically I am not a Jew. There's a reason why specifically I am not a Hindu. And that's through learning their religion to see what it says and take it for what it is. So we do hold ourselves accountable, and we do, in a sense, practice what we preach.
Yeah. And to directly answer your question, by the way, there's certain fundamental principles of Jainism that just don't sit well with me, right? And the reason why they don't sit well with me is because that goes beyond reason. So, for example, if you're talking about cycles of birth and rebirth, if you're talking about there's not being an actual deity as far as impacting the creation or the destruction, but rather there's this cyclical nature or these divas where you're elevating these people to this status of that they're not, right? It is fundamentally in opposition to what my intrinsic nature is telling me, right? So when I try to approach religion, I look at it categorically, right? When I was going on my journey, is there can either be one God or many gods, right? And your religion, from what I'm understanding from you just talking to me, and you're saying, well, there's no actual God, right? Now you're kind of just touching on the pools of spirituality mixed with like atheism. And to me, it goes against my natural predisposition to believe in the oneness of God.
And you know, like the concept of ahisma, that's like one of your guys' basic belief in Jainism, correct? Non-violence.
Yeah, but it's not clearly understood by the general public.
Can you explain that to us? So is violence categorically wrong?
Yeah, first the violence is defined as anger, hate, lust, greed, all the emotions. Whenever that occurs in a soul, that is called violence, and that can be manifested in thought, speech, and action.
Right. Okay.
And the reason you say
my question was different. Did you understand my question? Is exercising violence categorically wrong?
Categorically, no.
Okay. So then it lines up with the Islamic concept. Yes, we do experience human emotions as anger, as lust, but we're supposed to control them. So what is Jainism offering me that Islam doesn't already have? Can you point out one thing to me? Because I'm going through, because I don't, like, I'll be honest with you, I don't know much about Jainism, but like I just looked up the key beliefs of Jainism. Ahisma, right? Non-violence, we agree on that, right? The karma and reincarnation cycle makes absolutely no sense, because you have to have an infinite regress. If you believe in that, that is, totally not logical at all. Also, if you were actually born, let's say, as a rat, okay? I mean, how do you get out of that cycle?
Okay,
right?
Let me clarify that.
A rat is not going to ask the owner of the house whether or not he can steal the cheese. Right?
Okay. How do you be a good rat?
No. Can I explain? Can I explain that?
How can you be a good rat? I mean, even that concept alone.
Okay. So I think there's a misunderstanding. I've seen this example of rat being or someone being animal. How can they get out of it? It's a completely misunderstood understanding of how karma and life, the rebirth, reincarnation works itself. It's the same as I saying you when a person is convicted to the jail, what he does to get out. No, question is wrong. He has served his sentence and then he is free. So that's how the karma works. So you being in a rat life form, you don't have to do anything. You just suffer that and we move on to the next one. So it's very straightforward.
The question is, how would you know if you graduated or if you like did not graduate and you have to go to like a cockroach? Sorry, I know I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just trying to, how would someone know what, that they made it compared to someone that didn't?
First, you have to understand why we go into an animal life form in first place. And those are mostly anxiety. And secondly, is this, okay, what's going to happen to me?
But there's a step
try to understand that.
But hang on. Okay. There's a step in between you're missing. Let's say I'm a human being right now and I'm born as a rat tomorrow. When I'm born as a rat, would I actually have any memory of my previous life? Yes or no?
No, you will not be having memory. That's called Jatismaran. That's a completely different topic.
And that to me is a big issue.
That's not an issue. How it is an issue?
It's an issue because how am I going to learn?
Because you will go through. So okay, that's why you need to understand Jainism like in detail. So all these questions, you are correct. You're coming right now because that's the first thing when you read certain things, when karma that. But when you actually study, you'll understand everything. None of them are very difficult to answer or understand. That's why I made the very first
point.
Can you
please explain
how can we choose? That's why I said I go to. See, that's why I use the term scholar. The reason I said that was to study deeply a particular faith first.
Okay.
To understand. Then, because your questions are correct, but when you actually understand in detail, which I cannot do right now in like 10-20 minutes of our discussion, you have to spend, that's why I said, at least you have to spend few months to understand what you're trying to say.
Let me get this straight. To understand the very basics of your religion, you have to spend with me hours and hours.
So,
or
if you're
listen to a scholar.
Yes.
Or listen to a scholar. I, as a layman, I can't understand. Like, you can't explain to me. If you ask me fundamentals of Islam, literally within 5 minutes, we explain, probably not even 5 minutes. With the eloquence of, mashallah, Brother Morris, he will explain to you in 30 seconds. There you go.
No, it's not about explaining in eloquence. It's about understanding the concept.
No, I need to be able to understand the very basics in layman terms.
Okay, and let me explain then.
Coupled with philosophical jargon so much that makes absolutely no sense. And this is the second thing. This is the very second thing on the list of your belief system. We haven't even gotten to the other things.
You're approaching in a very hit and run condition. Okay, you just answer in 1 line or 2 line or 5 seconds.
I asked you the question.
If you really want to understand, you need to spend some time.
Yeah,
if you really want to understand, I'm not insisting you to accept.
So
my only point is, please understand. Understanding is different than acceptance.
Help us understand. Please get the floor, guys. Let's help us understand. And mind you, all we're saying, brother, is that the reason why we're it may seem like we're putting you in the hot seat is because you have accepted this. So something has really like checked these boxes for you, and it had to have checked them in a way where you, in a very simplistic way, can now invite somebody else to this, right?
Okay,
so let me give you the floor. You go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So see, that's why I said from the beginning, and I'm doing the walk the talk, okay? That's why I spend my considerable amount of time listening to your religion, Christianity, Hinduism, even atheist. Okay, what are their arguments? Just sit, watch when you're doing work or doing your chores. Try to just understand first before try to refute something. So what is happening right now? Of course, I'm not able to explain to you Jainism, which is like 2,000 years of literature, a rich literature, which you can fill libraries. You want me to condense it in 5-10 minutes? So what I'm saying, we have to spend. This is like I know you're right. You're right. You said correctly that. Okay, how should I spend like 6 months to understand? Well, that's the reality. That's what I did.
That's not that. That's what we're saying. Is it's not.
Then you cannot say that yours has been an informed decision to choose whatever religion you choose.
It has.
You have to spend. It's a part of life.
So look, let me put it to you let me give you a side by side. right? A side by side. In Islam, we're held accountable to our actions by a supreme deity. This deity is going to be the ultimate judge because he is the best of judges. Okay? We live this life and then we move on to the next life. And in between those two is a final judgment. Okay? Very simple. I can use literally 5th grade language to explain to you the concept in Islam. And alhamdulillah, in less than 10 seconds, brother Fawad.
I can do the same.
So, okay, so now I'm going to pose the same question to you. And here's my question. My question is, who is the judge, or what is the judge between the birth and rebirth cycles?
Your karma.
Okay, so the karma has an agency. It has a will.
It doesn't have a will. It's its nature.
Then it cannot judge. All that what you're saying.
No one is judging. Okay. Why you're thinking from your perspective. Someone needs to judge it. I will explain very simply.
From a rational perspective. Rationally speaking, there needs to be a way for me to either elevate higher or sink lower.
That's Maurice. No, Maurice, it's very simple. See, right now, on this YouTube itself, there are hundreds of live streams happening, okay?
Okay.
It's not that I stumbled upon your live stream and I joined or I have something better. There, each single thought, speech, and action has led me to come here. That's what basically the karma is.
Okay, prove
nothing
that.
Nothing is out of turn.
Prove that. What is your evidence of that?
The evidence here, the world or the universe or cosmos, whatever you want to call it, there are totally 6 elements in that. This is what is comprised of. 1 is soul, 2nd is physical matter, 3rd is space, 4th is time, and there is something called a principle of motion and stealth, like staying still. In that part of physical matter, in that subsection is karma. Now, if you're asking for evidence, as in, is it empirical? I don't know what. So what we say, actual karma, practical, your asked question, right? So actual karma particle, if you want to see their behavior, it is what we call as Keval Gyan Gamya. What it means is that it is in the purview of all-knowing ability. Now that means you have to trust what has been written.
Who's the writer? Who is the writer?
That's in the scripture written by monks, which has come down from the all-knowing.
Okay, so the writer of these scriptures are self-proclaimed enlightened people that have come to their own conclusions.
No.
And they have no evidences or have not received any type of revelation from any outside agency. They have just had their own subjective thoughts and feelings. Yes?
No. See, it's
okay,
so not.
Look, bro, again, I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just trying to understand. It can be one of two things. Either you got the inspiration from yourself, or you got it from someone else. You cannot tell me that there's a third.
Sorry, what was the third? What was the last sentence you said?
Either they received inspiration from themselves, or they got the inspiration from someone else or something else.
No, both are wrong. There is a third option. And the third option is this. Yeah. So I will explain the concept of Keval Gyan. You and me and all, which we believe, okay? Just first understand what it is, okay? The soul which you and me have, like many attributes a particular entity or object has, one of the attributes of our soul is knowing or to know, okay? Now, an enlightened being is one where this attribute of knowing has reached its full potential. Okay, when it reaches its full potential, it knows everything. And why does it know everything? Because every single element entity, I'm just being very generic term here just to cover everything, it has an attribute, okay, in itself called prametva. Now, through that attribute, I, the knower, can know that particular element. For example, I'm looking at TV, but because TV, my eyes have option to see, and the TV where the light hits, it has that ability to reflect back to my eyes, then only I can know there is a TV in front of me. Likewise, all the attributes or elements in this world has an ability to be known. And that's when a soul hits that potential of 100%, he knows everything. That's why we say, Abhi Keval Gyan Prapt Ho Gaya. It means all-knowing ability has come to its fruition, or like a fruit has ripened.
Okay, subhanallah. And Brother Ali was talking about this earlier. It's the same question. How will you know what you don't know? How will you, when you see something and that you've never seen before, how will you know what you're seeing? This is exactly the issue. So now here's what you're telling me. You're telling me that through a meditative state, I'm just presumptuously saying a meditative state, or some type of a
enlightened state.
Yeah.
Okay, let me clarify this enlightened state. There is nothing very fancy about that. It's how to drive a car. You know that exact information. You have tried it, used it. That's it. That means enlightened. Do not go into like very. It's very simple.
There's nothing fancy about it, because you literally just said that a person goes from not knowing to knowing everything. That's pretty fancy to me, man. Like
because you're not. Thing. See, you're right. See, Maurice. At the moment, I just said few sentences. Of course, you're not going to believe straight away, which is a good thing. That's why we have an entire book called Sarvar Siddhi, where we prove the all-knowing ability of the enlightened being. Okay, so we have arguments.
This is the part, like, it's still those two categories, right? You just elaborate a little bit on one of the categories. It still comes from within me. The only way you distinguish it through some sort of ritualistic experience versus somebody that has a limited experience, or they're still in their senses. It still comes from within me. There's still those same two categories that Brother Morris put to you.
There is a TV in front of me. Where is that information coming from? It has a silver lining, and it is, I think, 21 inches. Dell.
It's second person. It's
in front of me. I'm seeing it right now.
The TV's in front of you, right? And then there's an.
So it's not within, right? Then wait. The knowledge of TV with silver line, Dell is the company name, and is that knowledge inside me? You're saying?
Brother, you're conflating two things. You're asking me if there's a. Let me very simplify it for you. There's a message that you're looking at the television, right? Whether the message is in video format, color, black and white, it doesn't matter. There's a message that's coming, yes?
No, I'm talking about the TV itself, that physical attribute. That's what I care about. That the physical TV in front of me, that's outside of me, but I'm gaining the knowledge. Okay. Isn't it? So with respect to context of, with respect to TV in front of me, I'm enlightened.
Here, man, I really don't understand how we're getting lost in the weeds. Maybe you can help me, but I don't understand how we're getting lost in the weeds here.
I think.
Are you interested in the TV, or are you interested in the message broadcasted on the TV?
No, in my context, the example which I explained about all-knowing, in my ability of eyes, there is a TV in front of me. There is no any kind of a barrier in front of me. At the moment, I'm seeing the TV. It has a silver line, and there is a black screen, of course, and it says Dell. It's a monitor. So that's what I'm seeing. So I think Fawad, Faisal, he said the info is coming inside of me. Then I asked, the TV is in front of me, which is external to me. And I'm getting that knowledge. And I'm getting that knowledge through my eyes. Okay. And that's why I gave the example that soul has the ability to know. And through that, we know. So I don't see any argument against it.
It's still that human being, right? You're calling it soul. Some people may refer to it as an intoxicated brain, whatever you interpret. It's still from within that human being, right? And that's what, like Brother Morris was telling you, it's either coming from that person, or it is coming from another source.
The mechanism on what you're using to view whatever that message is could be a TV, it could be a radio, it could be a book, it could be a scholar, it could be a whatever. You understand? So when you're going through this process of trying to get to the message, the source, which has that mechanism for you, would be the scholar. Now, the scholar got that message from, let's say, someone else. Let's say he even had a chest-to-chest talk with whoever the enlightened person was, right?
Can I just ask a question here? This is from my learning perspective.
Bismillah.
The issues of karma we're talking about, what is the scriptural basis that karma is decided by the gods themselves? Because as far as I can see, and you can correct me if I'm mistaken, that karma, gods are actually even beyond karma. They don't control karma. Karma itself is like an entity. So who decides? We have a concept called qadar wal qadar, okay, predestination, in which the creator, in his foreknowledge, because he's all knowledgeable, he knows the outcome of things, because he knows how things will progress in time, and he's beyond time. Okay, so that's why the creator can see it, before even it happens. In your understanding, karma is this inevitable law of karma, which decides what happens if you do X, then Y happens. Who decided, or what decided this karma? Which god or which gods decided? Where is the scriptural basis? Would you want to just share that with us? Scriptural basis in which this very concept, the principle of karma, is decided by who?
I asked him that same question in another manner. It's a beautiful question, by the way, because that's what interests me, man. I'm interested in how do we know what how are we judged?
Okay, so let me clarify that a karma, or the system of karmic system principles, it is not a law given by anyone. Number two, it is not being designed by anyone. It is the reality of the nature, or the nature of reality. We say it's a vastu swarup. That's how the world is. Okay, it's as simple as that. For example, if I say don't smoke cigarettes, otherwise you'll get cancer. Do you get cancer because I said so, or because that smoking has a particles which, when goes into your lungs, causes cancer? It's as simple as that. In Jainism, we only tell you what it is, not what ought to be. So we just tell you what it is. Whether you accept or not accept, that's a different thing.
Okay, so let me understand now what you just said. So when
somebody,
mirror. Yeah, when somebody smokes.
Okay.
Okay, finish. Tell me when you finish and carry on. Yeah.
Okay, so Mansur, what I'm trying to say that Jainism is a simple mirror, because that's one of the metaphor given to the enlightened. You are just a mirror of knowledge. You only tell what is reflected, what is the reality. So we don't say that, okay, you will go to hell because I say so. That's not what Jainism is. Jainism is say that if you do these things, violence, hate, anger, it has that ability to take you to the hell. So that does not mean we put in that system there. That's what the system is. If I punch the wall, my hand will break. No one designed like that. It's the nature of my hand on the wall it is, and how forceful I hit is the basic nature. That's what we say. It's a vastu swarup. That's what the nature is.
Okay. Here is the problems I immediately can see from what you're explaining to us. You see, you gave an example of smoking. Someone is smoking, maybe causing cancer or some kind of lung disease. Yeah. The reason why this happens is because of a law. That law is already been set, decided, governed, and controlled by a creator who said, if you do this, if these things happens, if you smoke and ingest all these carcinogens or these organic or inorganic compounds by smoking them, then this will affect the lungs, and the lungs are made in such a way that these will not have a beneficial effect. This will have harmful effects, because we're talking about some organophosphorus, organic chemicals. Okay, just basically simply. Why this happens? Because of the laws of chemicals, because the laws and relations of atoms, and even if you want to break them down, these things, interactions between these elements and atoms, is because a law has been already set by a creator. Okay, the creator created materials or matter, and within matter created also properties of matter, in which matters will interact in such a way. So there will be attraction, repulsion, there will be all these changes that will happen because of this law. Now we know why this happens, because there's a lawgiver. Without a law, these things will not happen. You cannot have, for example, if you throw something in the air, it will not fall down unless a law exists. The law cannot exist by itself, because it needs to have a maker, an originator of this law. Physical laws in our universe like this, they cannot be explained coherently. Hear my words. Physical laws that determines that smoking causes cancer and so on, these are physical laws. They cannot exist by themselves, neither can they exert effects in reality by themselves, because they need to be self-aware. They need to have this will to manifest this exertion or effect in the material world. So the law, when we discuss with atheists, this is one of the things atheists stumble and they struggle to explain coherently. Why so? Because laws are just abstract entities. They do not have self-awareness. They do not exist in the sense of the word. Okay, they know they exist, so they cannot do anything. They cannot, implement anything. So if I have a highway code, think about this one, because you talked about driving earlier on. When we drive, we learn how to drive, and we know how to drive on a road or a highway because there are some rules and restrictions for the safety of myself and everyone else who uses the road or who might use this road. Okay, these laws are made by self-aware individuals or beings who have made these laws and they implement themselves. A highway code on itself, which doesn't know that it exists, cannot implement this law, cannot then fine, for example, if somebody breaks a traffic order and then goes past a red light and then he has to pay a penalty or get penalty points on their license. This book, the highway code book, cannot do that by itself because it's only an abstract laws compiled by people who are self-aware. Okay, so when it comes to karma, your explanation is insufficient and unacceptable for various levels, and let me give you my reasons why. You're talking about axiomatic truth, or it's just there, it's the basic facts of nature, it's just simply there, we don't need to do anything, no one has done anything. But that's where the problem is. You're taking something as an abstract thing, axiomatically true it is, as like a brute fact, which doesn't have an explanatory power. If we are talking about karma, which is a system of a law or a principle, it doesn't have self-awareness, then it cannot explain how, without being self-aware, it can exert its effect, manifest its effect in material world, in physical world. It simply cannot do it. Just like, my pen here is a material object. It cannot go into my kitchen there and make biryani because it cannot do that. It doesn't have the self-awareness, neither it has the will or the ability to do so. So when you have an abstract thing like a law, when you write a law, an equation on a piece of paper, and you expect that piece of paper, this scribble that you've done, is somehow going to implement something. It's going to punish someone for their wrongdoing, and it's going to reward someone for their good works and virtuous works. It simply cannot do that because this scribble of a pen on a piece of paper doesn't have the ability to do so. If you can understand that, then you'll realize the problem of karma is actually a greater problem that you have to coherently and rationally explain with a good explanatory power. So we are still waiting to see who or what decided or brought about this abstract principle called karma. Is there a scriptural basis? Because if there isn't, then simply, this is not something that one can reasonably believe in because it doesn't have any coherent explanation. So where is your coherent explanation, or where is your scriptural basis that we can actually look into it so that we can understand it a bit further?
There are so many like a preconceived notion that who gave. The question is why you're asking who gave, because on what conclusion do you base that something has been given? So that's the point number one. So if you're going to say that someone who gave it, then its question can be simply being said to say that, okay, a particular entity says that it has that particular attribute. Okay, who gave that attribute? Why is it like that? If you're going to say that and not accept certain axiomatic truth, then you cannot prove your own God itself, because that's what the problem is. That's why I said in the initially that the concept of God in itself or the argument in itself are not sufficient to accept a religion. That's what I was trying to make the point. That's my only point. And but same with, if you want me to put, I will say my also. If Jainism says it, the world is eternal. Now, just if based on arguments, if you say I can't accept, I'm saying that is completely understandable. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but we need to have reasons for acceptance or rejection.
My problem is, it's fine if you want to believe this or that. The thing is that this absolute certainty how people talk. I have seen on the YouTube videos. I'll be like, really?
Don't go somewhere else, man. Just stick to the point. I don't care about other people. I care about you, and the time that you're dedicating with us today is more important to me than what some guy on YouTube said. Two things. One, to Brother Mansur's point, it exists. Okay, from your worldview, it exists. This karma exists. So it had to have come from somewhere. Okay, so that's a presupposition,
right?
Huh?
See,
it's not a presupposition.
One of the
exists, man.
One of the classic arguments against God is, okay, if you're gonna ask, okay, where the world come from, then people ask where the God come from.
The classical arguments of God, dude. If you believe, okay, it existed always or it came to exist. Which one is it?
It always existed. That's what I said. Jainism believes this: whatever is existence is always eternal.
Okay. So because of its always existence, so now you're saying that this always existence had a way to determine things always. How?
No, see, when you say determine, it sounds like a conscious agent. See, I bumped my knee on the table. It really hurt. Why did the table hit me hard? No, that's the nature. That's what I'm trying to say. It's the nature of the reality, or the reality of nature.
Let me just put some questions.
Why it's so simple? It's so straightforward to understand.
No, you think you're just brushing aside by saying it's simple makes it simple. It doesn't. The problem doesn't go away by. You see, if I have a sort of problems and I just put into a box saying these are unsolved things, it's a problem, and I put it in a shelf and I say solved, it doesn't solve the problem. You've just shifted it somewhere else, right? So instead of dealing with it coherently, rationally, and reasonably, you're simply saying, look, this is axiomatic truth and you don't accept it, you don't believe in it. Look, if you think this is a brute fact that the universe always existed, okay, that's your worldview, okay, no problem. But here is then further problems. If the universe is eternal, if eternally existing, any manifestations, any transformation that happens from this needs an explanation. Because any changes that occurs, you need an explanation to account for why this change happened. If there is no conscious entity within this eternal universe that eternally exists, and it's not conscious, then how do transformation take place? Because something can exist, right? But to make any transformation which demonstrates to us that this transformation happened with intentionality, it happened with knowledge, and it happened with ability. So if you're saying no, there is no knowledge involved, the universe is all chaotic, there is no, there is no laws which are so, finely tuned in our universe. But you know that this is not the case. There are finely tuned laws in our universe. So these fine-tuned laws that we observe, which is exert in our universe, or exerting its physical manifestation, the effect of it, you need to explain it coherently. I mean, perhaps you don't understand what I'm saying. Coherent explanation is what we need. If you go there in a murder scene and you're saying, no, it's just a brute fact, this guy just, a knife flew from the air, stopped that guy, stop that person, and that's it. It's just a coincidence. The other guy has this blood stained and it matches the fingerprints on that knife and so on. No, it's a brute fact. No one killed it. There's no murder happened. No, we cannot do away with this kind of explanations. We need to have an explanatory power for anything that we observe and see whether it makes sense to us. Our worldview needs to make sense. So if the universe was not conscious and didn't have a will, okay, I want to just simplify that. Imagine this is the universe. The whole big universe is this pen, okay? Reductionist approach. This is the embodiment of the whole universe. It does not know that it exists, so it is not self-aware, and it doesn't have a will. Now, can this universe, which is now concentrated in this pen, can this make our universe into our solar system and Milky Ways and so on? Can it do that? Can it become more and more expanded? Can it make a multiverse? Can it have all these physical laws coming into this? Can this do that? So now think this universe is the pen. So now you tell me, go through with me how this pen, which is the universe, which has no self-awareness, which has no will to do anything, can do the transformation that we see in the universe. Go through the steps with me. So you have this universe which is eternally existing in the form of a pen. How does this then make planets and galaxies and trees and water and so on? Go ahead. I'm listening. So here you can see the pen. Go ahead. Step by step.
Okay. First of all, galaxies, planets, these are all large structures, as you know. Fundamentally, they are particles. And I'm going to explain from the Jainism perspective. I'm not going to bring any science because I'm not an expert. So from Jainism perspective, we talk at the elemental level. Elemental level means that a particular element which cannot be further divided or destructed. That singular element has set of attributes. Okay. Now these different entities within the universe, because with its set of attributes, they are always acting on, of course, on those attributes, isn't it? and that's how this universe is always existing. So it doesn't have to create anything new. There is nothing new. Okay, if you see certain elements coming together and forming an earth, okay, call it whatever you want. I am interested in individual fundamental particle, call it quantas and whatever they call it scientifically, but
I'm interested in transformation. Transformation.
Okay, transformation happens because, okay, I'm going to explain it to you from the perspective of soul. What we call soul, an entity, has three things. Okay, one is it has set of attributes. Okay, it exists obviously, and third, it has what is called as a constant flux or change of state, what we call as paryay, and this is true for everything that exists. Okay, that means it is continuously changing in the just word I'm using, change here. Okay, don't, it's like if you go into technical detail you'll understand. That's why I'm saying go in detail. So because everything is continuously changing, just see, think of like, you know, like continuously churning and like that on the literally on the individual quanta or that basic element level, it's happening without any break. Now if that forms, now you're talking mostly when you say earth, galaxy, you're talking about matter. Okay, what we call as pudgal. And thank you for proving pudgal literally means coming together and then again decimating away. Okay, and that's what is happening in this world. Okay, galaxy is happening, collapsing on itself in I'm talking about physical particles here. Okay, now space, time, motion, soul, those are different. We are talking about physical things which we call pudgal, and they're doing exactly what Jainism says. That's why I say, if it's my personal opinion, that, you know, people who are doing quantum mechanics, they should study
but you're not
Brahman Yoga
explaining
of Jainism.
You're stating, you're not explaining. What I'm saying is any transformation that happens, hear me out first of all, rather than spending too much time of your, you know, I'm helping you to, you know, conserve your energy in explanation. So transformation happens, you're saying, because of some attributes which are inherent within this fundamental elements, they exert whatever the attributes are meant to do, right? So imagine now making something like, which is very complex, like a tree, where water will defy gravity and go through capillary suction all the way from the roots to the top of the tree on the leaves and so on, right? So it's a huge, very, very complex and harmonious mechanism. These mechanisms to take place, it needs some intelligence behind it. So are you saying on a fundamental level, there are intelligence or something that possesses the intelligence to gather through the intelligence in this form of transformation? Do you assert that there is an agency within the fundamental level of elements which possesses intelligence, which possesses the capacity or ability to make this kind of complex and harmonious systems, knowing that this is how it will work? Or are you saying it just happens? I mean, we know some things don't just happen. You need to organize it. Like even this pen needed to be designed in such a way so that, you know, the ink is there contained within this, whatever it's called in that inside, you know, the mechanism to switch it on and off to make it, you know, available to write. All of these things is made with intentions, knowing how and what this will serve, the purpose it will serve. Are you now granting the fundamental level elements have that level of intelligence, that level of self-awareness, that level of organization, that level of intentionality, that level of knowledge of the purpose of what it's going to make? Is that what you're granting already or not?
No. These
then
are,
you haven't explained anything then. So now explain to me, in the absence of all of these things that I mentioned to you, how do the transformation, give me example, talk to me about the tree and the water that goes defying gravity. How does that happen if it wasn't designed but with intelligence?
It looks like an intelligence. That's why, first of all, I've heard regarding this intelligence. No one has actually defined, when you say intelligence, how it plays it, or is it an abstract form? Is it an attribute of any particular conscious being? Because we do not believe intelligence is a attribute of a soul. It is just a function of mind, what is called man paryay. Okay, so it is that ability, intelligence is that, of that processing of information which comes in.
Processing information. Hold on to your thought. Processing information.
I'm defining intelligence from my point of view. What you're
good.
doing, you're applying
No
that
problem.
on, okay, how is it created? You're going
no
to
problem.
is this
the fundamental entity, does it know how to process information?
They have the fundamental entities have two things, as I said, attributes and a state of flux, continuous flux
Give me
change
some
called
example of
pariyai.
attributes. Example of attributes, please.
For in Jainism, mostly we discuss about soul. So soul has attribute of knowing.
Oh, so it does know. Okay, go. Knowledge.
A mind, basically.
Knowledge, not knowledge, knowing. Because
Mind.
knowledge, when you say knowledge, then it is like storing. Okay, where are you going to store that? No, ability of knowing. It's called gaya. Okay, sorry, gata. Okay, means knower simply.
Yeah. So how does it know? Does it differentiate and distinguish between informations?
How it knows, because it has the attribute of knowing. That's why soul is
Think
ability
about
to
it.
know.
Knowing something, like how do I know that this is a pen and this is a notebook? I have to have the ability to distinguish and differentiate between the two. Otherwise, I will say this is the pen and this is a notebook, right? If I didn't have the ability to distinguish between things, so you're saying the soul has the ability to distinguish.
Soul has the ability to know. You, the conscious being, will distinguish, as you said, pen and book.
What do you say?
So you're proving the point there.
Real quick, because let me ask you something. Let's take it back to the very first birthing of the known universe. The very first birthing. Okay, so forget about me. We're not there yet, and you. We're way billions of years down. The very first birthing. How did it know?
The very first what? Sorry.
Yeah, because you believe in a concept of a birth and rebirth, right? So there was you believe in an expansion and a collapsion of the universe, right?
Physical matter. We are not physical matter. We are soul.
I understand, but I understand, bro. But remember, that soul needs to constantly be there. That's the whole premise of your belief, is that it's always there, right?
Correct.
Okay, so how did it know at that time?
The know what? Sorry. At that time.
How did it know to keep going? How did it know to transform from one quark into two and keep going?
Oh, okay. Now this ability of transforming, it's a part of your being itself. You don't transform.
Never mind me, dude. I'm talking about it just now birthed itself. SubhanAllah, it's literally like the Quran says, did it come from itself? Like, did it create itself? This is the exact argument that's presented.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a circular argument, actually.
How did it know, bro? How did it know?
See, you have to understand these kind of arguments. When you ask, you're missing fundamental point. Anyone can ask that question about God. That's why the previous guests were also asking, how do you know that? What's the argument? Because if you say, let's say your God is merciful. Now you say that as an attribute. You know what? The reason I don't ask, okay, how do you, means like, where does that come from? Who put it there? Because that's you're going somewhere to like base level, you to use some axiomatic argument base.
How can I rephrase my question to fit your worldview better? How can you rephrase my question for me? Because I think I'm doing as simple of a job as I can, is to say, you believe in this soul, right? This soul. Yes?
Yes.
How did this soul conduct the transformation or make the decision or process the information? You said that it processes information. How did it process this information to begin a new birth?
To begin a new birth?
Yes, because it had to have made a decision. Keep going or stop.
Okay. It never stops. It never began. It will keep on going. That's what is called continuous birth and death. So it will not stop. So when I die, there is no stoppage there. I will go into the next birth.
Oh my gosh.
It's part of reality.
Let me put it on a scale. We're going to go from the middle point all the way down to the collapse, right? It collapsed. Does it collapse down to just one soul?
No.
Okay.
All the individual souls will stay as is. There is no destruction. When I say collapse, just think, like a stone being formed and stone being broken into pieces. It forms again, breaks again, forms again, breaks again.
I understand.
That's why we have to get out of this one.
Okay, so you have a stone. It gets broken down into pieces, and then it comes back to one stone.
Yeah, it comes together basically.
Okay, but it has to come together to one, right? One unit
That's just
of whatever that is.
okay. You're skinning the example here. It's just understand like the I'm just explaining the coming together and going of a physical matter. So what you're doing, you're juxtaposing to entire existence itself. I'm saying all these elements stay together.
Examples don't make sense when you actually just explore it in a fundamental way. Fundamentally,
so what I would
come back to itself.
I would humbly request to just use all these arguments, including the design argument. Just say X, put a whiteboard, put say X, and X is eternal, and give me all the arguments. See that, and if you try to trip it, like you try to trip whether the universe itself is eternal, you'll actually also defeat God entity, because all the arguments apply exactly like glove to God. You say God has these attributes. See, God, you say you have no, wait, please. See, you say God has attribute of mercy, justice. Okay, that's fine. Okay, how does it come through? Or like I can ask all these questions.
Ask it,
but you have to wait.
Give you an answer. That's our difference. That's the difference in our beliefs. Is we actually have the answer, bro.
See, that's why you, by definition, you'll state that, or you'll say, okay, it says in this book, and okay, beyond that you cannot go.
See, let's just wrap this up. Yeah,
and then
we're going to go to the next caller. But I want to quickly summarize. If you think really your worldview makes sense, then go and live with that worldview. But if you ask me, your worldview is not coherent. It doesn't have an explanatory power. It's not rational. It doesn't make sense. And I've given you some examples why it's not. You're simply asserting what you believe without actually giving a rational basis for it. And instead of giving and providing a rational basis for your belief, you're simply saying, oh, if I were to argue in this way, then your gods would not be proven, X, Y, and Z. Look, no,
I'm not saying that.
Each belief system, look, I'm just wrapping up as I've said. Each belief system, whatever you want to believe it, if you want to believe this is God, this pen is God, that's your belief. You can hold on to it. But if somebody wants to believe and their explanation is it's a brute fact, then that is not one with an explanatory power. We live our life making sense of everything around us. If the belief system that we have doesn't make sense, like particular belief that you are expounding here now, it doesn't make sense to me, right? Okay, and you haven't provided an explanation to somehow make me understand you believe. That's why I was asking you. So I am not in any better position than I started with. In fact, I'm more confused about your belief that is more incoherent before even I started talking to you. It's now becoming evident that it's actually even more incoherent, irrational to have a belief system like that, because it has no rational basis for it. That's just my humble opinion. You can disagree with me, no problem. And we're going to go to the next caller, if you don't mind, Brother Muris and Fawad.
So whenever you're saying explanatory power, you're trying to insert God there, basically, isn't it?
And then we gotta let you go. Take about.
But thank you. Thanks for your time.
No problem.
You're welcome.
All
right, brothers.
Alhamdulillah, how you doing?
Alhamdulillah. Good.
I don't know if I said my salams earlier, but assalamu alaikum, Mansur.
Walaikum salam.
All right.
Okay.
Sanatani, you're up, bud. How you doing? Can you hear us?
Hello, bro. Hello.
Where are you calling from, man?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm calling from India.
All right, nice, man. Welcome. How can we be of service?
Yeah, first of all, I want to tell that I don't know much things about Islam, very few things. So I cannot judge you people, because you people are very old than me. So I have no experience in debates.
That's all right, man. Appreciate your honesty, and we're here to teach you if you have any questions. Is there anything that caught your interest about Islam, like the oneness of God, anything about the Prophet, anything about the Qur'an, something that we can help clear up for you?
So you people don't agree with the concept of karma, right?
Right.
So basically what is karma means? So to lose our karma, only God had created this world so that we can lose our karma and reach to moksha. So karma is basically things what you did in previous lives and in this life you should lose that karma so that you should reach moksha.
Okay, so let me ask you something, bud. Because this is as I was speaking to the other individual, I make notes, to try to better understand where you're coming from and stuff. So, is it like a point scale with karma? And again, I'm not trying to be insulting in any way. I'm just trying to understand. But like, let's say, for example, when you hit negative karma, at what point does like negative karma equate to either like becoming a dolphin or becoming a rat? Like, if you get to say negative 500 points, you become a rat, and negative 100 is a dolphin?
It's based on God's decision. We cannot do that because God only knows what karma soul has. So if a person has many sins, he will not get he will not get a body itself. He will remain as soul. So he will wait till he gets a body to fulfill his karma.
Okay, so if I'm born, let's say, as a dog, how do I get out of that cycle?
After fulfilling your karma for 10 years or 20 years after suffering as a dog, you'll again get as a human life. In that life, you should utilize it and reach moksha.
Are you saying all animal life? Just a point. Are you saying all animal lives actually life of suffering? So each animal, the life they're living is actually a life of suffering and punishment?
Yes.
Before you answer, you should have waited. There are lots of animal lovers out there, right? So be very sympathetic and understanding to them. So you're basically saying every animal that you see, other than the human being, is actually a life of suffering and punishment.
Yes, according to me, yes, because they cannot worship Lord. So for me, worshipping Lord is the best happiness. So they cannot do that so they are suffering. Their soul cannot attain moksha being an animal, so they are suffering. Suffering means not like they are hurt like that. No.
What do you mean by suffering then?
You are not attaining moksha till you are in the samsara. You are suffering.
No. What do you mean by suffering? How is an animal suffering when it's living?
It's in samsara. We all are suffering. We all have both good and both happiness and sadness in our life. Till we attain moksha, everyone suffers, and we have a chance to get.
How is this a punishment, though? You see, like for example, a lion in a jungle, and you, right? You're saying you're on a higher level, almost there to achieve moksha, and a lion in the jungle. How is this lion suffering as a punishment of a previous?
Because lion cannot worship Lord. I can do praise.
How is this suffering? Suffering. Do you know what suffering is?
It is itself a suffering, according to me.
You can't just say, you know what, suffering is just saying, I am happy. Would that make me suffer? If I say suffering means I am happy, that means I'm suffering.
Yeah, because you basically just changed the definition of suffering.
Exactly.
We're not talking about the same thing anymore.
By the way, Brother Mansur, you get him a wonderful example because I've seen lots of dogs live a super pampered life, man. They dropped like hundreds of thousands. One dog received like a $3.8 million inheritance.
Okay, I understand. So suffering.
Nah, Muris, that dog is having the worst time, bro.
Every soul is suffering this samsara. In this line, maybe. So next life, it can be born as something. It will suffer.
So let's start. As Brother Fawad said, what does the dog have to do? Does the dog know what is good and bad to actually do to get into next life? Or otherwise, the dog may revert back to something even worse, right? Is there a chance the dog may revert to a worse position?
Anything can happen, but after you.
So how does the dog know what is good and what is bad?
It doesn't know. It cannot do. It cannot think at dog's level. Once it becomes a human, it can think up to our level.
How do you go from the cycle of in a life of a dog? Because you need to be doing good things, right, for your karma to come into action of giving into a higher cycle of birth. How does a dog know that what is it has to do, that this is a good thing to do and this is bad thing to do?
In its previous life, it will do both good things and bad things.
No. When Have you seen a dog?
Yeah.
Yeah. The dog that you've seen, now just imagine, what does this dog have to do to achieve a better life in the next life, next birth?
It will automatically get a birth of human. It doesn't. God will itself give a human life.
So it goes directly into a human life.
Not directly, based on its karma. If it has more bad karma, it will.
What is the good karma and bad karma the dog have to avoid bad karma, and what good karma has the dog have to do?
Yeah, what was the purpose of it being born as a dog? Because if he doesn't even realize what he did in the previous life, there's no self-growth or anything. What is the purpose of him being born as a dog to begin with? That's what I'm trying to understand.
See, if he remembers that what he did in previous life, he will never attain moksha. For example, take an example of a drug addict. So if in the next life, if he remembers that he was a drug addict in previous life, he will continue to take drugs only. Nothing will change him. So it's better to distract him or to make him forget everything.
But the only way we learn is, look, if I'm a drug addict, right? And I'd admit myself in a rehab facility, right? I also will do self-reflection as to what it made my life to be, right? And from there I actually learn I don't want to do drugs anymore, right? In this, apply the same example or analogy in this case. For me not to be born or not to repeat those same mistakes, I have to know what I've done wrong first. And then I have to be given an opportunity to correct those mistakes, which are both missing in this scenario. So what I'm trying to understand is, what is the purpose of being born as a dog? If according to you, I won't remember anything, then eventually just I will be born as a human again, and I don't remember anything from my previous life. So it's like, it just doesn't
Very
make any
good
sense.
point, Brother Fawad. Sanatani, do you remember your previous lives of being a dog and a rat or anything like that?
Yeah, see, I don't remember that I am a dog or a rat, but today I am a human. No, that's
no. Slow down, because look, I'm a slow learner, right? You have to be easy.
No, I don't know. No, I
Right.
don't know that.
So you don't remember whether you had any lives of a dog or a rat or a cockroach. You don't remember anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you expect even the dogs, rats, and cockroaches also remember that they were something beforehand? So no one remembers anything.
Yes.
So how is it then? How is it then, for example, an incentive for you to do something like? I'm still trying to find out the solution for a dog. What does the dog have to do to go into a next cycle of birth in a better position, better birth?
See, okay, I will talk now. So the dog has got this life due to its bad karma. It doesn't mean it does only bad karma in previous life or 2 or 3 life before. It will have some good karma also. It doesn't mean a person cannot be extremely bad. He will do some good things at thousands of life. In at least 100 life, he will be a good man. That good karma will turn him to will give him a human form, human life.
You did not really help me understand anything. Okay, let me see what I've understood. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
So a dog simply lives its life because the human being that did bad something before, which resulted in this being a dog, but also had some good karma. So he only needs to, that human being became a dog, right? The dog doesn't have to do anything. The dog will just live as a life of a dog, and the human being will move on to the next life of a human being again. It's just an interim punishment, being a dog. But human beings will become a dog after suffering as a dog. Is that right?
Okay, wait. I will come from your point of view. According to you, so I have heard that in Islam,
No. Stop.
No.
Don't confuse different
I'm coming
worldviews.
to the point.
No, please. Do not confuse different worldviews. It will confuse me and confuse everyone else. I'm trying to understand your worldview without actually misrepresenting it. So that's why I'm asking you to correct me if I'm making a mistake. What you're saying is a dog is a dog because of a bad karma of a human being in some other life. That's why that human being has become a dog now to have some kind of punishment, okay, to suffer as a life of a dog. The dog doesn't have to do anything. After the dog dies, that human being, which is now a dog, will become a human being after the life of a dog automatically.
Yes.
It does, yeah.
Yes, correct.
Right.
Yes, correct. Not necessarily the next life it will become a human.
Sure.
Maybe after
Got you now. It could be several other lives of a dog and an elephant. I don't know who in particular order, right?
Not in a particular order. It's not like any particular order. It's like random. Based on your karma, God will decide. God will decide.
Yeah, fair enough. And eventually comes back human. Now, in this system, these animals don't remember anything, and the human being, which is going through this transformation of a punishment, doesn't remember anything. So how does this human being somehow feels any incentive to do good or do evil? For example, you, for example, now, you don't know whether you were actually bad at one point and you actually suffered with animal life in your some births in the past. You have no idea. So you have no idea whether what constituted you in your understanding of good and bad, who you are. You don't know. You don't know anything about you. What you know is now, somehow, you are here and you want to make sure you don't transform into another cycle of birth, going into an animal, for example, you want to go and achieve. But the problem is with this kind of system is this: look, you want to do something. Now, what's stopping you, for example, saying, you know what, I have millions of chances. So, you know what, look at this beautiful girl. I can't marry her. Okay, you know what, I'll just rape her in this life, enjoy everything, and then I might end up, becoming a rat in the next life, and I wouldn't remember anything, because after I pass my rat, maybe millions and trillions of years, I don't know how many years, I will eventually come back as a human being, and I would not remember anything because I would not feel the pain, because I don't remember the pain that I suffered. So let me carry on enjoying. Doesn't matter what I do now, all the bad karma that I can do, I can enjoy all of that, and then when I'm punished, I would not feel any punishment. I would not feel the pain, feel the suffering, because I would not even know or remember. And then eventually, because I have these millions of chances, I come back again as a human being. And then I can do this thing again. I can kill, I can do this. Do you see that thing? This is the real... No, this is what I understand about this, ample opportunity this cycle of birth and life gives. It doesn't make people responsible. You don't have to, because you can come back again. This time you got away with it. You know what? You got killed. No worries. You'll come back again, and then you really get rid of that friend, who was not your friend. You consider your enemy. Make him disappear from this world. Maybe with a toothbrush, or maybe with a gun, whatever. Because you don't like this gun. Whatever happens to you in karma, you will come back again. And all the time, what happens is, you would not feel any suffering and pain in an animal because you not remember. But when a human being, when you come, you might have. How does that work?
It's not like the soul. Animal soul doesn't feel pain. It feels pain. You don't know that when you are an animal. And once again, if you reject the concept of karma, what other alternative you have? If a person,
we can tell you about the alternatives. Firstly, you have to admit the system of karma that you believe in, it doesn't have much of an explanatory power of making sense to people to accept it. Because I've given you some examples. So the example shows you that in this system, you can actually be better off abusing it, exploiting it. You don't need to follow this karma. Go and enjoy. Listen, go and enjoy, go and do all these bad things in your system, for example, and you come back again after certain cycles, no problem. The alternative system, look at that. Just think now and compare. We have one life, only one. In this one life, if you are going to do all these bad things, the consequences is very clear. If you do these kind of things, this is the punishment, right? So that means because of only one chance, one life, okay? It's like, compare like a game. In a game, if you're a character, you have 3 life as a chance, right? 3 lives or 4 lives. You don't care if one life goes away. You say, okay, I've got 2 lives left, and so on and so forth. You would not feel that your life is precious anymore. It's only on the last life we feel precious. So for us, this life, one life, is your last life in a game of several lives, which is so precious that if you mess up with this one, then you are doomed. So you will be extra careful, you'll be extra responsible, you will try to constantly be truthful, just, sincere, compassionate, merciful, loving, caring, all the virtues, because you don't want to slip. I'm giving you the alternative. You don't want to slip because you only have one chance. So you will avoid all the bad things and you all the good things, and then you know what your outcome is going to be, because your creator has told you already that this is the outcome. If you do this, this is the outcome. So this is how you will feel, not only that you've been treated fairly and justly, you will also feel contentment, peace, tranquility in your heart, knowing that this is what's awaiting. If in your alternative, for example, karma and so on, people can do anything they like. They have another chance, come back again. What's stopping them? Maybe that's what some people do. They don't care. They don't give a damn. They say, you know what? So what? I will enjoy this life, and I know I'm going to come back again. I have all these chances. Yeah, okay, it's like think about it. It's like a prisoner is saying, you know what? If I do all of these things, I'm not going to be punished with life imprisonment or execution. They will just lock me for 10 days or 2 hours. So I'll come out and I'll do it again. Do you see the problem? But if they knew, a prisoner knew, if they did something like this, they will be in prison forever, not just 12 years, life imprisonment, forever, or they will be executed. That individual will think twice, thrice to make any crime, because the consequence is such that they don't want to risk it. But in your system, it's like being in a prison cell for 2 hours and coming out again. That system of belief has to make sense, Sanatani. That's what we are saying. So the alternative is there in Islam, in which you have one life, and the Creator wants you to really live this life and fulfill your obligations and duties, which is based on the virtues, avoiding the vices, the evil. And you would say that makes sense. I want to, yeah.
Okay, so I have heard that when after this life, you people believe you have only one life, and after this life, in judgment history, I don't want this to happen to you. In case if you are going to hell, in case, because it is in the hands of God for you.
It's not like that.
Whether a person wants to go.
God has clearly, the Creator has clearly given us all this, boundaries. If you overstep the boundary, the hudud. So it is not about like in case. No. We know exactly. If you, for example, worship God, associating partners. If you look, I'm telling you, if you worship God, saying God has daughters and children and wives and so on and so forth, and you die on that belief without repenting, you're 100% going to go to hell, a place of punishment, and you will be punished forever and forever and forever and forever, never to come out of this punishment. 100%.
So you are
100%.
You are 100% sure that you will go to heaven. 100% sure that you will go to heaven.
Okay. So perhaps you didn't understand what I said. In our belief system, hear me out. In our belief system, these are the rules, right? If you die in a state of Islam, worshipping God alone without ascribing a partner.
I'm asking you as
I am telling you, this is how it is. So, for example, if you, Sanatani, become a Muslim and you die in the state of Islam without committing shirk, associating partner with God, God has promised you paradise, heaven, Sarga, right? So you will be there 100%, because that's God's promise, and He doesn't break His promise.
Okay, so if a person, I have heard that if a person is going to hell, he will ask that, please give me one more chance. Correct? A person asks like this.
Yeah, they will ask, but they will not. No, they will not be given the opportunity. Because
okay. That's secondly. See if will Allah have mercy on them, because whatever God says.
Allah's mercy. Look. What you don't realize is Allah's already told them this case. Look, you will be begging for mercy in the hereafter. God says no. This mercy begging is not going to be provided. because you had that opportunity here, knowing that you would not have a second chance.
Okay, I will tell you one thing. Alvas are messengers of Hinduism, or messengers of God, same like you have. The great devotees of Vishnu, you can say. What they told about mercy of God is, for example, I have taken thousands of lives, take crores of lives. All the sins take and keep it one side. All the sins, what major sin, minor sin, all the sins, what I have done in crores of years, you keep in one side, and another side you keep God's mercy. You know what will win? God's mercy will only win. My sins will vanish away when compared to His mercy. That is why we are giving. God is giving us another chance. Okay, I cannot see you suffering in hell. For example, if I have done some bad thing to you, and all of you caught me and started punishing me, I am been suffering for 10 years. After a certain point, you will itself feel, okay, leave him, leave that guy, let him go. Like that, you itself feel like that. Even we do thousands and crores of sins, God's mercy compared to our sins is less or high. You should understand the point.
Look, Sanatani, God's mercy is such that you cannot even imagine and fathom how merciful He is. But
that's what I'm asking.
But He's also just, and He's also wise. Don't forget that. In His wisdom and His justice, He has set a law that this is the only chance you have, and He's already told you that you will be begging for a second chance, another chance.
Yeah,
and God says, look, even if He were to give you that, there are people, they will do it again and again and again. So He knows the outcome of these people. So He's already set these principles through His wisdom, that you can just keep on asking and begging, but the people who are not amenable to change, they will keep on doing this. So God has already said, okay, this is what you have to do now in one chance, one life. Why are you so irresponsible to really live this one life responsibly? You should take that seriously and say, look, this is one life. I will be begging next life if I do wrong. So let me use this one life properly. And God says, if you really are sincere and you repent, with your repentance, right, you can change your life. You don't need millions of rebirths and cycle, because that will be sufficient. Your acknowledgement, your appreciation, your understanding of how God's mercy works, you will repent. You will change yourself in this life, and you don't need another life. Yeah, you would not need another life, because if you understand that God's mercy, you would not need another life. You will say, God, forgive me. You will repent. Those people who don't repent, of course, they are the arrogant ones. And the arrogant ones, of course, God says, they are the ones who will go to hellfire.
So for whom God's mercy works?
For everyone.
God will show, for the person who's suffering in hell, will God show mercy to them?
Look, here's a big problem. I think I understand your problem.
Okay.
No, let me understand. I think you're missing one big thing. Hellfire is not another life of opportunity. Okay, think what I'm saying.
Yes.
Hellfire and heaven is a place of reward or punishment. Okay, so this is based on a life that you live, whether you live one life or million life. In your understanding, there is going to be a place of reward or punishment. When you reward someone somewhere, you don't just say, oh, let me take it back on something now. You're rewarding them. Likewise, when you punish someone, you shouldn't feel like, oh no, I'm so feeling so bad about this criminal who committed so much ethnic cleansing and genocide in Palestine and in Syria. Hear me out, Sanatani. Hear me out. Imagine now someone saying, oh, I'm so feeling so bad. These people I know, they kill so many Muslims in Palestine, right? They destroyed their homes in Gaza and so on. Okay, we know that. But this individual now in hellfire, I'm feeling sad about him. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me make his hellfire like a comfortable place. Because how can I go through the suffering he's suffering in hellfire? This is really not thinking properly. Hellfire is the consequence of what they have done. Right? So when people are punished in hellfire, you shouldn't feel like, oh, I'm so sympathetic. Oh, God should be so merciful and should not punish anyone. God is just. Hellfire is an expression of his justice.
Okay,
do you
so
understand? It's an expression of his justice. So now you'll be questioning the justice of God, saying, why is God allowing people to suffer in hellfire for so long? You're questioning the justice of God. You are trying to make God merciful by doing what? By removing him and stripping him of his justice. You are now taking God not to be just, and you want God to be making just merciful. This is exactly what happened to Christianity in some and Judaism in some as well. They don't want to believe in hellfire. They don't want to believe in. They said God is all love. God is not just loving, all love, right? No, God is not all love, all loving only. He is also just. He's also just. And people, if you don't understand what justice is, I think you need to really leave everything aside, contemplate what is justice. Justice means sometimes some people will be punished because of what they have done. It's giving the right where it's due. So someone who is wicked, someone who is evil, they deserve appropriate consequence for that. You cannot give, for example, a rapist, say, here you go, have this cake and have some fun as a punishment. It makes no sense. It's a travesty of justice by rewarding a criminal with a reward. Do you understand that?
No.
Do you understand that we should not reward criminals with happiness, with joy, with bliss, with tranquility, with contentment? Criminals should be punished with suffering and pain and so on and so forth in this life, maybe for rehabilitation. Maybe they can come better, it can change. If you punish a criminal with, you know what? In fact, you help them with money and wealth and fame. Just give me. Let me give you an example before I.
Right now,
one moment. Let me give an example. A rapist. So the punishment you give a rapist is, you know what? Go and enjoy any woman you like. Rape, anyone you like as a punishment. Would that stop that rapist from raping? If the punishment of rape is to give other people access again to be raped.
I'm not telling.
You're not getting it.
No.
Are you not getting the example?
Yeah, I'm getting it.
If the punishment of a rapist, rather than some kind of imprisonment, execution, or a fine, whatever, right? Different people have different punishment. We have a specific punishment in Islam, which is so harsh so that they would not want to do that again, or other people will be prevented from doing so. That's why in Islam there are harsh punishment for crimes like that. So if the punishment of a rape is, like, for example, you were rewarded with £1 million, 1 billion rupees as a punishment. Every time you rape someone, you get punishment of 1 billion rupees you spend in a brothel.
Yeah, okay, I understand that.
Would that stop raping happening?
No, you're correct only. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying to directly put the person who are burning in hell to heaven. I'm telling after thousands of years, maybe 1,000, 10,000, keep 10,000 years also. After that punishment only, I'm saying after that punishment, will they go to heaven or not? For infinite years, they will remain in hell only.
Okay, that is decided by God. Do you agree, Sanatani? God decides who are the categories of people. No, Sanatani, please.
Yes. Okay,
Isn't it the decision of God who will decide who remains there forever and who comes out?
No.
Or you decide?
According to Islam, what is the solution?
According to Islam, God decides one crime only, makes people remain in hellfire forever without coming out. وَمَا هُمْ بِخَارِجِينَ مِنْهَا. Quran says they will never come out of it. Who are the ones? Those who ascribe partners to God. Okay, so God, out of billions and zillions and quintillions and Googleplex type of, these are not large numbers by the way, of crimes people can commit, only one crime when people commit deserves everlasting eternal punishment in hellfire. Only one crime.
So
other crimes, God is merciful and God is just. So they will, if a Muslim did that, for example, with other crimes, they might be punished for a long time. They'll come out eventually. Okay.
So No, what's my opinion is, if someone says that person is very kind to his mother, it makes no sense, because everyone will be kind to his mother. The person, if he is kind to his enemies, that means that makes him special. So if a person is mercy on his best friend, it doesn't make him special. He should be mercy on his enemy. That I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they should be directly sent to Jannah or forgiven. After many years, they should be forgiven, right? Or it's not.
Are you deciding that, or God deciding that?
100% God deciding that. But when
I compare, so if God decided, look, Sanatani, if God decided there is only one crime He would not forgive if you die on that state without repenting, are you going to argue against that?
I cannot argue against God. That's the truth.
Yeah. So this is what God's decision is, and He didn't leave it. He didn't make it hidden, a secret. He made it clear, so clear that if people needed to know this. It's like written in such black and white, clarity, that this is a crime. If you commit, this is the consequence. If people were not told, then you would start questioning God's mercy. For example, like, how could God, being so merciful, not let people know about these things? But God has let people know from day one about this heinous crime, because this is one crime He has decided that deserves this kind of punishment. Yeah, so that should make sense to you.
Yeah, my one more question is,
final question, bro. By the way, because there's a queue.
No.
Last respectful to you.
Yeah, final question.
Last two questions, small questions.
No, one, please. One.
That's one, man. You can come back again.
Okay. Brother, please, brother. Two questions, sir. If you're comfortable
with man, ask your one question. If you got to be respectful to the other guests that are waiting too, man.
Yeah, I understand. No. If you think that the two questions are small, you can answer. If you think that the question needs time, you can skip. Like that one.
You know what? You should have been a salesman, man. You're not going to sell me, dude. So pick your best question.
Yeah, I understand many people are waiting. So, So it's a silly question, but please don't mind. So you said that if a child dies in early life, he will go to heaven directly, correct?
Yes. Next question. That's your other one.
No. This is correct now. Till here I'm correct now.
Yes.
This is correct.
Yes. If a child passes and they not reach age of maturity.
Okay. So can we kill our child so that it will go to heaven?
Why would you want to do that? What a silly question. Really? This is the hill that you want to end on, bro?
Yeah, really? I told that silly question only.
No, but Muris, there's a very simple answer to that. The child will, you will not.
Yeah. The answer is yes. There you go. Would you want to?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay,
so see, I'm sending a person to Jannah. What I'm doing wrong?
You're committing murder. You're going against the Qur'an.
No.
Don't harm an innocent soul. This is
why you're thinking like this way, but I'm thinking that I'm sending a person to Jannah.
Hold on, but you're not. You are not thinking at all. That's the difference. The difference is you're not thinking at all. The Qur'an tells you explicitly that if you harm an innocent soul, it's as if you've killed all of mankind. Period.
Okay, I am not killing. If the child suicide means hearing this, I will go to heaven. If the child suicide on itself,
you're not. Then again, the Quran
committing suicide will take them to hell as well.
Yeah. Even if it's a child.
It's like we can turn around and say the same thing to them to skip this whole cycle of rebirths. Keep committing suicide.
Just keep jumping off a bridge. You kidding me, man?
No. I'm asking.
Wait. Rushi. The simple question. The simple question is: would a parent ever harm a child? Would you ever harm your child? Yes or no?
See, my intention is to send the child.
Would you ever harm your child? Yes or no? It doesn't matter the reason. Yes. Would you ever think about harming your child?
I will not.
Then
that's it.
That's it. I will not. But I'm asking, what's wrong in it? It's nature that we will not. It's nature we will not do. But I'm asking, what?
Your nature is to survive. Your nature is to preserve. Your nature is not to destroy and commit heinous, crimes and stuff like that.
even if a child suicide by itself, it will not go to heaven. That's it. That's the point, right? Even if a child,
again, you're asking, brother, how is this helping you or harming you? Where is this question going?
No. See, if a child thinks that if he's, for example, 5 or 6 years child, before he attains maturity,
a 5 or 6 year old child is not going to think this way.
If he thinks,
okay,
unless you poison them in their mind.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you poison their mind. Okay, so brother, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to say your goodbyes, and then you can come back again if you need to. Okay, so just go ahead.
Okay. So okay, I would like to end. So do you like talking with me? Because I have learned many new things today. I have to be honest.
Yeah, and you were correct. That was a very silly question.
It was a very silly question.
I was. I know that it was a very silly question. But my question is, if child themselves suicide, what will happen? Because
we already answered. We already answered.
Okay, brother, we're gonna let you go, man. We're gonna take the next guest. It was good talking to you.
Okay, bye.
He was saying about if a child committed suicide, the childs don't commit suicide. They don't have the understanding of committing suicide. So basically, they're already in a state of understanding right and wrong, and they would know that committing suicide is a wrong. In fact, that will lead them to hellfire once they understand this is it. Okay. I think they're trying to find points in which, make, Islam look like it's not coherent. But what they don't realize is Islam has provided all the solutions already, taken care into all these, hypotheticals that people have, and still they don't get it. SubhanAllah. May Allah guide the people who are sincere.
Like one thing I just couldn't understand at all. It's like, they believe that if you're born as a lower creature, that's a form of punishment. But a punishment only means something if the person or the subject is aware that he's being punished. Else it's not a punishment.
Is a rat aware that it's
a rat? The one thing I wanted to ask was, he's talking about how apparently being any animal is suffering and you don't remember what you've done. Well, I was gonna ask, can you go from an animal to another animal, or is it back and forth? I can't be reincarnated as two different animals, because if I spend my time as a rat and then I go from a rat to a dolphin, well, that's two life sentences that I did not know I did. So how does that work? Is it back and forth, rat, human, dolphin, human? I was confused half the time.
Inshallah. All right, let's welcome the next guest here. Truth, you're up. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hey, how are you, bud?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, man. Where are you calling from?
Sorry?
Where are you calling from?
India. Now I am in Dubai, by the way.
Nice. Welcome, man. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Okay, I have some questions. Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, suppose if somehow just the black cube which you pray towards has just disappeared, where will you pray towards?
The same direction.
Such a important question you ask. Islam will be destroyed, do you think? It will be wiped out from the face of the earth because there will be no Kaaba. Yeah, exactly, man. What are the Muslims going to do if the Kaaba? Do you remember history? Kaaba was actually destroyed at a certain point, okay, either by flood and so on and so forth. What did the Muslims do? Did they just simply say, yeah, that's it, we're lost? No. Yeah. So what do you think? I don't see your name there. Is it Truth? You said, okay. So what will happen, do you think, if the Kaaba was destroyed?
I don't know, which is why I'm asking you.
Okay, sure. Nothing will happen. Muslims will still pray towards that direction. It's a direction in which, for example, we know that initially the Prophet ﷺ was praying towards Jerusalem, Bayt al-Maqdis. But Jerusalem, the mosque of the Bayt al-Maqdis was already destroyed. So he was praying towards that direction in which there was this mosque. The mosque didn't still, in his lifetime, wasn't there as it was built by the prophets. But so he was praying towards that directions. It had gone into transformations. So if you think about, like, for example, the Kaaba itself, even if the Kaaba wasn't there, Muslims will still continue to pray in that direction. Yeah. Next question.
By the way, I muted your mic because it has a little bit of feedback, bro. So when you talk, just unmute yourself, and then when you're done talking, mute yourself. That's you, Truth. By the way, I muted your mic because of that feedback.
Sure. Your next question.
Okay, can I ask another question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Suppose I'm a Muslim now. Okay, and I do all the good things. All the good deeds. I pray my 5 times prayer. I do everything which Allah has told me. And if I present before Allah and somehow just says, I am gonna put you into hell, can I object? I have done everything. Can you? I don't want to go to hell. Do you understand my question?
No. Explain again.
See, I have become a Muslim now. Okay, not that I have become. I'm just saying, and I do everything Allah has told me to do, like pray 5 times a day, do every good deeds, and give charity.
You've done all of that. You've done all of this, and you come to God, and God says, I'm going to put you to hell. And you're saying, can you object to that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, because God is not like that. Okay? God is not a wicked individual like you imagine. God is the most just and merciful. Okay? Anyone who has this belief, God already has promised them. If you come with this belief and you die on this belief, He has promised, wa'ad. Yeah, He has promised that they will go into paradise. He's not going to change His mind. Inna Allah la yukhlifu al-mi'ad. He doesn't break His promise. This is how God is. So this is not going to happen. This hypothetical would never happen. Next question.
No. I have
But Mansur, you mind if I give an example?
Sure.
So, I forgot his name. His name is Truth, correct?
Yeah.
So, Truth, imagine, right? Let's say I'm in a college class, right? And I have a test coming up. And the teacher tells me, she says, if you study this many times, you would definitely pass the test, right? So for me, I start studying. I study, and I feel pretty good. I make sure, I think I've studied sufficiently, right? I think I studied sufficiently enough to pass the test. The test comes, I take the test, I feel like I've done very well. But then the grade comes back and I get an F. Now, if I still get an F, does that mean just because I felt like I've done enough, but the teacher gave me an F, did that really mean I studied enough to understand? Hello?
You're on mute. Yeah. Okay. Now we can hear you.
What I said?
I was muted, I think.
Yeah, you were because of your feedback.
So did that mean? So my question is this: I have a test coming up, and I study for it, and I believe I will do very well on the test. I'm confident that I'll do very well on the test. But then the test comes, and I get an F. I fail the test. Now, does that mean that I did enough to pass the test? No, right? Because I failed.
Yeah, I feel,
right?
Basically, I didn't do well, yeah.
So basically what we're trying to say is here, like Mansur is saying, anybody can feel as though they've done enough. Anybody can feel as though, God gave me this command and I've been doing this. The problem is, who are you to judge if you're doing it properly or not? Each and every single one of us, we can all think that we're very close to God. We can all think that as a Muslim, we can all think that we're great Muslims. We're not the ones to judge. There are going to be many people on that final day, believe it or not, they're going to be very, very, very surprised that God is going to command them to go to hellfire because they think they've done enough, but they haven't. The ultimate judge is Allah. That's why as Muslims, what does God say? God guaranteed those who die upon Islam paradise. The one thing is, God did not let us know when we're going to die. As a human, I don't know when I'm going to die. So, as a human, I can't say whether or not it will be enough. I can't judge if I'm doing enough. That's for God to decide. And especially because I don't know when I'm going to die. I don't even know if I'm even going to die as a Muslim. I pray that I will, but I don't know the future. So this idea of saying you're doing enough, get rid of that. That idea itself is a faulty idea to have, especially when it comes to God, because you're not the one to judge. God is. You can feel as though you're doing whatever you want, but if God says you're not, then you're not. And the one way God's going to let us know that we're not is by choosing people to go to hellfire. It's that simple.
And just to add on to that, there's going to be countless people that are going to be arguing, countless. And then the evidences will be presented. Their limbs will attest against them. The angels will attest against them. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is sufficient as witness enough. But in order to humiliate them, they will attest against themselves. And the truth will come out. So a lot of people are going to believe that they were on the right path, and their heart may have been filled with arrogance, or may have been filled with some type of ill desire, such as to be known by people, like a martyr or a known scholar, or someone that gave a lot into charity. We have authentic hadiths of these three people being the first to be thrown into the hellfire because of what they actually intended. They didn't do things for the sake of Allah. And mind you, this is actually a pretty good time to bring up this point as a reminder that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is pure, and he's not going to take any type of impurity. So when you make an intention to go and do an act for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it can't be, I'm making the intention for Allah and this person. It must be for Allah alone. So, it's a difficult line to walk, and that's why we hope for his mercy, for the actions that we do conduct, that the mercy comes upon us and he accepts whatever little thing that we can offer. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
Okay. So what's stopping you from becoming a Muslim?
No, I'm studying Islam, so yeah, I've not completed reading the Quran. I'm studying now, so if I find it to be correct, I will accept it.
MashaAllah, man. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala open up your heart and your mind and guide you upon the truth. If there's any other question that we can help facilitate to gain some clarity or to bring you closer. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay. What does Islam say about veganism?
Veganism?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it? We were designed by our definition, by our nature to eat meat.
I know that Islam allows eating some animals, but if I choose to stay vegan and I tell people not to eat animals, will that be okay in Islam?
You're going against what the Qur'an and Sunnah are saying.
Yeah, that is what I was thinking. If I say people not to eat animals, will that be against Islam?
Yeah, because you are literally going in opposition to what the Qur'an and Sunnah are saying. You can't hit your way. You can make a personal choice, but you can't say that this is a decree from God or this is the way that things are supposed to be. You can say
you can live as a vegan yourself. You can live as a vegetarian, no problem. But the moment you actually tell other people, "Hey, don't do this,"
this is the way that it has to be, or this is better, you're going against Quran and Sunnah.
Okay, so what you mean is, if I want to stay vegetarian, I can stay vegetarian, but I can't say that this is haram to eat.
Correct.
Animals.
So, and the Prophet ﷺ, when he would eat meat very rarely. It would be goat, and it would be about the size would be about the size of the palm of his hand. He would eat it very, very rarely. So,
okay,
he would, because he knew that it's a delicacy and that there's a particular attraction to eating red meat. So, you can. The best thing to do is just proceed with the lifestyle of vegetarianism or veganism if that's what you choose, but know that that's by choice. It's not by decree.
It is just that I've never eaten cow. I mean, I've eaten animals, but not cow. Beef. So
You don't have to if you don't want to.
You don't have to if you don't want to, but know that it is permissible. As long as it's halal and tayyiban, it's permissible. You can eat it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, bro.
Okay,
all right,
see
man.
you.
Well, nice to see you too. We'll hopefully you come back, and we will keep you in our du'as, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide you to the truth and accept your sincere quest, man.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, do you do this every week?
We try to rotate. We try to rotate between this and a Q&A on Hinduism, but usually the Islamic one, like the one to come and challenge and engage with Islam particularly, is every other week.
Okay.
Brother Morris, before we let him go, can you give him a quick rundown of like the concept of God in Islam and see if it actually resonates with him? I don't know how much he knows about it.
Absolutely. So from the reading that you've done, do you have an understanding of our concept of God in Islam?
Yeah, I have to come. I wouldn't say complete, but I do understand the concept of Islam and Christianity and Judaism and Hinduism and Buddhism. I mean, there is no God in Buddhism, but yeah, I do.
Okay. If you need a quick reference, you can turn to chapter 112 of the Qur'an. This is Surah Ikhlas.
Sorry, what chapter?
112.
Okay.
And here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he defines himself and he presents himself in a way that is absolutely unique. So we believe in one deity that's worthy of worship. He has no partners. He's all powerful and has the perfect attributes.
I've read that, yeah.
Perfect. So if you agree with this concept, then really the Islamic choice is pretty apparent. So if you believe in that and you believe that the Prophet Muhammad was a messenger of God, then you have, as long as you're of sound mind, which it seems to me like you are of sound mind, then you have the ability to accept Islam whenever you feel comfortable. But I don't recommend that you delay on it. If you believe these two things, if you believe that this is the definition of God, if you believe that the Quran is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and if you believe that Muhammad is indeed a messenger of God, then you shouldn't procrastinate.
Okay, then with this now another question. Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay. See, with my research so far now, I believe Islam is the truth. But see, I was born a Hindu, then I became an atheist, then I became a Buddhist. Now I'm an agnostic again. So I don't want to do this with Islam. When I accept it, I want to stay in it. So therefore, I want to complete reading Quran first. And then if I am sure that this is 100% correct, I will accept it. Before that, I don't want to accept it. But with my research, I am true to myself. And now if I die, where will I go?
You'd be in trouble if you die right now. If you believed in the two things that I had mentioned to you, then you have sufficient information to accept Islam to be true. Now, continuing your reading is an obligation because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us to seek out knowledge. So we're not telling you to stop, but he tells you at the same time that when you come to the conclusion, that this is indeed true, then accept it and don't delay. So you can continue on with your journey. My recommendation is to accept it, and then as you grow in knowledge, you'll find that a whole nother section is opened up to you. For example, when you're reading the Quran and it says, "Oh, you who believe," now this pertains to you. Whereas right now when you're reading it, you're just kind of 50-50 on it. You do believe, but you haven't professed it with your limbs. So
no, you didn't understand me. I mean, I have not read complete Quran. Okay, whatever I have read, I do agree with it completely. Yeah, I have not read completely. Do you understand my point?
Yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from, bro. The fundamental principles of Islam can be accepted without reading the full Quran. I'm not telling you to stop reading it. I'm telling you, accept what you believe to be true, which is that there's only one deity worthy of worship, and that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is indeed the messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if you accept these two criteria, you will enter the fold of Islam. It's as simple as that. There's no criteria that says you have to read the Quran in full.
Listen, that is the problem you don't understand. I'm saying I've read some parts of the Quran and I do completely agree with it. Okay. But in future, I read something which I have not read already, and I come across it and I see it does not resonate with me, and I don't want to accept it. What will it? What will happen to me?
Then you seek out the people of knowledge to help you explain whatever it is that you're stuck on. But what I can promise you is this. I can promise you that there is nothing that will not resonate with you in your natural inclination towards the belief in the oneness of God and the belief that he had sent out messengers to preach the full submission to him. Nothing. You will never come across anything in the Quran that will challenge this, ever. The only thing that can happen is if something emotional happens to you. So like, for example, you might come across something in the Quran that has an emotional sting to it. Like, for example, the people will be punished for eternity, right? This can have an emotional sting. And you could say, well, I don't believe in that. That's not cool with me. But then we come back to the root of the issue, which is who's judge and jury, you or God, right? And again, that's just an example. So emotionally speaking, these things we can iron out and we can massage out to help you understand why it is so. But there is nothing logically that will ever violate your understanding of, let's say, your rationale or your reason. And something that would be a clear-cut violation would be like God became man. This is a clear-cut rational violation of reason. There's no rhyme or reason or any explanation that you can tell me apart from it's just a holy mystery. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so you will never find something like that where it makes you tear up your intellect in Islam, ever, period. So if you believe in these two,
don't read it completely. You understand my point. I mean,
absolutely, and I'm not pushing you one way or another. I'm saying take all the time that you need, but if you believe in those two fundamental things, then don't delay. So continue on with your reading, bro. And when you're satisfied, meaning when you know without a shadow of a doubt that this is true, accept it. Don't delay, not even for a second.
See, I'm a man of my words. When I see something is truth, I do accept it. Listen.
Just before you leave, brother, like I just have a very simple question. Because there's I was sorry, I was actually having lunch, so I could not really contribute there much to the conversation, but like Brother Morris explained it perfectly. But let me ask you this. So if, let's say you're convinced that Islam is the truth, right? And let's say you find something in there that doesn't resonate with you or that you don't like it for any subjective reasons, right? Would it matter if you like it or not? Would it make it not true?
Maybe it would not be true.
So wouldn't that be just subjectivity? Because let's say I may like something that Morris may not like, right? Mansur may like something that Ali may not. Then the truth is all subjective. Then it's not objective anymore.
Yeah.
Who decides, first of all, like what is right or wrong in that case? See, we as Muslims, look, we get this question from Christians all the time, that why don't you guys eat, pork? And I've heard a lot of Muslims justify, that pork actually has harmful effects to your health, etc., etc. What I tell them is, which is the answer that all Muslims should actually have, is yes, those things could be there, but even if it had, even if it were like very beneficial for my health, the fact that I don't eat it is because I know Islam is the truth and God Almighty told me not to eat it. So my subjective reasoning doesn't matter in that case. What matters is what is the truth. Truth is Islam, and morality comes from that source of creator. And he's the source of morality, right? So if he actually tells me not to do something, I don't do it because my understanding, my reasoning could be limited. I may perceive something that may be good, but it actually is bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, there's a little bit of faulty thinking that I wanted you to reflect on a little bit. because if that's how you, like, I understand you have had your journey, from Hinduism to atheism to Buddhism, I think you mentioned, right?
Yeah, Hinduism, then atheist, then Buddhist, now agnostic.
Right. So, but try not to, like, like, I've had my own journey. All of the brothers, on the panel over here, Brother Morris, he was not born a Muslim, right? He has had his own journey, right?
Oh, he's a
But just
convert.
it's very important that we actually correct this type of approach of how we actually approach religion, especially, and these existential questions in life, because sometimes, like, I understand what you're saying, and there are many things, like, in the past that it actually, like, I'll be honest with you, with my limited knowledge, they used to bother me in the past about Islam. But then the more I studied it, the more I actually learned that, okay, the flaw was in my understanding. The flaw was not in Islam. Does that make sense?
I think to help our guest here, we can make an approach which may be beneficial. Okay, you understand that whatever you read is making sense to you, and you believe that it should be from God. Look, here is my approach, recommendation for you, my brother in humanity. You need to establish two things, only two things. The Prophet Muhammad, whether he's a prophet of Allah or not, and indeed the Qur'an, the book that he's brought, is it from Allah or not? Because you already believe in God, because you've gone into the transformation, God has to exist, and God has to be one and absolute. There's no question about it. So with that basic understanding in mind, all you need to affirm is, okay, has this Allah, God, given this scripture, this book of guidance, and has he actually given it to this particular man, this individual, Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam? You want to only verify these two things. So if the Quran is demonstrated to you to be indeed a book from God, then you accept it. You don't need to then verify every single details. You need to know, but in principle, that this is indeed has to be from God. Likewise, if you can verify that Prophet Muhammad has to be a prophet of God, he cannot be anything other than a prophet of God, then you accept him as a prophet of God. Once you do that, then of course you know the Islam is true for you to accept. And if everything else, for example, how do I make ablution? Do I do 3 times or 2 times, or all these details? These are secondary matters. This can be done and learnt as you progress through your journey of learning in Islam. Everyone learns. I mean, ask us. We learn every day. Even if there was a sheikh in the panel, if you ask him, they will tell you we learn every day. So there's no end to learning. So it's not something that should be a focus where, like, I don't know enough, or I haven't read enough. We none of us have learned enough. Okay, so how do you verify the Quran is from God? What criteria would you be looking for? How do you verify the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is a prophet of God, a messenger, a spokesperson of God who has given us the truth? Once you know what to look out for, then it becomes easy. Once you affirm that he has to be a prophet of God, he cannot be just an ordinary human being. He cannot be a reformer. He cannot be a scientist. He cannot be an individual who wants, good for people. But he's actually more than that. He's a prophet and a messenger of God because of the evidence, because of the available information that we have points towards that. Once you can go into this kind of thinking, then it will be much, much easier for you, rather than spending, let me read this book, hadith book. How many hadiths have I read? Well, not everyone has. I mean, if you ask us, have we read all the hadith? We probably will say no, because there's so many, unless you really want to spend your time learning. That's why we learn every day. So how do you ascertain these two things? You set up a criteria. What do I expect from a book of God? If a book is from God, a creator who is all knowledgeable, this book should demonstrate that it's from him. It may also have some kind of falsification tests. In fact, this is what the Quran say that it does. We say it does. So you can try to use those falsification tests against the Quran, and if the Quran is still standing and you cannot falsify it, not you personally, but anyone who wants to, for example, then you know that the Quran is true to its claim, because it's not falsifiable. Its claim is true, that it's from God. If you look at the life of the Prophet, his teaching, his character, and you see like, okay, he cannot be anything other than a prophet, things he said, things he's done, then you know he has to be a prophet of God. It's simple as that in terms of the approach. So you have to have a criteria which is free from bias, free from some kind of, you have some feelings of other people, other community, this sensibility of others, like, oh, how can they be right, and so on. No, you have to remove all of these things. Say, look, truth is truth. Wherever it is, I will accept it. So if the Prophet Muhammad was not a prophet, then how do I explain all of these things he's brought? How do I explain, for example, the things which are considered to be miracles? How do I explain the book that he brought, which is something that I cannot explain unless it comes from God? If you go through this particular process, it will help you to decide. And then once you know, then there you go. You accept Islam, and then you continue living your journey of learning every day. So there are many videos available in the internet on these two subject matter, okay, from various brothers or sisters who have produced this kind of material to answer that question. You can go and find it quite easily. I mean, in Dawah's channel, you'll find some. In Muris's, I'm not sure whether you've clipped some. This material, this particular question, two questions, have been dealt with in sufficient detail, right? So you can go and look at those. There are books available on terms of, the prophethood or prophethood of Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the divine origin of the Qur'an. Take it from there. If you feel that the information that you've read, based on what I've said now, is not sufficient or something, or you have questions, you can come back to us again and we can clarify. Yeah, because that information is already there. You can find videos on this that has been done specifically to address these questions, like what are the motives of Prophet Muhammad if he was not a prophet? Can you actually justify? You have to pinpoint. If he's not, look, it's simple. If he's not a prophet of God, he's an imposter, because he's claiming to be a prophet. So is he an imposter knowingly, knows that he's an imposter, a fake individual, or is he deluded? But he's sincere, but he thinks he's a prophet when he can't distinguish, because a deluded person cannot know that they're deluded, right? So it's two options. He's sincerely deluded and think he's a prophet of God, or he's a fake individual, and he wants people to believe that he's a prophet of God. These are the two options if he was a fake, or the other option is he is truly a prophet of God. So you can weigh out all of these, and it's easy to determine where lies the truth. So do this research and come back to us, God willing, and then we will see how to take it from there. If that's fair, right?
Okay. I will come next or the.
Take your time. But as Muris has said, once you have already the elements of truth, that it seems like from all the trajectories, Islam is the truth. In your heart, you know the truth. All you need to do, at least say declaration in your tongue that Islam is the truth. Okay, and try to, do the actions of Islam. Because if you feel this is the way, go ahead. We're not asking you to just jump emotionally like you may have done before, but take these steps with critical thinking. That yes, am I making this journey of accepting Islam by making sense to me? Is it making sense to me? Or is it just a blind faith? Or is it just because, there's a particular woman that I'm interested in and she's a Muslim, so I should become a Muslim because of that? No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about absolutely you are saying this makes sense to me, and truth has to make sense. If you take from that point, you would not later on say, look, how did I do that? There will be no regrets. There will be no accountability in the sense that, how could I have done that? Because you know that you chose and you made the right step, because your decision was based on the available information that has come to you and whether it made sense to you. You processed that information and it made sense, you accepted it. In cases like this, then your heart will never waver and say, I've made a wrong decision. Okay? You will say, this is the best decision I could have made then, I've made it. So that's what we're saying.
This is why I don't want to now, why I don't want to accept it now, because I have done this game,
That's what I'm saying.
into that. I don't want to do it. This is why I've read almost half of the Quran, and within a week or two, I will complete the Quran. When I'm done, and
Finish
I'm
reading it. Finish reading it.
This is
Have one thing in your heart. Have that belief in your heart that okay, this is there is no God worthy of worship except Allah, and Prophet Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, and be ready to testify it because you are on a searching journey. Okay, right? So God knows the heart of every individual. God knows who's sincere. If you are sincere, that will be taken into account. But what we're saying is the guarantee of going into paradise is when knowing the truth, you are actually affirming it, right? So you have to go through that process of knowing and acknowledging it.
Whatever I have read, I affirm it. I agree with it.
Keep reading it. Keep reading it. But
We'll be here.
Don't delay.
Don't delay, man. Take it at your local masjid, anything, man, and with anybody, a friend.
Yeah, I do have some friends, and they do help me. So yeah.
Yeah. Inshallah, God knows the hearts of every individual, and God knows who's sincere, and He guides those who are sincere. So ask Allah for guidance. Ask Allah to show the guidance and establish you on the guidance, and you will see it becomes easier for you. Because if you really want to be guided, you ask the Creator to be guided. You ask sincerely. You stop doing any bad things that might prevent guidance to come to you. This is one condition that we need to make clear to you. Certain things might become an obstacle to receive guidance. Okay, so if you are pressing, if you are lying, if you're deceiving, and all these things like this, it becomes an obstacle for people to receive guidance. God has laid a principle saying, if you want guidance, then these are the things you need to avoid. Okay, you need to purify your heart. Yeah. So that when the heart is purified with all these things which you know that you should be doing, the examples I've given you, like lying, cheating, and so on, then your heart will be the receptacle of guidance. It will be easier. Okay, and God guides. He promises. I mean, He declares that He's the one who answers the prayer of those who invoke Him. So you need to call upon God for guidance with that sincerity in your heart, and you will receive it. Okay.
Okay. Pray for me. See.
We will, man. All right. Take care of yourself. God bless you, man. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide you and guide us all and keep us all firm on the truth, bro. Thanks for coming up. Come back anytime.
Thank you so much. I mean, how do I leave? I mean,
I'll take care of it.
No.
Just close the window on your phone.
Don't worry. Yeah.
We'll kick you out.
Yeah, we'll kick you out. Don't worry. I'm a bootstrap. All right. Next guest. Viking, can you hear us, bud?
Yeah, hey man.
Hey, what's happening? Welcome.
Nice. My question is for Mansur.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw one of your debate with at Speaker's Corner with God's logic, and so my question remains is that how's your and Muhammad's ass after he fucked you so hard there, and how?
Nice. Like that never happens to us. Okay. Can you believe the dude?
You waited all this time for this.
Like as if no one has ever trolled a stream before.
That's the one question. That's the one thing I was gonna say. This man literally had to get that out. He waited how long? 4 hours.
Actually, you know what? Even better, guys. The best thing is he probably waited a week for the stream because we didn't have it last week. And this God Logic video, this Dog Logic video has been out for how long? He's like, oh, I just can't wait. I'm going to calendar it in. I'm going to set 20 alarms. Like, dude, yeah, okay. You really did a lot there.
It's quite interesting how people think, one of the things I need to now really highlight, I mean, it's quite scary, by the way. People think that your voice that you have just said, like in these things, is not traceable. Okay. In due processes, it can be easily traced back where it's coming from, who is it from. It can match to your exact signature of your voice. So some people think that's so easy. Oh, I can have a voice changer and so on and so forth, and make all these things. Technology is evolving just like technology is evolving to make a voice changer. Okay. So if you really want to live a life of sanctity, purity, of a decent human life, get away from this kind of living, right? Because it's not going to help you in the long run. You will be a criminal in a court of law. They will catch you quite easily. They will find you. Like, for example, the IP addresses, right? You think that it's so difficult to hide with all
I
the
was just gonna
VPNs
say
and so
that.
on, right? You think so difficult to find. You're living in a bubble, right? The world has advanced so much in technology and so on. It's that you don't know the interfaces and how much of the security that is not shared with you. There are things that their people find out maybe 20, 30 years later. Look at this. They had all that information about you, but they didn't do anything. So don't feel that, okay, you can come along and go like this and think you cannot be traced and so on. And if the legal processes were, sought, that they'll not be able to. Things are changing quite fast in technology. Okay, so it's better for you to go to, I don't know, what's it called, a graveyard, and shout out your things in your heart, and against people like that, get it out. If you really want, if you hate people, then we cannot help you. If you hate the success of Islam so much that you see that Islam is growing and it's really making you so hurt, think differently. Why is this the case? Why in Speaker's Corner, despite all this heckling, all this trouble that people cause us by, every week almost people become a Muslim? Why? You should be asking that. Why is it people, despite all of that, the people who are being told that Islam oppresses women, and guess what? 75% of the reverts were women in England. 3 of 4 women who accepted Islam were English educated women at one point. And this is the point when they were saying Islam oppresses women. So you should rather be thinking, why is Islam being accepted by people if it was not the truth? Don't feel like, I'm going to hate more because like I'm an atheist and look how Islam is this and that, like going against my worldview and so on. Ask why Islam does make sense to people. It's maybe because you are not thinking differently. Use a critical mind. Take Islam as a worldview and examine it, rather than having an emotion and then having a dislike for a people. Okay, it's not going to help you, or it's not going to help anyone. And one thing I can tell you, it's not going to help the spread of the truth of Islam. Okay, Islam will reach every corner of the globe, like it or not. Allah is light. People will try to, what is it called? The words like, what's the word? Take the light off, right? Okay. Yeah. And they won't be able to do that. Okay. So you can try, you can have that hatred in your heart. It's not going to do much. In fact, we will carry on.
Here's what's crazy. What's crazy is,
and you know what, Brother Muris, people for the last, 20, 30 years, how much they felt, I wish these guys in Speaker's Corner, they'll disappear out of existence and so on. Guess what?
I mean, there were oaths made. We've seen
people come and go, and we've seen atheists die. We've seen Christians die, and we've seen people. So what? Islam will continue. Our time will go. There will be another generation that will come. They'll be probably better, more equipped with, the strategy of giving information of Islam to people. So you cannot extinguish, that's the word, you cannot extinguish the light of Islam, how much you want it. Islam will prevail because it is the truth.
There's two things I want to mention, and I hope the audience really recognizes this. One, no Muslim ever goes to a Christian stream and acts this way, ever. No, like we don't care, because they have nothing to offer but falsehood. Okay. And 2, at the end of the day, the best thing about their dawah, the best offer that they have on the table, is just come join us over here for a small amount of time. We'll have fun together. We'll just have fun. And then when they die, that's it. This is the whole, every other religion, this is the end of their dawah. And this is the only thing that they have to offer at their root. Just come hang out with us for a little bit. We'll be good buddies. We'll exchange some laughs. None of this really matters anyway. That's it. It's wallahi, it's so hollow. It's ridiculous. So, you know, the fact that they come up here and do these things, apart from us having to, you know, astaghfirullah, listen and a'udhu billah, listen to this stuff for a tittle is just, you know, you've struck such a nerve that it's like, I mean, anyway.
And Morris, but by the way, what Mansur said about finding you, because everyone thinks they're safe in the comfort of their internet or their profile. I work in the IT field. I'm actually at work right now and I deal with networking. People can find you. Yeah, literally. Because especially with YouTube. And by the way, this actually refers back to whenever you go into your player. When people do background checks around you, this is part of it. You'd be surprised 10, 15 years from now, when you're trying to get that particular job and they run your background check, they find everything about you. Some of the things that you're recorded by saying, some of the things you posted and you thought you deleted, they will find you. So these comments, what people are saying, which I'm not even going to try to say this person was a Christian or anything like that, whatever, but these are just things that you, at some point in time, you can just say it's more than just detestable. It's straight, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just childish. That's, if I could put it as appropriate as I can, that's just childish, especially since, you know, when they listen to Mansur's interaction with Avery, I call him Avery. I don't care about his nickname. I call him Avery, whatever. So at some point, I was actually hoping for something worth having a conversation about, and then after that, it's just, well,
I think at some point
I never get used to it. That's the problem. I never get used to it.
I think we were planning on doing a review on our channel, and then we just sat back. We realized we're like, okay, there's nothing of substance. The guy was just, you know, yelling, and he was not even letting Brother Mansur talk. So it's like, what are we going to even review? You know?
Exactly.
Yes. Anyway, let me.
You know, the one thing that I can review is the debate tactics. You know, those shady debate tactics. You know, like appealing, like my Mansur knows obviously, but appealing to the crowd, not letting him speak, changing the goalposts. Yeah. Every time Mansur makes a point, he deflects and tries to pin Mansur on a point that wasn't even the topic of the conversation. So I think I can do something based on teaching or showing Muslims to catch those deceptive, shady tactics that, you know, people like him try to pull.
Yeah, subhanAllah. Okay, Mr. Agnostic Soul, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, guys, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bud. Welcome.
Yeah, sorry guys, I might speak a bit low voice because everybody's sleeping in my house. So, is it fine?
Yeah, the mics, I think it sounds okay, you know?
Okay, perfect. Okay, so basically I am Hindu, but I don't know whether there is a God or not. I mean, I was born in a Hindu family. My question is with respect to the concept of reincarnation, which is very prevalent in Hinduism. I'm not sure how does it work, but I have seen some videos of some of the scientists like Einstein and Jim Tucker. They have a lot of research on reincarnation. They're atheists basically. So they have done some findings and they have found out that there are some kids, around 2,000 plus kids. They have done research on outside India, basically Europe and Western countries, whose parents are basically Christians, most of them. So they have different findings on this rebirth concept of rebirth and all. So how do you see that? Have you ever gone through Jim Tucker or Einstein research?
So I'm trying to understand because I think your mic's a little too close. So try to just give it some distance.
Okay.
What you're saying is that there was, I totally could have heard you wrong, but were you saying that there was some scientific discoveries of the truth of reincarnation?
I don't know. There is a way to discover anything, but there are some testimonies of the kids who talk about the past life. There are 2,000 plus testimony of those kids, and those are verifiable. I'm talking about one which are verifiable.
Did you say how much? How many people's testimony?
Like these kids are making. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, how many people's testimony? What was this looked at?
So I think this was till last year. I'm saying 2,100 is what they're saying.
Sorry, I'm finding it difficult to hear you properly.
2,100. 2,100.
2,100 people testimony.
Okay.
Where was this published? Do you want to share in the private chat? Share the link in the private chat if you have it. We can have a look at it.
I see. I don't know. I cannot share, but you can search for Jim Tucker and Ian Stevenson. These are the two scientists who have done this research. It started by Ian Stevenson almost 10 years back. Now Jim Tucker is taking care of that legacy. So they have done some research on 2,100 kids in Europe. First, they started in India, but India have a bias because they are Hindus, so they already think about reincarnation. So they started looking for the kids in Europe. They found out some kids.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying, I'm trying to find out that particular research study, right?
You're looking
so
at.
the name of the individuals you're saying they're two scientists. Can you just repeat the name again? They are.
One is Jim Tucker.
Jim Tucker. Okay.
And his ancestor is Ian Stevenson, who started this basically.
Ian Stevenson.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So you can. I want you to go through these and try to, falsify them if possible.
First of all, we need to look at them. Okay, we need to look at those research study and read and understand them, and then we can discuss. You can come back again, another stream. Why don't you go, while the stream is running, because you're asking us to search, because you've already done this search already. Why don't you do the search, find the relevant published paper or a book which is published by academic press, for example, a reliable, not just like somebody self-published book and saying these are scientific research. Share us those resources in the private chat, and then we can have a look at it and we can talk about it later, because I'm not aware of any of these things, and we can't really comment on something that we haven't even looked at. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is a topic of great interest for you guys, so that's why it's interesting. So what I will do is I will first
do share, and then we'll look at it.
So just really briefly, right? I was able to locate a little bit about it. And are you familiar with what his quote is? Or what the most?
He's atheist. Yeah, he's atheist.
You know what he ended with, right?
So he's an atheist and he's a scientific guy. He's a scientist, so he cannot conclude on based on testimony, right? But he has found 2,000 plus kids.
No, I understand. Are you familiar? Yeah. Did you actually read the paper?
I have read the paper, yeah.
Okay. What was the conclusion? What was his conclusion?
He said he cannot say whether it is. I mean, based on that, he said he cannot conclude.
Yeah. He said, okay, so according to his last paper, right, Ian finished his last paper, published paper with words that, though not referring specifically to his 40 years of research on children's past life memories, might as well have been applied to them. Let no one think that I know the answer. I'm still seeking.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he's a scientist, so you cannot see scientists never rely on testimony, or that too of the kids, and that too these kids are 3 to 5 years. That's all. Nobody more than 5 years.
Do rely on testimony.
Yeah.
Scientists cannot rely on
there have
testimony.
been like so many psychologists. There have been studies against it as well. So look up terms like false memories, right, where the brain is capable of creating these vivid,
imprint false memories.
Convincing memories.
I studied that in undergrad, where they literally just convinced kids that they were lost at a mall and they were found, and the kids were like, "Oh yeah, I remember that happening," and it never happened.
No. That's very different, because I've gone through a lot of their cases. What they actually tell is what is the name of the plane, what is the number of the plane which they died, because they were pilot of that aircraft. When the accident happened, who was with me when I was. So
you know what cryptomnesia is? Cryptomnesia. Do you know what that is?
I'm not sure on that.
Okay. This is when a person recalls information that they have seen or heard before, but believes it to be a memory.
not realizing that that you know, or they perceive it to be a memory from a past life, not realizing it's from their present experiences.
Just to clarify,
this could actually happen. Just to complete, this could happen in various different ways. So whenever you're actually studying, whenever you're actually doing a search for this type of study, look for studies against it and see how they're explained.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, there is a problem in these studies. The problem is the studies which is done on the kids who are 3 to 5 years old, 2 to 5 years basically. No kids which is more than 5 years old they have taken because they can falsify. So this is a point. When you are 2 to 5 years old, it is very difficult to. They have the imagination. They have very vivid imagination, but to have the imagination of an adult and these kind of physics in it. What I'm saying is, rather than going against it, you guys also go through it. I will. So the research paper which I will share most probably will be from University of Virginia. So I think if that is acceptable, then only I will look at it. Otherwise, I don't think that there is any point.
Just give us information. We'll have a look at it, because people do research, but it needs to be, you know, an acceptable research, of course, as you know, acceptable in the research community as a valid piece of research. So let me ask a very straightforward question. Do you remember yourself, your past lives?
No, I don't.
Why not? Try. Have you given it a try?
I'll tell you what, okay, so okay, I'll tell you what that research paper has suggested.
No. Forget about the research paper. Forget what research paper suggested. Ask yourself, why do you not remember yourself? Why do you not remember your past life?
It will be a chaos, right? It will be a chaos if I do remember. Let's suppose if I remember my last 50 lives, it will be a chaos.
Why?
How many parents, how many kids, how many emotions, how many
why should it be chaos? Why should it be chaos?
I will lose my current identity rather than I will start searching for my previous identities. There will be a lot of issues. I will say, this is my father,
so
this is my ancestry.
Where fundamentally is the problem. Who is this I that you're saying that I'll lose my identity? You are the I that was before in the previous life, right?
See, I'll tell you what. Listen to me. See, so that's what they say. They say some kids remember, and then they say the 2,100 cases which they have identified, those are the cases where they have died violently or accidentally. Not the one who died after getting old or because of some disease. The one which were not expected to die suddenly died. And this does not. I'm just telling this does not defy Allah or something. Allah may be there. He might have different plans. He might have different strategies which we don't know. So don't think it against any religion or something. I'm an agnostic point of view. Telling you from an agnostic point of view. I'm telling you guys because I have only one mind. You guys have a lot of minds. So you guys can research, and if it is wrong, you can tell that these are the made up stories.
That's what I'm saying. It's a simple question, which is like, you know, fundamentally for any research question to be asked, we need to know what question we are asking. So if it's about past life, you know, a researcher can ask, why do I as a researcher not remember my past life?
So I'm answering.
You don't remember your past life. You're saying your assumption is that if I remember all my past life, then it's be chaos. Now, who am I in the past life? Why is that a problem? Why should it be a chaotic? You know, you are who you are. Your memory is stored somewhere within yourself. So if you believe, you know, you have a memory storage somewhere within your brains, or wherever it might be, right? So that is what you are. So why should it be chaotic? Because we process information all the time. We can store information. We can process the information. I can still be me, even though I had hundreds of other past lives. Why should that be a problem?
Okay, I'll tell you why. See, do we remember? So as a kid, do I remember? See, this is my idea of why we don't remember. I don't remember how I was or what I've done when I was in my mother's stomach, right? I don't, right?
So what you did as a child, a lot of things we don't remember, correct? Yeah.
Yes, correct. So and we just don't remember because there is a gap of maybe some 10, 15 years, or maybe we were too small, or our mind was not that good, right? At that time, whatever it is. So that's what they say. They say that there is so much of gap between one life to another life that they might some of them might remember, which have very high IQ. So what they say, they done research on IQ level of the kids as well. Plus, what they say is.
So how many adults remember today? How many adults remember their past life today?
I'm completing. It will tell you it will give you the answer. So all the kids who they have interviewed between 3 to 5, once they get 6 years, 7 years, 8 years old, they don't remember even a single item, even a single iota of the things what they were saying at 3 to 5 years of age. Not even a single kid out of those remember anything now. So that's funny, right? But that's how it is. If they were making stories, they should remember it now.
So I have a big problem with this kind of work. A child, we say 3 years old, remembers a past life.
Yes.
Even the child's brain.
Not the way you think. I mean, he remembers some scenes, some basic details. Parents' name.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever that basic detail is. Look. I'm not saying the child needs to know all that details, including the phone number and the address. Look. I'm saying whatever supposedly was that past life recollection. How is a child with a 2-year-old brain able to remember that? How?
They do. Yeah, that's what they do remember.
How do they remember? Why is that information still within them? And yet, when you become an adult, when your brain is becoming more and more mature, your cells in your brain are able to connect together better, process information much better. You're saying, but you can't remember then.
Yeah, usually see scientifically also they say, just to tell you here, usually whatever you have done till 5 to 6 years of age, all of us, the most of the 90% of the things. So after 6 years, there is a refresh of memory. What this is scientific research, and not making it up. Just to tell you guys, usually 6 to 7 years support. Before 6 years, whatever you have done, you will have only 5 to 10% of remembrance. After 6 years, what you have done, you might be remembering 80 to 90% of that. So that's how our mind works, or that's how our consciousness works. I don't know why. This is a scientific research on the current life. I'm talking about the current life, not the previous life. Some of the kids who died, or some of the people who died accidentally, maybe they were not expected to die. They were not prepared for it. So their consciousness got hit.
Which scientists today accept this as an acceptable research?
If scientists will start taking it as acceptable research, then the evidence of God or everything will go away. Right? This has nothing to do with God.
Now you're going to conspiracy theories. Okay.
This is a very big. This is a very big thing, right?
No. Now you're going into you talk about. Look, you come across with a scientific research, and when it's questioned, you go into conspiracy theories. I'm afraid.
No.
This is not how science works.
Okay, just to tell you, how can you believe a scientific research which is done only on 2000 and that to kids 3 to 5 years? Is it possible to believe?
A scientific research which follows a scientific paradigm with a valid scientific approach.
It's on testimony.
Whether it's testimony or otherwise, doesn't matter. Any research which is valid is acceptable, right? Because that's what we mean by an acceptable, valid research work. It could be in social science. Could be in biological science or mechanical science or physical science. It could be anything. So scientific research, if it's done properly, it's acceptable. So you can't just say scientists today don't accept it. Can they repeat it? Can we, for example, look, can we now today get other hundreds or thousands of kids at this age and repeat the experiment? Because science is all about repeatability. We can do that, right? Now, have someone done it and published it and said to the whole world, there you go. This is an established fact now. Yes, people do have reincarnation. Is it done?
Yeah. So okay. Let me clarify that. So So they have done last year, 2023. They have done 3 cases they found out in Europe.
Do you mind just sharing those references without telling me what this is about?
Can you complete with it? No.
What I'm saying is, look, any recent research that's been done in the private chat, if you can give us those references and come back next week or the week after, and we can talk.
Sure. Okay, I'll do that. Sure. Thank you.
And Brother Fawad, if you went to private, if you listen to it, just copy those references.
Sure.
Inshallah, I'll do that. Type it for us in the private chat.
Yeah,
and we can talk. Let's leave it there.
So I should keep myself in this background, or I should get.
No, you don't need to. Just if you don't have the references now, be in the background, like the brothers can put it in the background, and then once you've finished pasting on the private chat the references, or you can email us dawah@gmail.com, and then we can look at it, and you can come back to talk about it next time. Yeah.
Sorry, Mansur. Yeah, can you give me the mail ID just to make sure that even if I
dawah@gmail.com.
Dawah@gmail.com. Okay.
It's on the screen.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you. Okay, JK.
Thank you.
All right, I think we have run out of all of the non-Muslims. We've got 2 Muslims waiting backstage. Muzaffar Hussain, you're next. Muzaffar, I put your mic on mute. Can you sort out the issue with your microphone? There was a lot of background noise we were hearing.
Alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Okay. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Brother, I have some questions.
Okay. Yeah,
भाई
go ahead.
उर्दू आता है भाई, उर्दू आता है किसी को?
Urdu aata hai, lekin it's an English stream, so I don't know if the brothers will actually allow it. I mean, if Brother Mansur wants to make an exception, I can probably try to translate it. But
Okay, भाई मैं कुछ पूछ लेता हूँ, बस 2 मिनट मेरे से बात कर लो। भाई मैं एक लाइव स्ट्रीम पे गया था, ये एक्स मुस्लिम साहिल करके एक ठो चैनल है, ये लोग बहुत ज्यादा ही सबका
No, we don't want to know about ex-Muslims. We don't want to talk about other people's channels. You can ask directly questions that you have come across that you want to learn or know about. Yeah.
Brother, they are saying
why are you going to those channels in the first place? If you don't know the answers, why are you going there?
Yes, bro, it's my mistake and lots of mistake, and I am too heavy said.
Okay. So now what you have to do as a what's this called? There's a term for it, isn't it? When you now have to like repent for what the actions you've done. Penance. Is it called penance, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think this is the word anyway, but you may not understand this word, my brother.
Yes,
so what you have to do is basically the questions that you have. For every question which is in a particular field, you have to go and study that field. If it was in the hadith, now go and learn about the hadith. What are the hadiths? How are hadiths collected? How are hadiths categorized? How do we make something, the scholars, hadith sahih and hadith not sahih, for example, okay? So how are hadiths transmitted? If it's to do with, for example, an issue of morality, go and learn about the Islamic morality, what sort of Prophet ﷺ said in terms of etiquettes. What makes a good character? What makes a bad character? What are the diseases of the heart, and so on. If it's to do with, for example, a legal case, a law or something, learn about the ahkam, learn about the ahkam in Islam. So every issue that now you've come across, you now have a responsibility to learn about it. Learn, and then you will see the answer will come automatically as you learn about it. Then it will make sense. Because if you don't have that foundation, you will not know what the answer is. Get your foundation sorted. If it's to do with, for example, about issues of belief, how do I believe X, Y, and Z? Learn about aqidah. Okay, so categorize questions that you have seen or heard. Go and sit down with your local ulama. Okay, Brother Fawad may translate that to you if you didn't understand what I'm saying. Sit down with your local alim in your area, not just once, maybe multiple times to learn, and then go into a proper learning mode of learning about it. Then once you have understood all of these things, then your question will be answered even by learning these things. Yeah. Does that make sense?
समझ में आया कि क्या भाई ने बताया?
क्या? हाँ भाई, समझ में आया भाई। इन्होंने बताया कि अपने उलमा मुफ्ती से जाकर के मिलो, एक बार बात करो।
लोकल मस्जिद जाओ और उनसे ये सवाल पूछो, ठीक है?
ठीक है।
Just not question, brother. Just not questioning only. These answers to question, I am saying totally different.
Brother, they are.
If you have a question about something, let's say they brought about a hadith and you don't know how to answer it. I am saying, I am not asking you to get the answer for the hadith, the question they have on the hadith. I am asking you to learn about the hadith methodology, the principles, collection, transmission, preservation. Once you learn about these things, your question will be answered. Don't go for the question to find an answer. If the question was about, for example, something about a legal thing, how do you do this kind of things, punishment of like cutting the hands of the thief, don't go for this justification of that. Go about learning about the ahkam, which are the basis of hukum, jurisdictions. How is a judge deciding? What kind of punishment systems are they? Are there something like hudud? Are there ta'zir? I'm asking you to learn those disciplines, right? Not that specific answer, because this is what you didn't have to begin with, and that's why you are having this problem. Yeah. So I'm giving you the root cause of the problem to solve it by going to learn about those issues, and then when you come back to your questions, you will see that these questions will already be answered based on your learning of the foundation. I hope that makes sense.
क्योंकि वो देखो एक सवाल से मतलब तुम्हारा मसला हल नहीं होगा. एक सवाल पूछोगे वो मतलब उसका जवाब आएगा, 10 और सवाल तुम्हारे जहन में आएंगे. ठीक है.
हाँ भाई, यही सब करके तो फंसाता है उन लोग.
तो एग्जैक्टली, तो इसीलिए भाई वो ये कह रहे हैं कि ये अगर हदीथ रिलेटेड कोई टॉपिक हो, ठीक है, तो मतलब हदीथ लिटरेचर स्टडी करो कि एग्जैक्टली मतलब ये हदीथ कलेक्शन होती कैसी है. ठीक है. कैसे हम मतलब किस हदीथ को हम सही कहते हैं, किस हदीथ को हम दईफ कहते हैं. ठीक है. उनके अंडरलाइंग कंडीशंस क्या हैं. ठीक है. अगर कोई हद पनिशमेंट का कोई इशू हो तो स्टडी करो, मतलब कि एग्जैक्टली ये हुदूद पनिशमेंट में आता क्या है, उसके अंडरलाइंग कंडीशंस क्या हैं. ठीक है. क्योंकि तुम्हारा मसला सिर्फ ये नहीं लग रहा कि सिर्फ एक सवाल का इशू है. अगर वो एक आम सा सवाल कोई करता है नॉन मुस्लिम, अगर बहुत बड़ा सा बड़ा भी मतलब इस्लामोफोब हो, वो तुम्हारे जहन में डाउट्स क्यों ला रहा है, मतलब इशू जो है वो इससे बड़ा है. ये नहीं है कि वो सवाल का जवाब नहीं है. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह इस्लाम में हर एक चीज का जवाब है. ठीक है.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. हाँ. हर चीज का जवाब है. अभी तक ईमान गारत नहीं हुआ है.
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ईमान है. ठीक है भाई, खुदा हाफिज. अल्लाह आपको और ये बेपनाह तरक्की से नवाजे.
आमीन
आमीन
आमीन. All right, so we're going to bring in brother Faisal. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Let me actually remove the because this is one of our brothers from Das Connected to Islam. So there you go.
Nah, you should have kept it.
How are you?
Wa alaikum salam.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Doing okay. How are you guys doing?
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
So how can we help you today? Are there any questions we can answer?
There's like
yes, stranger.
Yes. How are you guys doing? How's Brother Muris is away, mashallah. Brother Mansur,
yeah, he went to praise Allah.
Yeah, it's nice talking to you as well, and nice coming on here to have a chat with you, mashallah. I'll ask a question because you've been in here for a while. I'll ask something of you, Akhi, and we're, and I think, sort of just to give an opportunity to speak about this topic as well, because this, what we saw with the previous caller, right? This is a very common. It's becoming very common with the young Muslims now, and it's something where people come to you, people come to us, and it's like, and when they come and ask you these questions, that I was on this Islamophobes channel, or I was on this ex-Muslims channel, or this atheist channel, or this Christian apologist channel. We don't get too many Hindus, but I think that as well. What would you recommend to these brothers and sisters on what they need to do when they're basically getting these impulses to just go on and start arguing and end up with questions, because this young brother probably was one of the better ones who came back without that many doubts, but there are others who just completely leave the faith. They're like they're in existential questions there.
This is a,
that's a fantastic
question that the question we all need to actually reflect on and share, see where we can find some kind of reasonable solutions for this problem. It's a massive problem, isn't it? I think, brother, I mean, if you ask me from my perspective, Muslims, they have this jazba, it's called, isn't it? The confidence that they have within themselves that Islam is the truth and that Islam has all the answers, leads them to go and even to an Islamophobic channel and so on, just to say, okay, let me answer them, because what they're saying is not right, it's wrong, and it's, you know, all these accusations we can easily dismantle and so on. So they have this certainty of Islam, that's for sure, and that's why it drives them to go and say, okay, I will answer them because no one else is. Okay, they take the initiative and the responsibility, saying, okay, I'm going to now go and refute them and so on. Okay, so that comes from this understanding. It's not like some kind of ego. This is my perspective. It's not kind of ego that I'm going to go and sort this out, but it's the love of Islam, the love of Allah, love of the Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is giving them this motivation to go and trying to refute and debunk or answer or give an appropriate reply to these people who are making all this noise. Okay, so that's from their understanding. It seems like a noble approach, but what they haven't assessed or thought about it, and this is where I think we can perhaps give some directions in here, is not being properly equipped. They're going there to provide that reply or a response, because you know, you feel like, okay, fine, look, there is someone in a ring, a heavyweight, and you feel like, okay, oh, no one's dealing with anything, okay, I'm gonna go and, you know, knock him out, for example, in the ring. You're not even a lightweight, you have no training whatsoever, you will be no match for them. Okay, so you need to know, for example, if you're going against someone who is trained in the field, whether in the field of rhetoric and on a particular subject matter and so on, you have to have knowledge, in this case, the strategy and the way of dealing with that. If you didn't have any of that, then how can you do it? So they don't have the knowledge, which they only realize when, by going there and having a knockout, for example, like if you're thinking of a match, that you go there, oh, he's a heavyweight, and then he knocks you out with one punch, and you're feeling like, why am I knocked out? Well, because you know no match for them in that boxing match or whatever it might be. So they realize afterwards. So we need to share some, you know, directions with our brothers or sisters to prevent them from being hurt in the first place, saying, look, to go there in cases like this, are you really equipped? You know, you want to, but do you have the ability? Do you have the knowledge? Do you have the skills? If you don't have it, then you are not the right person to do it. Then go and get someone else who can go and deal with the answers. So how do we stop them knowing that this is the limitation that they should know? Because they don't know their limits, and that's why they're going there. And they realize when they're questioned, they don't know about anything about Islam, they don't know anything about the opponent's belief system, whatever it might be. So how do we make this awareness that, okay, you can't do this kind of things, because it's really showing that it's all playing by emotion. You are moving by emotion, not using your brains, your critical thinking, and you're trying to, you know, deal with the matter. You can't deal with the matter with emotions. Emotion is good, but emotions need to be directed properly with the intellect. That's where the issues are. So how, now I'm bringing the question back to you, brother Faisal. How do we make this awareness with our brothers and sisters like that? That, okay, look, good, you want to do it, but are you actually equipped?
Yeah, mashallah, this is a very interesting question, right? So I think for me personally, one of the most important things to realize as Muslims is that if you're someone who's not studying Islam, you shouldn't be teaching it, right? The idea of if you learn one ayah, teach one ayah, but it also goes the other way around. If you haven't learned the ayah, don't go around teaching it, right? So that's also an important part of it. The other thing I feel, brother, when you think about it, is that a lot of these people are not there to have a conversation. They're sitting there in bad faith. They're just there to rattle you up, and that's what they find um, the charm that they have in having that discussion with you is to rattle you up, to gain following, to basically become popular, and that's how they're making their money, right? So to understand where they're coming from versus where we are coming from, because where our brothers go there in good faith, they're not sitting to have a discussion. And we saw a perfect example of that is your discussion with Avery in the park, right? You're trying to have a conversation with him, and he's responding with he's basically talking to the audience. And when you're talking to the audience, essentially you can show a perception of that this person, the other person, even though that person may be knowledgeable and responding to your argument, that they're not doing that, right?
No,
So that's
Faisal,
yeah.
real quick, I do apologize for interrupting. I actually disagree with you for the most part. Is
Sure.
When we're talking about the youth of Islam, the youth of Muslim, I mean, for me, even myself, I mean, one of the biggest things no one really knows my age, but when it when it comes to the youth of Islam, Muslims coming up, those who actually do get on non-Islamophobes channel, what I typically hear, and Morris alluded to that earlier, referring back to TikTok, other social media, is that a lot of them have gotten into this idea of I cooked you, trying to beat them at their own game, which does nothing but add fire to the fire, not realizing that it does nothing but play to their own advantage. So yes, you have some people like I would say like Mansur, like Hashim, I would hope, we at Dots Connect to try to do as well. We tried to actually open up and actually look at objective truth and what is the truth, etc., etc. But then we need to realize that some of these, upcoming future da'is or people who are trying to get into the debate, what have they been seeing? It's the entertainment value of it. They see all these people, like Avery, like insert name here, and they want to, in a way, put them in their place, not necessarily share them the truth. It's trying to put them in their place or trying to be the one that knocks out Avery, be the one that knocks out insert name here. So, and a lot of times what they don't understand is if this whole idea of going to the channel, which I don't recommend whatsoever, this whole idea of going to the channel, one thing, it's not good enough to just know Islam when we're talking about debating. Because alhamdulillah, that is the most important. Yes, it is the most important. However, it's one thing to have knowledge. It's a whole nother thing if you know how to communicate that knowledge, if you know how to apply that knowledge, both with your actions and with your words. Somebody can be, mashallah, an expert in the knowledge of Islam, but if they don't know how to speak, they don't know how to communicate, it won't show. And that's the one thing you have to understand is when you get into a topic like, when you get to a topic of like religion, someone that's a non-Islamophobe, you need to be aware of their tactics. Like Mansur was aware of Avery's tactics. And what did he say? He says, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah.
That's something that you barely see the young Muslims do. They try to find some more ways because they're not aware of these debate tactics. Some people are so shady. Some people are so slick that they'll take everything you say and they'll manipulate it. They'll bend it. They could be so good. They'll bend it to the point where you don't even know that they just bent it. And now you're actually proving their point and you didn't even realize. So I think it's one thing for Muslims to get to know more about Islam, which is the most important. But one thing we need to start teaching those upcoming is, for one, just avoid those rooms. If you know someone is a known Islamophobe, is a known someone who has a big following, who is bashed Islam, don't go near them. That's it. That's one. And two, even if in general, if you're gonna have a conversation with someone, learn how to talk, learn how to communicate. Because what did they say? Intelligence is learning how to communicate certain things very, very simple. You know, even when we as Muslims, when we give dawah, what's one thing we try to do? We try to make sure that we make it so simple the layman can understand it, which I believe these two factors would be most important, along with, of course, the primary learn Islam, but understanding that it's about how you communicate when you're giving dawah and when you're in a debate. And also in general, I would say the greatest prevention is better than the cure. Just don't go to their channels, and they know this. That's why sometimes to me it can be frustrating, because they know who these people are. They know that they're being told to get away from their channel, and a lot of them still insist on doing so. We need to start showing them more and more that it's not about the aha gotcha moment. It's about, well, what are you doing this for? Are you doing this to prove them wrong, or are you doing this to spread the truth of Islam? Because if you are, then you should not be in their channel whatsoever. So
I love the approach that Brother Mansur took. He's a good Korean local imam. Now spend the next few months to 2 years to learn this stuff. That's what we need to do. Like, wallahi,
it's true.
It's true. I actually asked him the same question, right? Like the very first thing that Brother Mansur asked him, like, what were you doing there to begin with? Like, I don't want to hear about your question. That's my question to you. What were you doing there to begin with? Wouldn't it be better for you if you actually spent that time learning about your own deen?
Yeah.
Rather than listening to this nincompoop, And see, these young brothers and sisters, I want them to realize the damage that they're causing. Instead of serving the deen, they're actually causing damage, right? First, you're creating shubhat in your own mind, right? Second, you have created shubhat in the minds of other Muslims that might be actually watching when you hop on stage and you're not prepared, like Brother Ali said, right? Because you may be actually knowledgeable, but if you're not good at debating, if you don't know these shady tactics, you're not prepared. So you're actually doing disservice to Islam. And third, you're actually giving them, and most importantly, you're giving them viewership, right? And you're helping their cause, because that's exactly what they want. Like, why do they use all of these enticing clickbait titles? It's because they want you to come on there, right? So every viewership, every click is actually, helping their cause.
Yeah. So one other question, and then I'll jump off. So when you look at the approach that these people take, right? Because it's never a good faith argument, right? They never dare to have a discussion with you. It's always about a debate. They want to just show that your argument doesn't work, and they lie. They lie openly about our scripture. They lie openly about their scripture. They insert their opinion and state that as fact. They talk to the audience a lot. That's one of the other things that we see a lot with them, right? Are there any other things that we would add which should be like the red flags that as soon as you see these, start moving away? I mean, if you've jumped into the frying pan, but now if you're seeing this, you need to figure out when you're seeing red, and you need to know what your exit strategy needs to be, because some of these kids will continue doing that, and we just need to let them know that they need to be able to like damage control, sort of.
I see what you're saying, but still the problem is, why are they becoming guinea pigs in the first place? Do they really like to be guinea pigs, and without any knowledge, just going in there just for the ego part of it? Is that what it is, as Brother Ali is saying? Is there some kind of ego involvement here? Then the problem is nothing to do with their arguments. The problem is your own ego. Yeah. So it's not that they've made a beautiful example out of you how a guinea pig you are, because knowing anything about the subject matter at all, with their rhetorics and lies and deception, they have tricked you into in a matter, and you have no response back. That wasn't the problem. The problem is your ego. Then that needs to be sorted. I mean, why do you have an ego problem? Okay, maybe this is that needs tackled first. And if you realize that actually that was the reason I went there, I wanted to impress my friends and my brothers, and yeah, I can handle someone like that, then it wasn't for the sake of Allah, it wasn't for the sake in sincerity whatsoever. So we are not the ones to discourage our youth to engage in discussions and so on. What we are saying is you need to know how to be experts in this art, right?
Yes.
Everything has its way of learning. You can't just pick a textbook from your local library, a medical textbook, and then start operating on someone's heart saying, I know how to do, cardiac surgery now. It's not going to be a successful operation. You're going to kill that person. Okay.
Yeah.
Likewise, if you're going to be involving in changing people's mind, you're doing mind surgery here. Okay, changing people's mind to belief in Islam, or other people are trying to convince you of their religion. This is about changing people's belief and ideologies. You need to know exactly how this relates to in a discussion, how you need to understand each other and their perspective, ideology, and your own as well. If you don't have that knowledge and the skills, the etiquettes, the strategies, how are you going to deal with it? So the issue is not about doing damage control, Brother Faisal. The issue is about preventing in even becoming a guinea pig who is now going to cause damage. Okay, so we have a role in education. We have to really educate by providing adequate responses to this material. That's number one, so that they don't have to feel the need to do it themselves because there's no response. So if they're out there with a kind of specialism, they need to provide these resources, make it available, whether in the form of a video or a book or an article, audio, visual, whatever material. Okay. However, this will benefit this particular type of youth community. I think they're more into audiovisual rather than reading books, if I'm not mistaken. So that resources should be available, and alhamdulillah, a lot of our brothers are working to supply that information. Farid Response comes in mind, where he has tackled so many of those people who bringing their shubuhat, and he's dealing with it 1, 2, 3, 50, 100, and that's it, enough. That's it. This person is done with, because if really shown there is no substance to this individual's critique or criticism of Islam. There are others who are also doing likewise. So there has to be constant supply of information to our youth with all these questions they are answering. So I'm not saying that we will simply be silent and not provide the response. What you should do is, whenever you come across something new and so on, right, you don't have to come and discuss here. Email, with the social media outlets, whatever the communication is, ask someone, okay, I've come across this argument. How do we deal with this? Because it may be just it's covered and clothed with some kind of nice things, but underneath it's just baseless. It's just pure rhetoric. And they will reinvent the same thing, right? Again and again and again with different kind of wordings and stuff.
Actually, the fact that you're talking about reinventing, and it's interesting because, mashallah, Brother Farid, I actually rediscovered his channel recently, right? We've watched all of those, and just recently I rediscovered his channel because some of his videos from 5 years ago or 4 years ago, you're seeing the same arguments being repeated by these people all over again. So Brother Farid has already responded in videos in detail to those arguments. And it's just for our young brothers and sisters, if you're finding questions, maybe just go on Brother Farid's channel. You might find something there that he's already responded to.
Barakallah fiqh. So that's one point where we, as duats and as scholars, they need to provide this kind of information where that information can be then made into accessible by the da'is, the du'ats, who are going to make it accessible to people from this scholarly community. So a translation of the work, what they have provided, to the lay people by those da'is or the du'ats that we are familiar with. That's one thing. Second thing, education curriculum in the Muslim world. Okay, those who are into pedagogy, or pedagogy, however you pronounce it, you need to come up with curriculum which is appropriate and fit for current time. You can't just teach people Dars Nizami and you think that will answer all the questions people are facing today. It needs to evolve and adapt to the current needs and current situation. So those who are into education or educational, policy development, our request is to look into what needs to be done and then make that appropriate curriculum so that people at earlier stage, our Muslim youth, are going to learn about these kind of things, so that once they are grounded in knowledge like that, then these shubuhat that comes will just be nothing for them. They hear it and they'll laugh at it. Yeah. So that what needs to be done, changing from the root level where they're educated properly from the very beginning, rather than having no knowledge of that, and then you come across something and you're saying, wow, how do I answer that? Because you need to change the whole education system. So we have to really focus on education, and those of you who have connections and those of you who are involved, take it seriously, so that you are actually helping the next generations. Your next generation needs your input in this way, rather than waiting for disinformation and misinformation and malinformation to spread, and you're saying, how do I stop this spread? Like, get the brother Ali from IT skill and saying, let's block the network and access to internet. It's not going to work. You can't deal with these kind of things. You have to think strategically differently, where information will be out there. How do you then provide the accurate information and combating this malinformation, misinformation, and disinformation that is so polluting the minds of people? That is what we should be working on.
All right, Akhi. Now this is really thoughtful, and without question, I mean, the education part is critical, and it's telling that we've not started that as a community. We've not started that as no Muslim nation actually deals with these type of questions so far. And even in Muslim nations, these challenges are coming up as well. But Jazakallah khair, brothers. Thanks for having me. And Assalamu alaikum, Brother Muris. It's been a while. Yeah, okay. All right. I'll jump off. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam, stranger.
If there's any non-Muslims in the backstage, let us know. The stage is kind of filling up, so inshallah we'll take SMK, and then if there's any non-Muslims, please let us know, because the backstage is starting to fill up. SMK, you're muted.
Okay, ironically, I'm telling him he's on mute, and I'm mute myself.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Brother Faisal knows me, Brother Ali knows me, Brother Muris, this is the first time I've had the pleasure of being on a live with you, I believe. And Ustad Mansur, I believe we've spoken before as well. Assalamu alaikum to you. Always a pleasure to be on a live with you. And I would also like to take the opportunity to offer my salam to Sister Aram, Sister Busha, and the rest of the amazing mods, and all the beautiful brothers and sisters in the chat. So, I was here from the beginning of the stream, and there's something that I picked up on which was absolutely quite amazing, and it was something that was brought up by Brother Ali and Brother Fawad, aka Tommy Robinson. But Brother Tommy Robinson, you have a full docket this weekend, don't you? You're going to be on with your other brother from the UK, tomorrow as well, aren't you? As well as you, Brother Morris. Full docket for you guys this weekend.
Start charging him. I told him he needs to start using it as a clickbait. You know, Tommy
you
Robinson
see
finally comes
Fawad?
to his senses and accepts Islam.
You see, Fawad, it is. I told you ever since that haircut, you've changed, bro.
True.
Tommy Robinson Shahada incoming. Tune in now. But the distinction that you guys made, because it was a very much an atheist-dominated stream, and the distinction that you guys made is, I believe it was Brother Fawad who said, I would not use the word logic, but I would use the word rationale. And I think that's a very, very important and interesting distinction. And I think it would really help the understanding of the people who are tuned in if that distinction was explained a little bit, the distinction between rational thinking and logic. Because there is a follow-up point that I have in regards to this.
Okay, Fawad, do you want to go?
Yeah, so I mean, normally when we use this term logic, we use it colloquially, right? And it throws a lot of people off. So whenever people, especially with atheists, whenever they use the term logic, I like to ask them, okay, what do you mean by logic? Because logic, if you're referring to the 3 laws of logic, then explain to me, the burden of proof would be on them, that how is it defying, be it miracles, be it religion, any aspect of the topic of discussion that may be. I like to ask them, okay, how does this go against logic? And believe it or not, 80% of the times, I would say 80 to 90%, they don't even know what the laws of logic are. You actually have to explain to them that that's not what logic is, right? So yeah, that's what I meant when I was talking to that caller. That's what I meant, that I wouldn't use the word logic, because I've heard this time and time again being used, and it just gets tossed around, and nobody knows what this term actually means, especially with atheists. So I always have them define these terms.
So I would say, just to piggyback off what Fawad said, I would say these days that people, based on the particular view, whether they're atheist, they're a Christian, they're a Jew, everyone's got their own logic. I mean, as a Muslim, it's completely illogical for God to become a man. But as a Christian, not only do they believe that, but they think that's perfectly logical. It's logical to not ask, to not think too much about it or something like that. So that's this idea of it becoming subjective. These days, people are trying to make their own logic subjective. And a lot of times when we try to use objectivity within the way to use logic, we run into a stumbling block, because a lot of people are unable to see, unable to try to see outside from their own way, how they see their own logic. That's why when we talk about rationality it's like a fancy way of just saying, does it make sense? That's really it. So it's not about you having your logic and me having mine. It's, let's talk about these form of life. Is it rational to hold on to these truth, to hold on to this understanding, to hold on to this way of thinking? Does it make sense? And a lot of times, us as humans, there are things that even Christians and non-Muslims know there's certain things that don't make sense. When Mansur was having a conversation with a person who's a Jainist, like he practices Jainism, the points that Mansur was making, he alluded to, well, we don't know. We can't. He basically said, we don't know, and trust me, bro. That's basic. So even along with that, when Mansur was pointing out that it didn't make sense, he kind of paused, which I did like that he paused and thought about it for a second. So rationality is just trying to come to a reasonable understanding, because if whatever logic that A, B, C, or D has, if it doesn't make sense, it's irrational to believe in. The same way how as Muslims we would say it's irrational to believe that God can be more than one, like I was explaining to the Hindu earlier. So it's about, does it really make sense? That's as simple as I can put it.
And then you also have the property of rational thinking being inductive or deductive, both.
Exactly.
And the reason I found this distinction very pertinent and very weighty is because then it got me started thinking. So the first connection I made is there's a word that is oft used in the Quran: intellect, intellect, intellect. I said, okay, so what is intellect? Intellect is exactly that. The intellect is the exercise of rational thinking. It's to exercise rational thought. And then what I did is, but while I was watching the stream, I dug into it. There are 60 to 70 verses in the Quran which specifically target intellect and, by association, rational thought. And you can literally just start reading from the beginning, which would be in Al-Baqarah, and all the way to the end, and it will be a treatise for you on who uses rational thought, what rational thought is, and a complete breakdown of rational thought for you. And I just thought that just from that distinction that you created between logic and rational thought, that our own book, subhanallah, 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 gives us such a beautiful treatise on what intellect and what rational thought is, and the importance to our deen for intellect and rational thought. So, subhanallah, that's just something that I found very poignant and very meaningful, and I just wanted to hop on and share that little bit of a nugget with the brothers and sisters, you guys on the panel, and the brothers and sisters in the stream.
This is actually one of my favorite ayahs, right? And it's so true. Like, look at all of these guests, the type of dialogues that we had. Look at the screen. Does it not explain them like accurately?
And then there's another one I was reading, which, subhanallah, I read it and it gave me goosebumps, which is, if you can pull that up, subhanallah, it's such a great follow-up to the one you just put out, which is 10-100.
10-100.
Surah Yunus, I believe.
Okay, this is what it says. Okay. So it says, wait, okay, there you go. It is not for any soul to believe except by Allah's leave, and He will bring His wrath upon those who are unmindful. Yeah. Absolutely.
Subhanallah, subhanallah. And just as you were saying, the character of someone who is so obstinate that no, I don't see it. No, I don't see it. And the translation that I read is a little bit different. And if you don't mind, I can read that translation as well, but it's slightly weightier in its meaning. So it goes, no self can believe except with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's permission. He places a blight on those who do not use their intellect. I mean, subhanallah, I mean, and it ties into so many ways. The moment you start having that discussion, that this is another discussion that you see a lot of atheists bring up. Oh, your God is just going to punish us in hell eternally. It's like, no, you have to fulfill a condition which is clearly outlined for you first, which is that you are forsaking the intellect that He has given you. So, I mean, subhanallah, subhanallah. Again, thank you to Brother Alie and Brother Fawad, aka Tommy Robinson, for that amazingly beautiful distinction that they created. And it just started that chain of thought for me. So I connected the dots again.
Ha 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 ha.
Ha ha ha. You liked it last time, Ali. So I thought I'd try it again.
Oh no! Best believe I'm not gonna let Fawad. I'm not gonna let it go. I'm gonna put that Tommy Robinson comment on him for until the next 3 years now. So thank you.
Barakallah feek, akhi.
Jazakallah khair, my brothers and sisters. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala preserve us on the Sirat al-Mustaqim, and God bless us all and grant us shifa and afia and all the beautiful brothers and sisters in the chat. Fi man Allah. Allah Hafiz.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Right. So, Abdul Hasib is going to be the next one. Let me put on the brand first. Right here. Okay. Abdul Hasib. Assalamu alaikum, akhi. Wa alaikum assalam.
Assalamu
alaikum, Brother Muris, Mansur, and all of you panelists. I've been watching all of your streams since last week, and I'm very much amazed by Sister Swati's Dawah, and she's amazing. And actually, most of my dear friends were non-Muslims. I mean, mostly Hindus. So they were very good in terms of their character, in terms of their even they were my role models before I used to practice much of Islam. Even though I am a Muslim, but my family is not taught me many such things. I learned many things from YouTube itself by watching Huda TV and so on and so forth. So I just want to I don't know how to connect with Sister Swati. So I thought of maybe I commented in her YouTube channel, but it's been 1.5 or 2 days. I haven't got any reply regarding how to give dawah or how to make them understand that Allah is the one and all sorts of things. Especially Hindus, giving dawah to Hindus itself seems like very difficult because they are most of them are morally correct, but when it comes to God, it's somewhat clumsy.
Yeah, any of the brothers, I don't know, I can't help with that. I don't know if you guys actually have access to her channel or her email or something. I don't know.
I don't think so. I'm not sure if she has a channel, to be honest with you. At least I'm not aware of one.
She has a channel all about Allah. Allah is enough for me, something like that.
But Akhi, like to be honest with you, like when talking to Hindus, right? I mean, the easiest way is just the Qur'an itself. You know, like why don't you use the Qur'an to actually refute their arguments? Ask them if it's rational to believe in more than one necessary existence or necessary being or a God. If one God is capable of doing everything, if he's all powerful, why do you need a second one? Just, you know, start off with that. You know, have them define to you. I don't know if you actually paid attention to the conversation that Ali and we were having this with this one gentleman. He was a Hindu, Prassun. I forgot how to pronounce his name properly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we were having him define God, right? The attributes of God, not necessarily even appealing to the scriptures. And believe it or not, we actually have the explanation in the Quran. All the philosophical explanations that you need, they're found in the Quran. You can actually find the contingency argument there. You can find the kalam cosmological argument there. You can find the answer to problem of evil in there. You can the fine tuning argument. All of that, you can find all of that in the Quran itself. Look at, like, when talking to polytheists, look at the stories of Prophet ﷺ, how he dealt with the Quraysh in Makkah in the first decade or so, right? And then look at how Ibrahim ﷺ, he dealt with the polytheists. Those would be the go-to examples for me personally, right? When talking to Christians and Jews, look at how Isa ﷺ, he spoke to them. Look at all of the other prophets that was sent to the Bani Israel. They spoke to them. All of the answers you want, Akhi, they are given in the Quran. The problem with us is we want to rely on other people instead of actually relying on the Creator. His word is right there in our hands, but we're too lazy to actually open it up and studying it for ourselves. Look at the example of Ibrahim alayhi salam, like how he stayed behind and he
destroyed all of those idols except for one. And when they came back and they said, what happened to our idols? And he said, why don't you ask the bigger one? Or, I'm paraphrasing, of course, that the bigger one actually.
SubhanAllah. That's my favorite story.
Yeah. So the bigger one got up and, destroyed all of the other idols. Now, if you really think about it, you see a man, 3,000 to 4,000 years ago is actually thinking so critically. And he's a prophet, and this is the example that actually Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decided to put in the Quran for us. So use that example. When you see a Hindu actually bowing down to a statue, ask them, how is that benefiting you? Because when you ask the Hindus, they tell you themselves, we know that it's a man-made object. It cannot benefit me nor do any harm to me. Then ask them, why are you then actually worshiping it? You see, so sometimes you don't even have to get into these first philosophical arguments. Stay very surface level, and it just resonates with us because not everybody's a philosopher, Ahi. Right? And just start off with just basic things, like have them define God to you. Like, what are the attributes of God? Like the example that we give the Hindu gentleman, right? So if I were to say, why is this a cell phone? It's because of, its attributes. Okay, it has to be a certain size, shape, color, it has a camera, it has a touch screen. That's why we refer to it as a smartphone, right? So similarly, have them define to you God. What is the definition of God to them? Have them, describe its attributes to you. And start from there. And then say, hey, can he actually be more than one, or does he actually need to have another besides him? Because if you have more than one, that means both of them are unnecessary. You only need one necessary existence. Then start off by talking about Surah Ikhlas, perfect definition right there. And from there, you can actually develop a philosophical argument that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not need to beget, nor is he begotten. Because if somebody created him or begot him, that means he had a starting point. He had a date of birth. He by effect cannot have he's the uncaused cause. He cannot have a beginning. It would be, nonsensical to even say that, right? And the moment he begets another God, then you have more than one God. You have two gods now.
By the way, there's a couple things that I want to mention here, Brother Fawad, mashallah. The example of Ibrahim alayhi salam is so profound because of its simplicity. And if you think about what he actually did when he said, oh, I see the moon and it's beautiful, that's my Lord. And then it went away, and then the sun came out, oh, this is bigger, and that's my Lord. And then it went away, right? You can see his personal reflection. This was a person who was literally contemplating. So he was actually genuinely interested in figuring out the truth, because he himself knew that if all these things are moving and that the day and night are alternating and time is fading, he's getting older, that he himself is eventually going to pass away. And the thing that comes to my mind is one of two. One is this individual's journey involved self-reflection. How many of us have actually sat down in front of a mirror or just sat down with ourselves and contemplated? Like, it's a big thing, right? Because the Qur'an constantly tells us, do you not reflect? Do you not ponder? Do you not think? Do you not contemplate? Do you not reason? You know what I'm saying? So take a day and just chill out for 20, 30 minutes and enjoy the silence and have a nice reflection period with your own thoughts, And then two, the example that he used in regards to the destruction of the idols, because imagine a situation, right, where he had this epiphany, right, where he's like, oh, I'm having this epiphany and I'm realizing that, obviously these things are just idols. But it's like, how do I put it to them in the simplest way that they themselves will understand? And if they don't accept it, they'll look completely crazy, because right now in my eyes, they're all crazy. They're all crazy to be worshiping idols, right? So then what a genius ploy to smash all of them and then say, here's the biggest one. Because what's their argument? Their argument is, you think we're going to believe that? You know what I mean? And here he is trying to tell them, you think I'm going to believe that these idols here are, this is it? This is
the big thing that, you know, I've been waiting for my whole life. So it's a beautiful example, mashallah. And I want to say that stay within your own realm of like what you're comfortable with after these reflections, after you conduct your studies. You know, you don't have to get into these crazy philosophical talks or like these metaphysical argumentations and stuff like that. You'll often find that the best dawah is really just the simplest. You ask simple questions, you listen to the answers, you ask simple follow-up questions, and you just watch people recognize that they don't know what the heck they're talking about. And then they will always go back to, I'm just going to go with whatever I feel comfortable saying. And it usually turns out to be like a social conditioning of something. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to have these like intricate answers and like these booby traps and stuff like that. That's not what this is about. You know?
You know, I'm going to stick with Surah Ibrahim because, like I said, this is my favorite story in the whole Quran. I mean, mashallah, I enjoy reading the story of Ibrahim alayhi salatu salam. And to me, you know, your brothers raised an excellent point. Let's go even earlier than that. It's this idea of, when we talk about different religions, let's use that story as an example. Ibrahim alayhi salatu salam, from a very young age, he was very curious. And when we say that, and I'm pretty sure Christians and Jews will agree with this too, be like children. What are children? They're naturally curious. They're naturally questioning their environment. What did Ibrahim alayhi salam do? He questioned what was going on. What was he doing? His own father was the one who made the idols. And he looked at him. He's asking dad, why? He's, you know, going to your own father, questioning your father, like interrogating him basically, like, what's the point of this? Why are you doing this? To the point where his father said, you better get away from me or I'm going to harm you, my own son. Imagine how annoying he was with those questions. Because can you imagine children, you know, when they get to a certain age, they're asking why? Why? It's kind of like that. So what did a young Ibrahim alayhi salam do? He literally took one of the idols. He walked to a river and he dropped the idol into the river. And this was his rationality at work. He dropped it and he said, save yourself. And he just saw the idol fall, sink all the way to the bottom of the river. And then what did he conclude? He knew, how can you save me if you can't even save yourself? Meaning you have no power. You can't help yourself. And that's the same argument he used with the people when they'll question him who destroyed the idol. And what did he say? He said, what are you looking at me for? That big idol's got the hammer. And then they said, he can't speak. He can't talk. He couldn't have done this. He couldn't move. And Ibrahim said, why do you worship him then if he had no power? And this is why earlier we say for there to be the one true God or God himself, he has to have all the power. The moment you associate vulnerabilities, meaning lack of power with that's how you know with your rationale, this can't be God. And from a very young age, Ibrahim alayhi salam knew that. So this is the rationale. This is the thinking that we need to have when we're talking about who God is. But most importantly, what does God have to be? You know, asking the questions. Why does God have to be one? Allah answers that. Why does God have to be all powerful? Allah answers that. It's not just about who God is, it's about who God has to be. Because if we're talking about God being the necessary being, every one of his attributes has to be what it is. It's that simple. And from a very young age, Ibrahim alayhi salam gave us that example.
I'll take it even a step further. It's not just Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us who he is and who he has to be. He also tells us who he's not. Here's the beauty of the Qur'an. Take the example of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, debunking the idea that Christians think that Jesus or his mother, like as Catholics would also pray to her in their sects early on, they used to worship Mary as well, right? They're not God, right? So how does he do that? Right? Not by philosophically explaining it to you, but very simply saying, they ate, right? So he's showing their dependency to you by appealing to your intellect, by saying something so simple. They ate. Because if you eat, you need to do what? You will go to the toilet afterwards. right? So you see from this, and then he also tells you, like some Christians tell us that, oh, he had no father, right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like debunks this idea by showing you the example of Hawa and Adam alayhi salam, right? That they had no mother or father. So would that turn them into bigger gods? Right? So if you really think about it, yes, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is debunking this idea that they could not be God, but at the same time, he's showing you what God is not. Right? And then if you actually go to Surah Ikhlas, he tells you what he is. What are his attributes? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he's one and only, right? He's the absolute, the eternal, right? This resonates with anybody with just a little bit of brain, right? That he does not beget nor is he begotten, and there's nothing like unto him. Because everything that we see around us, or we can imagine, everything is created. So nothing could resemble him. Right?
Inshallah, brother.
Inshallah.
But the problem is, in my group, we all are some, like, how should I say, very good at academics. We all, since college days, we are good at academics. And I'm doing chartered accountancy course in India.
Did
I
you
hope
say
you know
they're
that.
good in economics?
Or
Academics.
Academic. Oh, okay. Academic. Okay.
So in my group, I'm the only one striving to clear second group. So we are started accountancy course. It's a prestigious course in India. So my friends are thriving in their lives. I just took break to ponder upon the Quran, learning the Sunnahs, like in the books of Al-Adab al-Mufrad and Quran, Tafsir of Ibn Kasir, and these are just I took 1.5 year time because I'm not knowing what I am and why I'm doing this prayer and all those things. Even I'm from a Muslim family, but my parents have not teach these things, and thereupon a certain time I just ponder upon what is my purpose. Like if I die, what these studies are? Does these studies gonna help me or not? I know there's Allah, but what is Allah? Who is Allah? And all those things are just these and all recent realizations. But the thing is, they are thriving in lives, like earning a big salary and all those things. They think that their lives are good because they are praying to the right one. So for them, how should I approach?
Well, look, it's a very common misconception, by the way, to say like, oh, my life is good, so therefore I must be doing the right thing, right? And it goes back to what Brother Fawad had told you. What's your concept of God? What's your understanding? What do you think our purpose is here? And how did you get to that? How did you arrive to that conclusion? And, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Qur'an that he's going to test some of us with wealth. He's going to test some of us with poverty. He's going to give us different circumstances that we have to, deal with in life. Alhamdulillah, nothing more than what anybody can bear, right? So if their idea of success is I'm making a bunch of money, and if their idea of success is a materialistic realm, and if that's what they truly want for the rest of their life, and they have no interest in figuring out what their grand purpose is, which is to serve the Creator, then that's the path that they elected. And understand that when you open this theme up with these folks, they have to be willing to engage in that type of a conversation. It's not something you're gonna, kind of kick the door down and be like, hey, let's talk about this now, and no one is leaving, until we settle the score here, because everybody, no. It can be like water hitting like an ocean cliff. Sometimes it can take 10 years, man. Just give them soft dawah. Just say, hey, did you guys know about this? Wow, what a cool fun fact. Hey, I read this about this. What do you guys think about this? Check this out, And then eventually something will prompt somebody, either like some type of a life event or a personal curiosity or, whatever. But understand, as long as your foundation is solid, like you don't look at these guys and see these guys have massive wealth. So now how am I, what about me and this, that, and the third? Like, that's not the way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would want you to think. He wants you to be grateful for the things that you have and grateful for the things that you don't have. Meaning, like, you could be stricken with some type of a disease, so be grateful that you don't have that disease. You know what I'm saying? There's no one size fits all. The best thing to do is just to follow the Quran and Sunnah in regards to having good character in your mannerisms, in your approach to how you're dealing with these people. They're obviously going to want you to stick around because you're a good person and you're emulating good. And then when they have personal inquisitions on whatever that, why are you acting this way? Why? How is life? How come you're able to handle stress so well? How come I never see you sad? I never do this. I never do that. Something will come about and you just go, oh man, let me tell you, X amount of years ago, I really started connecting with the spiritual side of things. And I was on this quest of what my grand purpose is, and boom, there's the door that opens up for you. To sit here and explore every situation on what the person's thinking, what they're not thinking, what you're thinking, what are you going to say, how are they going to react, this, that, and the third. Bro, just strike up a conversation and see where it goes. Hey, are you guys interested in theology? I was reading the Quran and like, man, I see all this amazing wealth. You know what it says about wealth in the Quran? About this and that and how we should give to charity and this, that, and the third. Isn't that a wonderful thing? And see where it goes, bro.
Okay, brother. But the situation in India, like it's some RSS BJP group thing. So that's why I'm trying to taking it slow because they are just watching it here and there. I'm from Hyderabad actually. It's a safe city, Hyderabad in India. It's a safe city only. Majority of Muslims are residing here, but still, whenever there's a talk regarding the religions, somehow someone is just popping out of nowhere, and have seen somewhere they are just how should I say? Are you trying to convert Hindus and these are all those things? It's okay. I just how should I say? I just trying to keep my mouth shut for some while, but I don't want my friends also to end up in hellfire because they were such amazing persons in their character, in their morals.
Right.
Even I learned lots of things from them only, but at the time, but when how should I say? But at the side of spiritual aspect, they're just going with the flow because their life is thriving. So that's why I understand that when I read the Quran, as you said, brother, indeed we test you with the evil and within goodness. If I'm not wrong, the appropriate translation. So how should I put them in this way? So that's why I thought of maybe I have a contact or somewhere to connect with Sister Swati. It's okay, fine.
The thing is, because so two things, right? First off, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you for your kindness and caring for your brothers. And may He all of us to and keep us on the straight path. So I respect that, right? Now on that note, it's not your job to convince somebody. That's the reality of it. The reality is it's not your job to get somebody to submit to the truth. That's their job. And that's that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that He is the one that guides people. So if there's a prerequisite to that. The prerequisite is you got to be sincere and actually want it, right? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala already told you in the Quran that He wants this for you, right? So don't make it a personal mission to go out there and just start banging on every door and saying like, hey, you guys need to pay attention to this. Okay. That's why I tell you, gently strike up a conversation, see where it goes. Because even right now, if you were to, let's say hypothetically that you connect with Sister Swati or you connect with whoever, what are you going to do for every single interaction? You're going to go back to Sister Swati or whoever you connect with?
I get a overall idea of how most of the Hindus' mindset would be and how to strike up initial conversation, how
But
to
you will know
take
that
up a
situationally, dude. You don't have to go out there and start. You will know situationally when you start talking to people. You'll start developing an understanding of the personality types that you're dealing with. Sister Swati is not going to tell you this. There's no silver bullet, is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. There's no like magic recipe where you just say something and then they go, oh, why didn't I think of that? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work that way, dude. That's just talk to people on a very human level and just say whatever it is that you want to say, whatever's on your mind through conversation.
One thing I would recommend is study the lives of the companions of Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, because they all came from different walks of life, right? And they had their own stories. So you will hear like the likes of Umar radiallahu anhu, right? What convinced him, right? Supposedly this is how he was known, a hot-headed person, very brave. He came from a polytheistic background. Then you have the likes of Salman al-Farisi, right? That came from the people of the scriptures background, right? Then you have Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, right? Very soft, gentle-hearted person. So one of the things that we do on all of these streams, if you've noticed, the very first question is what do we ask the people? What is your background, right? So strike up a conversation based on the background of that person. If it's a friend that you've known for a very long time, if you have like, let's say 3 different friends, one person, you can talk to him, you can appeal to his emotions. The other person, maybe that argument may not work. Something else would work. So you have to strike up a conversation based on the background of that person, based on the psyche of that person, based on the education of that person. How that's something you would have to assess at that particular moment. But that's why I said, when you actually read the stories of all of the companions of Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, you will actually understand. Like there's an example where, or there's a story where he was trying to give dawah to a person. He was a wrestler, and the person actually told him, "I will only listen to you if you actually wrestle with me." So the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam did what? He wrestled him. Subhanallah. You see, so every person is different.
Yeah, bro. It could mean breaking bread with them. It could mean showing physical feats, like
breaking their bones.
Yeah, seriously, true story. I had a guy tell me, he's like, "Why should I follow?" Because he was a person that was having doubts, and he goes, "Why should I follow what so and so sheikh says he's fat?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, what does his weight have to do with any type of knowledge that he obtained or something? What if he's got like a glandular problem, like he's got like a straight health condition or something, and now all of a sudden he packed on weight, bro? Does that now all of a sudden diminish that he's any type of, smart in what he's got? And he's like, well, I don't know. It's just kind of weird. The guy's talking about like, battlefield, this and that. And like, I can't see him in the front lines. And I'm just like, dude, I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you. What do you mean you can't see him in the front lines? No, you can't see him in the front lines, but can you see him maybe being more of like a general to understand where the tactics are going to be played and how, from the knowledge that he acquired? Oh, okay. Well, maybe then you have a little bit of a point. It's like, I'm telling you, you're going to be so surprised. But anyway, I want to welcome the next guest because I think we've given you enough time. And the idea is that, just talk to people and see where it goes. You're not on this, you haven't even opened up the theme of conversation, and we're over here thinking about imponderables.
Yeah. Like think of planting the seed. That's your job. Yeah.
Slow water, Alie. Just slow water and plant the seed and watch and engage and that's it.
Okay, sir. And just one last thing, that are there any like Islamic scholars, anyone who are well versed in Islamic finance? Because I am doing a course, as I said, a chartered accountancy course, which is like a CFA or CPA in USA. But I tried my level best to not to engage in the those interest related transactions during the audit of company, and not going to bank audits, because I well versed in some other areas like internal audit and valuation of companies and etc. etc. So and my career in India would be difficult, because lots of how
Akhi,
to deal with Hindus.
forgive me. If it's a fiqh related question, Akhi, we cannot help you.
Go to the local mufti, bro. We're not.
A career related question.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's a fiqh related question, you need to go to a local mosque near you. I mean, Hyderabad, you guys have like tons of mosques over there. Walk up to any mosque over there, and ask the local imam.
Yeah.
It's a career related issues, brother.
It's what?
It's a career related issues.
I know it's a career related question, but he will definitely direct you to somebody else if he doesn't know himself.
Guidance on this, bro. We're not people of knowledge. We're just not. We can't tell you certain things to misguide you, because then it's upon us, bro. We're telling you the best intellectual answer, which is we don't know. Go seek someone who knows.
Okay, brother. Thank you so much. Jazakallah khair.
And by the way, if you still don't get an answer, you can always look up online on Islam Q&A, or you can even contact them as well. I forget the exact days where they actually take questions. So they have muftis from all around the world. You can actually submit your question. So if it's a fiqh-related question, they will actually answer that over there. Okay?
Barakallahu feek, man. We'll see you next time, inshallah.
Assalamu
alaikum. All right. I don't know who's next. Zach, maybe? I don't know. Can't see it, but his camera's not set up. So,
yeah.
Zach, you have to set up your mic and camera.
Should we bring in this guy, the BS?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Assalamu alaikum, akhi. Ahmed.
You're muted, by the way.
Ahmed, you're on mute, akhi. Probably fell asleep. Okay, let's try the next person. All right.
Zach now. He's back. Zach, what's up? Assalamu alaikum, bro. Can you hear us? We can't hear you, man, if you're saying anything.
Zach, we can't hear you.
Alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
Are we still on stream?
Of course we're still on stream, man. You're on stream now. It's over.
I understand, but I requested the I don't know if you heard my message, but I requested to talk to you guys off stream.
Well,
it's important, but it cannot be shared in public right now.
It's what?
I said it's an important subject, but I prefer not to share it in public right now. It's not ready to be shared in public.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll do our best to respect that. What I will tell you is this: if you think that it's going to be of benefit to everybody listening, you have pretty much full anonymity on the platform. We don't know your face. We don't know your name. Zach is a pseudonym. So, unless you're going to name drop yourself and address and social security.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Allah musta'an. Because I was going to share my screen. That's the issue. That's the main thing. Anyway, I'll explain to you what I'll share my screen, and then maybe after stream, maybe we talk more with sharing screen. Allah musta'an. So I'm writing a book that will introduce Islam and a benefit to the people that never been introduced before, and it's gonna allow people who never read about Islam or have the stigma not read about Islam to actually read it. And the problem the whole thing started because I went through a journey of depression. Alhamdulillah, that was the best thing that happened to me. It made me learn more about the Islamic therapeutic solutions. Made me research and understand how Western therapy works and how people are listening to the Hindu therapists and their advices. And unfortunately, it got to the point where Muslims, brothers and sisters, they wake up and pray Fajr, and after that, they worship the sun through yoga. And unknowingly, yoga is a practice in Hinduism. It is a ritual in itself. The reason that happened is because Hindu therapists and Hindu monks and the whole Hindu religion, they start to rebrand itself to the secular society as therapeutic solution. which is made people who even don't accept there is a God, which is atheism. They worship multiple gods unknowingly by practicing yoga, right? So my thing is, the book that I'm writing right now, it's introducing the full package solution for mental health and for depression, going from blood test and blood work and smoothing into yoga and criticizing the people who are speaking about it, its origin, exposing that it's a Hindu ritual, and going from there, explaining the prophetic solutions and the Quranic explanations and providing answers to the people. The common thing that most people go to a therapist for is to find answers. They want to achieve peace, and they're achieving for peace. It comes from finding true answers, and therapists don't provide that. They just make them feel better about themselves by showcasing that they're understanding them. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but
yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Yes,
so it would have been easier if I shared my screen.
That's all right. We're following, bro. Like we understand. You know, I think I understand where you're coming from as far as its impermissibility. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even well aware with this idea, this ritual of yoga. You know, so I definitely do yoga, and I've had my own fair share of history when it comes to depression. So I'm completely 100% following along. You can continue.
Yes, Allah Mustaan. Actually, there is like when somebody is depressed, they go to the therapist. They most likely they put them on antidepressants without doing blood work and checking if they have a deficiency or disorder, which is like investigating work that should be done. Like, and I checked with multiple therapists in my journey, and I did a lot of research. That's not the casual thing they do. And when they do it, they bounded by the insurance system, where they have to check for the common things first, like step by step, very slow. And people tend to use multivitamin. Like it applies to multiple factors, right? It can be physical factor where it's the deficiency and a disorder. It can be spiritual factor. But the problem, like the main problem that's happening to the Muslims brothers and sisters who suffering from depression or mental health issues, when they go to a therapist, they'll get that solution, discarding all ruqya, all other sides. But when they go to a scholar or a sheikh, they will just tell them and focus them on the side of ruqya, discarding deficiencies. Every expert is.
I'm not trying to cut you off. I really respect the research and the work that you're doing, bro. But we have to kind of keep things like related to the topic. And we can't really delve into like medicinal things. We're not doctors. We're not qualified for that sort of stuff. And the claims that you're making, albeit from your research, you know, I can give you the benefit of the doubt. But we can't. You know, one of the things is obviously the generalizability and of some of the things that you're saying, right?
Did I generalize? Can you name one thing that I generalize?
Yes, you said the Muslims that are going to these doctors, this is what they're doing. You don't know that for a fact, right? They're on their journey as well. So they may be going to the doctor, and they also may be trying spiritual means of connecting better with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. To say an absolute statement it's not correct, right? So it would be a wiser thing to say for those Muslims that have abandoned, you know, blah, 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 and are just sticking to, again, I'm not going to sit here and tread on your words, but the purpose of this panel and the purpose of the stream, I think, is we're deviating away from, you know, what the general topic is. So if there's anything that we can do to kind of, you know, be of service to answer any Dawah related questions, we're happy to do so, bro. But we're not, you know, we're not medical professionals, nor can we, you know, promote a particular avenue of dealing with depression. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, how can we be of service in the field of Dawah, or if there's any pressing questions that you may have for us?
This book in itself, it's a Dawah meaning. It just has to get to a point where it discuss the solutions that's provided from the Western. Like
No, but Akhi, you're going into like psychotherapy, psychology, and you know, like first of all, even if we were qualified to deal with this particular topic, right? I mean, which we're not, like Brother Morris pointed out. Like we would ask you your background, like we don't know anything about you. What I would recommend is this: walk up to your local mosque, right? Find a scholar over there,
Allah
or have
mustaan,
them
akhi.
connect you
Barakallahu
to,
fik, akhi. Akhi, barakallahu fik. Assalamu
right?
alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Allah mustaan.
Yeah, you know, subhanAllah, that's the best advice that we can give him. There's no point in getting offended to it, right? Hopefully he didn't take offense to what we're trying to say. But, you know, we're not going to sit here and peer review his work. You know, that's just not what the...
The best approach is, I mean, if he's qualified, you know, he should get a backing of an imam, you know, for all of his research that he has done. I think
and it's not to dissuade, if you're still listening, bro, it's not to dissuade you in your pursuit of the work. I haven't read the work, you know, and it's not to belittle the severities of the problems of depression. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that the majority of people have been hit with depression at some point in time or in their life, right? And it's a bad place to be. So hopefully you don't get discouraged in pursuing this book. I don't think that we're the right place to give you any type of friendly advice or anything. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, any advice that we would give will be based upon, we'd basically have to not only be, you know, a lot more knowledgeable when it comes to Islam, but we'd have to basically be psychotherapists in order to accommodate the two. Because all we have to, because even as much as I have my own fair share of history with, you know, mental health and stuff like that, you know, but there's certain things that I don't know that any one of us here can help with. I mean, I still personally did not know what did he want to tell us what, you know, they want us to peer review, think, you know, ask us what we think about it. I mean, who are we?
Yeah. All right. I think Ahmed's back. Ahmed, are you back? Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. What's happening?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you guys doing?
Good, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. I just had 2 quick questions, inshallah, and I'll be gone. So my first question is, lately I've been getting a lot of people saying that the Quran is eternal, is the Quran eternal, and I don't know what does this question mean by what is the Quran being eternal. So I wanted to ask if has anybody you know faced some kind of some of these questions where they asked is the Quran eternal, or you know, any of these kind of questions.
Yeah. Do any of the brothers want to take that one? I'm happy to give you the fundamentals. So you have 2 positions. One of them is that the Quran is the created word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the second one is that it's uncreated, right? So you have the Athari and the Ashari position. I align with the Athari position that it is uncreated because it is part of his intrinsic nature, right? Mm-hmm. Now, what you have is the representation of what we have in this world, right? So you have the actual speech in Arabic, you have the revelation in Arabic, you have the Mus'haf, right? The Mus'haf is created, but the actual speech is uncreated. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
So this is the most simplistic understanding without it getting too deep into an issue of aqidah, right? Mm-hmm. If any of the other brothers want to elaborate, I'm happy to, you know.
Yeah, it's the way I put it. Go ahead, Ali.
No, you got it, bro.
Yeah, so you know the way I put it, because this question of attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala comes about quite often, especially by Christians these days, right? That you Muslims believe in the 99 attributes, as in there are 99 gods or something, right? So yes, the question of the Quran is a little bit more nuanced, but talking generally in terms of attributes, like what I ask people is this: how do we associate attributes normally? Do they exist in the air? No, we always associate them with a subject, right? You as a human being, you have an attribute of love, mercy, anger, etc. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you as a human being, you're not eternal, right? You had a date of birth, and you will, you will die one day, just like all of us. Correct?
Yes.
So just as you have all of the attributes that we associate with you intrinsic to you, they're not apart from you, right? Similarly, if you die, similarly, if we associate any attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and since we know he's an eternal being, obviously his attributes would also be eternal, correct?
Yes.
Because those are intrinsic to him. So I don't understand where the confusion is. Now, if you're referring specifically to the Qur'an, now Qur'an is a manifestation of the speech of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is not the entirety of his speech, right? But it is manifestation of his speech. Like Brother Morris pointed out, and this is a more simplistic explanation, there is some nuances in there, right? This has to do more with the aqidah. So what I would recommend, Akhi, is, because I myself, I'm actually, studying Aqidah, So, and this is something that I don't feel I'm qualified enough to answer. Even if I were to explain it to you, I might not be able to do justice to the topic, because it's a very nuanced topic. There's a lot of intricate details in there. So we gave you a very simplistic explanation. Sorry, Brother Morris, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, to give you one other analogy, it would be like if you had the color of a T-shirt, right? This is just we don't use the word part, because then it's saying that there's a composition, but you use the word accident, which basically means that there is something about that T-shirt that is intrinsically it, right? Like the color black wouldn't exist unless it's somewhere on something, right? So the very essence of his word is it's self-existing, because he is self-existing. You understand what I'm saying? So the scholars can do a better job of giving you the proper language to give you the nuances on what that is.
Yeah, so like in a nutshell, it's somebody have told me before, it's like the words of God cannot change, but people can misattribute words to God. Is it something like this?
Yes, and it's a very fine line. So like let me like see how fine it is. There's certain schools of thought that believe that his hearing is the same as his seeing, because he's all hearing and all seeing.
Yes.
But they have to have a differentiator. You understand? Otherwise the hearing would be the seeing. So why would he label both hearing and seeing as a differentiator in the Qur'an?
Got it.
You understand? And if you blend the two, then now his knowledge is also the same thing as his hearing and his seeing. And now it all just becomes just one. But yet there's 99 attributes. You understand?
Yeah.
So this, when you look into, like, you can look into the Aqidah Tahawiyya, but it's such a detailed subject that it's best to learn chest to chest, because you're going to have a lot of questions that come up. Like your brain is just naturally going to be like, what about this? What about this? And to pull it is like, it's like with medical tweezers. And if you make one wrong mistake of a representation, then 5 minutes later, you're going to be like, well, hold on a second. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a very delicate subject. The beauty of it is Islam does have the answer. And, the second beauty is that you don't actually need this as you don't need the knowledge to like say, earn Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's pleasure. This is purely if you wanted to go down the route of knowledge to seek it for your own benefit. And so that if it's something that's like causing a roadblock to you, like, oh man, this is creating doubt, for sure, settle that.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, it's not really a huge subject for me. It's just that something popular these days, like Christians say that, they keep questioning, is the Quran eternal? Is the Quran eternal? And don't really understand the question itself.
I'll tell you why. reason why is because they try to step into your worldview to justify their own. But the problem is not an Islamic problem, and it's because we don't have an incarnation. So they're always going to try to transpose whatever is going on in their world and say, well, look, you guys have this. Like, let me give you an example. I was giving dawah to a Christian guy, and he just goes, well, you know how like you guys have the veils of Allah? Like he's got like those 70 veils, and if he were to remove one, then it would incinerate all of mankind. He goes, look, you guys have it in this hadith. Well, Jesus's flesh is like the veil, so God can walk among us on earth and not like destroy everything. Right?
Yeah.
Now to someone that's not familiar with the subject, they're going to be like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense, bro. Right? Like at first glance, it seems like, oh, that totally makes sense. Okay. But here's the problem. The problem is those 70 veils are in the realm of the unseen with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and nowhere does it say that he's going to incarnate. So now you're taking something from one realm and putting it in another realm and saying now and what you have is what's called a false equivocation. And the whole premise is wrong. Right? So this is the issue. So they try to justify their own position by saying, well, you guys also have, it's like a whataboutism. What about this?
You know, and on top of that as well, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also explains it in the Quran about this mentality of trying to look trying to pick at the truth to find falsehood. And what do I mean by that? In the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about the story of Musa alayhi salam and Harun, where when Musa left to receive the Torah, Harun was there, and eventually the Jews, the Israelites, started they made a calf, right, the golden calf and stuff, and started worshiping the calf, right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that the one who made the calf was As-Samiri. That was the person's name, As-Samiri. Now here's the question: how exactly did As-Samiri? What was his tactic to get the people to worship that calf? He needed to get people to worship that calf. He just made it. What did he say? He didn't say, this is another God. He said, by the way, this is Moses's God. The way he was able to reach to the people is by saying, oh no, this has always been Moses's God, trying to come within the realm of truth to justify his own faith, to justify what he wanted to do. And this is what people, when they really want to be shady, that's their tactic that they go to. So that's why they'll say something like the veil example that Brother Morris said, even certain things like, in the Quran you have this. They see it as a problem, but in order to not make it a problem, they say, well, you guys can't talk because you have it too. It's like when you get into a fight with your sister, and you and your sister or your sibling, you guys both do something wrong, and your parents come home and they yell at you. But what do you say? Instead of acknowledging what you did, what's the first thing you try to do? You try to say, well, he did it too. Exactly. No, you'll acknowledge because you were caught. You'll acknowledge what you're doing, but the way how you will acknowledge what you're doing is by saying, hey, she did it too, or he did it too, because you're trying to take someone down with you because you know you're stuck. And that's the same tactics that these non-Muslims try to use. And that's the same one that somebody used as well, trying to associate his falsehood by saying this is actually Moses' God. It's a very similar example as far as how they can try to pull away at the truth to justify their own falsehood.
So, Achi, like in summary, what you have to understand, always remember this, okay? So it will not cause a doubt in your mind anymore, okay? Think of it like this. Yeah, we don't think of the Qur'an as a separate entity walking around, talking, having its own separate will, as they think of Jesus.
Yeah,
right?
that'll help you a lot.
Yeah, so we don't actually worship the Quran.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's normal. Yeah.
We don't treat the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be like distinct from him, just as you will never disassociate your attributes separately from you. Your mercy is intrinsic to you. Your love is intrinsic to you. So the same exact thing we apply to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The problem that they have is that they actually believe that they're not identical to each other, but they're distinct from each other. At the same time, they're co-equal, and they all have to be worshipped separately.
And at the same time.
And at the same time, right? And they have their own separate wills, right? So they try to jump through all these hoops to justify their polytheism. Alhamdulillah, we don't have that problem. See, what this common thing that we actually get stuck in the loop, and I've been actually listening to some of the debates of some Muslims, du'at, as a matter of fact, and it surprises me because it's such a simple thing to resolve, but we just don't know probably how to phrase it properly, right? Because see, our discussion with them, the whole debate is about the identity of God, not the modality of God, right? So when we say things like "Laysa kamithli shay," what do we mean by that? We mean there's nothing like unto him. That does not mean we're questioning the identity of God. The identity of God is very clear to us, that he's one without any partners. That's it, khalas, right? Now, when they talk about the shin of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when they talk about the attributes subhanahu wa ta'ala, we cannot fathom that, because that would fall under in the category of modality.
Yes,
that's a complete that's false equivocation. That's what like Muslims need to understand. We need to understand these underlying fallacies that they're committing. So whenever somebody points it out to you, akhi, always remember this. Tell them this: we don't treat God as an orb that shoots out all of these like attributes that they turn into their own separate gods.
And
that's what you guys do.
When I first was like looking into Hinduism, this is the one thing that I noticed right away, that they literally treat every attribute as a god. Straight up, they worship the attributes. Like, you can say whatever the heck you want to say, but when you make an idol and one is a creator and one is a destroyer and one is this and one is that, like, these are straight attributes being worshipped. Anyway, hopefully that was helpful, bro. What about your second question?
My second question is that wait, I forgot. Just give me one moment. Oh, yes. A lot of people, and this is actually quite a spreading stereotype, is that Muslims, a'udhu billah, worship the moon god, or a god of the moon, or something like that. And I've always never understood where did they even get this from. And I'm like a Muslim, alhamdulillah, I never thought of worshipping a moon god, like, a'udhu billah. So it's confusing,
Yeah, it's honestly, bro, it's just misinformation that's spread. If they were to you're muted, by the way, Mansur.
Sorry, I said you have an expert right there, brother Mansur.
Yeah, if you want, brother Mansur can field the question as to why people think we worship a moon god, but in reality, it's just misinformation that was spread. They don't have the knowledge. They never cracked open the books. You had certain symbolism that was, unfortunately propagated with Islam, right? Like, for example, a crescent over a masjid and stuff like that. The Prophet never had any symbolism, period. Right?
Yeah.
So this is just an unfortunate false association, and it could be from as simple as to us going off of a lunar calendar to seeing this crescent to
I mean, from what I understand, they also use it from the Ottoman Empire, because they'll see the Ottoman Empire. A lot of ones that they have the moon, the crescent moon, and they associate that with Islam. So they'll use a particular nation, a particular empire, what they did, and they'll start associating it with the religion, as if that's what we must now. Even sometimes when you see symbolisms, colloquial symbolisms, you see Christianity, you'll see the cross. When it comes to Islam, you'll see the crescent moon for some reason. And I never understood that myself growing up. And so, this is what they do.
It's just silly.
Yeah.
It's really
I
not
believe
even...
the crescent, like back in like the when Islam started to grow up and become popular, I think the crescent wasn't even a sign of Islam. It was just Islam without any logo on it.
This entire like the history and everything, you can find plenty of research done online by so many du'ats, right? But look at this. This entirely debunks this entire argument. Simply put, right? Here. 41st chapter, verse 37. Yeah. Among his signs are the day and night, the sun and the moon. Do not prostrate to the sun or moon, but prostrate to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it clearly shows you a distinction between moon and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is a non-issue. Just this, by the way, this whole polemics, it actually came about in the 19th and 20th century. It wasn't there before, you know. So
yeah. It's just silly. Laziness, man. It's just laziness.
No, it's actually a metrics, a measure of how basically how much of the brain cells people are using when they are critiquing Islam. So when you hear this argument, you know they only have a little bit of cells in the brain that are functional at that point.
Talk very slow, be very patient, you know. The best thing, man.
Because you see, they went into a point where, you know, they started believing in their own lies, right? So they want to say, look, how do we make Muslims also be like pagans? Okay, how do we? Because we worship Christ, who's a, you know, who assumed a human body, a physical body. So we have to show that also Islam is not appealing, right? This is one way. If they cannot win people to Christianity, their approach is, we can take you away from your religion. Doesn't matter if you become an atheist. We are successful in our mission. Okay, this is how the strategy of the Christians usually work. So how do they then make Muslims say, okay, there's some kind of pagans, idol worshippers? Okay, they found something quite easily observable. Okay, you have the moon everywhere, lunar calendar, as you mentioned, the crescent moon on the top of the mosques and so on. There you go. You must be a worshipper of a moon. Do they really care about what the Qur'an says, as Brother Fawad had showed? Do they even care? Asking a Muslim, do you actually really worship the moon or not? It doesn't matter. So Dr. Robert Morey went a step further, and then he started saying, okay, you know what? Actually, we found archaeological evidence that yes, in Arabia, people used to worship the moon god and so on. And then this Christians became like a champion. There you go. Now we've got, you know, historical archaeological evidence, but this is what you are. You are just a moon god worshipping cult. Okay. Of course, they knew that, okay, this was all fabricated evidence or insufficient or something that is totally irrelevant evidence. That's not evidence at all for the case that they're bringing. And initially you had Shabir Ali, who responded well, and we have some more papers up on Islamic awareness and others. So it's actually an issue where people themselves, if they start reading a little bit of the evidence that is presented for this, they would themselves discard it. So it is one of the, you know, accusations that people bring, which are really, really silly. Okay, it has no basis. It has no basis from either the practices of the Muslims, the belief of the Muslims, or any historical precedent. Okay, there is nothing. If it was something substance like this, they will say, like, we've got something. There's nothing there. So only thing is they're just coming up with something to say, like, you know, you're like us as well. We worship a man and you worship the moon. Okay, so it's not much of a difference. This is how things go. So if somebody brings this level of criticism of Islam, be sure to know that, okay, they are ignorant and without the faculty of critical thinking. And all you can do is, you know, pray to Allah that Allah guides them to be sincere, so they can be guided, because these people have no real sincerity to seek the truth behind these issues. Because if they themselves had gone into say, okay, let me check this out. Imagine what they did in the Middle Ages, Brother Fawad. They started, the Crusaders, spreading this rumor: Muslims worship 3 gods. You'll be like, what? I mean, the very epitome of you know, monotheism, Islam, worshiping one God. How can that be? Because when the Crusaders were crusading against the Muslims to reclaim their land back and so on, right? How did they motivate these Crusaders? They wanted to motivate them somehow. Look, these Muslims are idolaters, pagans, and the only way imagine if they said, look, we are now going to fight against the monotheists. the worshipper of one God, the true God. It's not going to work, right? It's going to backfire them. So they had to invent one, and that's what they did in the Middle Ages to invent fabrication and lies. There's another interesting book that was published by the Islamic Foundation UK. The author was Dr. Jabal Buaban. Okay, Image of the Prophet ﷺ in the West. I've got this book in there. Is a very, very good read, just to showing you how they tried to present and portray a negative image of Islam, so that it prevents people from being attractable to people. So people are somehow repelled from it. Like, how can we accept Islam like this? So all this negative imagery, it hasn't stopped. It's continuing till this day with all this propaganda against Islam in various ways and means. And all they're doing is not to somehow win to their religion, because they know that no one's going to be attracted to their religion. It's all about driving people away from Islam. So this negative imagery, negative perception by this malinformation and misinformation and disinformation continues to this day in different kind of clothing. It hasn't stopped. All we need to do is just to educate people, and that's why education is so important.
To be honest, I really agree with pretty much every point you said, and to be quite honest, from my perspective, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes from especially Christians, and with all due respect, I know Christian people who are even better than Muslim people, but there are even things that I have dived through in Christianity, like the believing the Trinity. It was very hard for me. In one passage, it says the only true God is the Father, and in the other, Jesus prayed to the Father. People told me Jesus and the Father are one. In another passage, it says that Jesus prayed for the disciples to be one, just like he and the Father are one. So does he mean one in physically or one purposely? So it just doesn't make sense to me. And I think like a core subject or core belief in a religion shouldn't really require, a lot of intellect or a lot of research. In Islam, alhamdulillah, it's قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدُ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. Say he is one, the indivisible. There is none like him, there is none before him, there is none after him, there is none close to him in worship. So it's just, very simple to me in Islam, alhamdulillah. And yeah.
Okay, that was the same issue. We were talking with the person who was a Jainist. I don't know if you were here earlier. When we asked him a core foundation of his belief, he told us that he recommends us to see a scholar in the faith, and I was listening. I had a huge problem with that, and I'm saying obviously in Islam there are certain things that a lay person cannot understand, but Islam, the truth should be the core foundations of the truth should be able to be understood by anybody, from somebody who was a humble villager to a professor. Exactly. So the fact that we asked them the fact that we asked him a core foundation of his belief, and he recommended us to see a scholar, and I'm saying, what? it didn't make sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's just, so I think we have a couple of people waiting backstage. So hopefully.
Sorry, I took a lot of time. My bad.
No problem, Akhi. Hopefully that helped.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, guys. May Allah reward you and bless you.
All right.
Ameen. Assalamu alaikum.
All right. Okay, so we've got, I think, a Christian, Keelan, open Christian. All right, so you're next. Hi, Keelan. You're on mute. Keelan, are you there?
Edo Muhammad.
Okay, these trolls. Okay. All right. Abbas, you're next.
Yes, assalamu alaikum everyone. Hope you all do.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam.
Thank you so much for doing this. I just had a couple of questions. The first question is, how can I respond to myself and to others when I think about this question? If Allah, he's so merciful, right, and He has knowledge of everything, why would He intentionally create those who He knows that they're gonna end up in hellfire, right? Now, what I tell myself as an answer is that number one is Allah's wish. Who am I to ask? Number two, maybe they're an example or a test for other people as well. But somehow the answer doesn't seem satisfactory. So if you
Okay.
can shed some light on that.
Brother Mansur, you want to take that one?
Why does the answer not become satisfactory?
I mean, if is there any other answer besides this, that those people were created deliberately for a test, as a test for others? As an example, maybe we could use.
I mean, we're talking about the consequences of free will, right?
Yeah.
So free will entails there will be some people, because of their ego issues, they will abuse it. So they will end up in a place of hellfire. So people are often saying, why does Allah have to create those people knowing that they're going to end up in there?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and if He creates them, what's the issue? That's the question we should be asking. Why are we saying it's an issue that Allah creates them? If people go to hellfire through His justice, why is this a question of concern? Is it because we're thinking like, oh, how can these people be punished and suffering? Then the issue is with us in terms of how we are sympathetic to criminals. There's a limit and tolerance that we all have to criminals and criminal activities. If we limit, put away this guard as human beings, then really there's no difference between right and wrong, truth and falsehood, good and bad. We should make no distinguishable differences at all. There cannot be anything that has some kind of weight, whether you have love in one hand and hatred in another. You should be all both the same. But why do we feel differently than that? Why are we going to praise people for doing bad things? For example, I mean, would it lose any meaning that it's bad? I gave an example earlier on. Somebody rapes and you punish them by giving them more girls and more money so that they can rape more. I mean, that doesn't make much sense. So our sympathy for the criminals, a rapist who gets execution or life imprisonment or whatever punishment, we need to question ourselves. Why are we being sympathetic to criminals and crimes? There's something definitely wrong with our understanding of what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong. This dichotomy that we have, we need to really assess it. This idea of you have a soft spirit and soft heart, we should be all fine. You know what? We should forgive them all. Some people want to feel that way. But what will happen is when something happens to you and your family, you will be the first one perhaps will say, I'm not going to forgive them. And this is exactly what happened. Even in UK in 9/11, there was a priest or a pastor, one of the ladies there, and she lived all her life, if I remember correctly, this incident, in forgiving people and so on. But from that incident, she says, no, I am not going to forgive, because it became so personal, right? Then someone understood in terms of what does suffering mean. So if you have been violated yourself by others wrongly, violated in terms of your person, your honor, your dignity, your wealth, and so on and so forth, then you will feel the pain and the suffering. The impact that you will have will be much grandeur in scale, more in scale compared to hearing these stories. Okay, so it seems like even in human makeup, we are not somehow immune from this kind of feelings, because that's how we are made, that's how we're created. So we should not really feel that kind of so much empathy for the criminals that we want them not to be punished at all. If that was the case, then there will be total chaos, anarchy and disorder in this world and in this universe. Okay, people will do whatever they want. So no peace, tranquility will come. So that means then, to establish even on our own paradigm, there has to be justice done to those who violate this balance in this world. Balance of, when we're talking about order, when we're talking about peace, when we are talking about harmony. So if this is all violated, then justice needs to prevail, to feel safe, to feel content, to feel happy. Now, Allah provides a mechanism in which people can exercise their free will and happily go to heaven, right? By not abusing it. But some people abuse it. So if those people who arrogantly reject God and go against it, in fact, there will be many people that we have personally have experience with, where they insult God to such a degree, insult God, and you're saying God should reward them with his mercy. I mean, that's not something how we as human being understand in terms of what is fairness and justice. And every human being has this faculty ingrained within us, the sense of justice. How do you make equal? Allah says in the Qur'an, how the one who sees and one who doesn't see, the one who knows, who doesn't know, the good and the bad, how can you call them equal? They're not equal. So if Allah punishes someone, okay, it has nothing to do with Allah not being merciful, okay, because Allah is merciful as well as just. So if he creates them because he is the creator. He could have created just like the angels and that was it.
Yeah.
But he's demonstrating his creative power. He's demonstrating his attribute of forgiveness, attributes of mercy, by creating human beings or other jinns, other creation, in which they do go against his wish and his will, and they fall short and they return. If they didn't commit any mistake, how can they return in the first place? If Allah is already oft forgiving, most merciful, at-Tawwab, then there has to be an element where people has given that, exercise of freedom of their choice, and they make mistakes and they return by repenting to Allah and returning to Allah. So if, for example, Allah simply didn't punish anyone, then you will say, hang on, isn't Allah just? Isn't Allah just? You'll be questioning Allah's justice, saying, look, he lets the wicked go away. Now, if Allah didn't create this category of people because he knows them, excuse me, he knows they will end up in hell, so he simply doesn't create them at all, right? Now, think about it in different levels, on different angles. So you are living in a life, you're all doing good. How are you going to, as people of free will, appreciate what is good and what is bad? For our understanding, for example, I mean, if everything to you is good, is there such a thing as bad? Because bad people go to hellfire. There is no bad people to go to hellfire because they're not created. So for you, with a free will to obey or disobey Allah, you cannot even exercise that free will because you don't know what does it mean disobedience and what means obedience, because you have no concept of bad and no concept of good, because bad people are not given the allowance to exercise their free will and maybe then to go to hellfire because they simply don't exist. So free will have to be taken aback, like the no free will. Then you're saying some creation may even question, oh, does even Allah have the ability to create people with free will? Some creation that can go against his will, is he powerful enough? So first you are questioning mercy, then justice, now you're questioning God's ability, and he will go on and on and on. Then you're basically going to strip Allah away from all his attributes and saying, oh, maybe God shouldn't create anything at all. And then that becomes what? Question of God's creative activity. Is he actually a creator? Can he create? You see, now you're saying he shouldn't create anything, and then imagine now this something that somehow was created to ask that question. They will say, oh, you haven't created anything, maybe you can't create. But Allah is such a being that there is the very weak hadith, if I'm not mistaken, where the meaning is correct, where Allah wanted to be known. Okay, so he creates and he's shown who he is. So Allah, we only know because we are created. So to know Allah, that he is loving, caring, that he is someone who's the Rabb, he's the Khaliq, and he's the Malik, the one who is at-Tawwab, and he's Ashadidul Iqab, then how are we going to know if these things are not manifested? Allah is making this manifesting. So what you've heard from the scholars or other people, that this is an example to make, yes, that could be also correct. Allah's justice to prevail and to manifest. This is also correct. There could be various ways of understanding this, but ultimately, لا يسألوا أما يفعلوا وهم يسألون. If I remember this ayah correctly, you cannot question Allah for what He does, but certainly we will be questioned. So for us, people can ask and raise these questions, but ultimately, Allah is the one in His Dhat, in His reality, what He does. But we know He's given us the understanding of who He is. So He is not unjust. لَيْسَ بِظَلَّامٍ لِلْعَبِيدِ. He's to the very least at all, imaginably very least, not even unjust to anyone, such that you can't even even say to the very least degrees unjust. He is al-adl, the one who is so just that we can't even understand in terms of how fair He could be. We fall short in our justice, but not Allah. Okay.
Yeah.
So the question itself is actually a very loaded question to somehow questions like, why does Allah exist in such way who is so good and benevolent, and He creates something which seems to be evil? So it is a question which is the fundamental questions the atheists asked, the problem of evil clothed and packaged in a different way. So ultimately, it's another variation of the problem of evil.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the clarification. And my second question, which ties into free will, is I'm having trouble understanding the concept of qadr. Where does qadr come in? Where does free will come in? Specifically related to two things. One is death, right, and one is risk. Risk as in financially. Now the thing is that I've thought about it. And
Sorry, you said two things: rizq and what's the other one?
Death. So
Death.
for example, death. Yeah, both of them which are decided by Allah and written by the angel while we have not even been born yet. Correct. Now my question is that, for example, when it comes to death, right? If a person is supposed to die, in Allah's knowledge, on December 20th, and the means are he gets robbed and things go wrong and someone shoots him, right? Now my question is, does that death happen because the person shot him, or because Allah wanted that, like Allah decided that this person is going to die today, regardless if someone shoots him or not? Even if let's say if he did not leave his home, somehow death would still approach him. How does that work? Like I'm a little confused about that.
Okay, so let me make sure I'm understanding your question correctly. So you're saying, or your question is, if the person did not venture out to go and conduct a particular act, would he have passed away if his time came?
Yeah, like what if that day he was going to die in either, there's two scenarios. Well, I mean, there's just one scenario. That person went to a convenience store, he got robbed at gunpoint, and he got shot, and he
For
passed away.
sure.
And
Yeah,
let's say that day he did not go out. Would he still
Yeah.
die that specific day, in that moment, at the same time? Would that death still occur?
Okay, so if he was set to pass away at a particular time, here's what's, I think I understand what your hang up is. Your hang up is if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decreed for him to die at a particular place and at a particular time, can he be at another place and die at the same time?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but I'm not to hang up on the place, because maybe Allah.
Okay, just the time then.
Yeah, just the time and the specific date or day. Yeah.
Okay, no, he would pass away at whatever time that he is decreed to pass away. So simply put, like, let's say, for example, let me flip the script on you, right?
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, that that guy was going to be the robber, and he was going to go and he was going to end up committing a grave sin of murder, right?
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, he had a second guess and said, you know what, maybe this isn't the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Right. And then he never goes out. So here in this circumstance, you have a beautiful example of how making the right decision can lead to a good consequence. Yes. Because you can either die upon the sin of murder or die and not have the sin of murder on you.
Yeah, so that person that didn't commit the murder, he had the free will of not doing that, but the person who died, he still ends up dying by other means. Maybe it could be a heart attack or something else. That's what I'm basically questioning.
Right. So now here's what's happening. You're under the assumption that it's ordained for the person to pass away by the gunshot and not by any other way. So remember, it's just the time. So like if we take a look at like what the hypocrites did during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and how they refused to go into battle because they were like, oh, we're gonna die, right?
Yeah.
So they were like, don't do this, just stay at your home, it's safer. And then it comes back that death would find them no matter where they are. It's just meaning you can't run. So the idea is the time is decreed. Now the method of what or how it transposes, this is part of the possibilities of the decree. So like think about there being a billion, you can get an aneurysm, you get a heart attack, you could just drop dead, you can implode. All these are different ways. But what the qadr is that you're going to pass away.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Okay. So typically what happens is people get hung up and they say like, what if I didn't do this? What if I did that? But they don't realize that all of that was in the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You could have walked, you could have taken a train, you could have taken a plane, you could have driven your car. It doesn't matter. Death would have found you at that time.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And the funny thing is, when we talk about, some people will say, well, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knew what was going to happen, didn't he do it? And there's a difference between knowing something is going to happen and making that thing happen. And, I like to use examples to get people to have a better understanding of the concept of the topic. So let's say you, my friend, let's say you were a time traveler, right? Let's say you got into a time machine and you went a year into the future, right?
Yeah.
You went a year into the future. You saw how everything took place. You saw who passed away. You saw who was born. You saw who won some sports championships and stuff like that. And after you see all that, then you return back to the present time, right? So now you living in the present, you have knowledge of the future of the next year. Now, when the Super Bowl, the World Cup, or whatever sporting event, people who pass away, you knew that was going to happen. You knew, wait a minute, this team is going to win. This person's going to pass away at this particular time. Does that mean you did it?
Yeah. I see.
I'm asking you, does that mean you are the reason why that happened?
No.
Thank you. So because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he has knowledge of the past. He's all knowledgeable. So Allah subhanahu, there's things that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ordained. For example, he said in the Quran, every soul shall taste death. That's one thing he decreed. He decreed every soul to taste death. We are all going to die. That's something we can never change because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, his decree is final. However, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all knowledgeable, along the fact that we have free will, he knows how we're going to die. He knows that. He knows whether or not I'm going to pass away one way or the next way. That doesn't mean he did it. That doesn't mean let's say, for example, using your analogy, astaghfirullah, no, may this not happen to me. Let's say he knew I was going to get stabbed or, hurt and pass away. That does not mean that the cause of my death, God stabbed me. That does not mean he did it. No, that means he knew it was going to happen. Make sense?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But then he still orders the angel to take away your soul because he deemed at that time to be appropriate for your.
Yeah, he decreed it that way. Yes. So as when it comes to understand when it comes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's decree versus Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's knowledge, there are things that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself decreed. For example, he decreed that every soul shall taste death, meaning everybody. That's his decree. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's decree is objective, meaning there's nothing you can do to avoid it. There's nowhere you can go, nowhere you can run to. You are going to die. And when it comes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's will, the moment he knows when you're going to die. He knows when you're going to die. Because why? Because he has knowledge of the past, present, and the future.
Yeah.
However, one thing we need to add is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also gave us free will. And just real quick, a robot, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what the word robot came from?
No, I'm not sure.
So the word robot, we understand what it means to be a robot, machine, no identity, no intellect, just does what it's programmed to do without it doesn't have any free will, right?
Yeah.
So a robot, the word is its origin is an Eastern European word that means forced labor.
Okay.
So that's what a robot means. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not make us to be robots, meaning if everything that we do, we have no free will, everything that we do, God caused it, then we're no better than robots. We would be robots. However, we have free will, meaning we choose what to do. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows our decisions that we are going to do. Just because he knows our decisions, that does not mean he made us do it.
Yeah. Okay, I understand now. Yeah. Thank you for the explanation.
There you go.
Yeah. And I just want to tie it up back to, so the second point of the second question was the risk, right? So now the thing is that so basically Allah is the one who provides, and human beings, they're supposed to work and put the effort in and do as much as they can. Now the issue is that I'm at a very low point, and I feel that at this low point Shaitan has been attacking me more and more, right? Because I just feel it that way when I pray, when I'm doing some more sunnah prayers, or just trying to be patient. Then he might whisper, say, what's the point of all this? Your Allah is either not answering you, or he's not listening to you, or he's not hearing you. Astaghfirullah, may Allah forgive me. But I'm trying to be patient, and now I just need some, before I came into this world, Allah told the angel to write down how much I'm going to earn in this world, right? Then I won't leave this world without getting even my final amount of risk that I'm supposed to get. Now I'm doing my best to, either through business or through employment, I'm trying to knock all the doors, right? Now, how, I'm just having a hard time understanding that concept. How do I, is it tied to human effort, how much effort I'm putting in? For example, if there's two people, one of them decides to become a janitor while the other one decides to become a surgeon, well, there's some effort that the surgeon had to put in, and now he's being rewarded, or they're being rewarded financially for sacrificing that much, right? Now, it's just, I don't understand. If Allah wants, he can make that janitor person as rich or even richer than the surgeon as well. Maybe that janitor starts his own company, right?
Yeah.
And so I just, if you could explain that concept a
Here's,
little bit.
No problem, bro. Here's the best way that I relate to this, right?
Yeah.
So let's say, for example, you have the janitor and you have the surgeon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, first off, wealth, I'm sure you know this, is not a determining factor of where you are with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So that was easy. Second, in regards to the trials that are happening in the janitor's life compared to the trials that are happening in the surgeon's life, I'm going to give you a straight up real life example right now, right? I know of a brother, mashallah, very wealthy, does really good for himself. Every single time I talk to him, there's some major trauma happening in his life. I have literally seen the guy tell me about the death of 9 of his family members. One of his family members was straight up lost at sea and they can't find him. Dead serious. Okay. Yeah. Now, this guy has been given the trial of wealth. And I also know people that are very humble. And I don't want to say they're poverty stricken because they're rich in other ways. But when I talk to them, they don't even have a fraction of the stressors. So here's typically what happens, and what I've seen even happen in my own life. Let's say that you get an acquisition from some type of an investment that you made, right? And you think everything's good, fine and dandy. And let's say that just for a numeric sense that this acquisition is $50,000.
Yeah.
And the risk that's determined for you was only 35,000.
Yeah.
So you acquired this 50, but the risk is 35,000. Something is going to happen to you in your life, whether it be a medical thing, your car tire blows out, somebody needs money, or you get an inspiration to give to charity. It doesn't have to be this bad thing. It can be this very good thing. Like you just felt generous that day and decided to give $10,000, and now you're at 40,000, and then your tire blew out, and you had some minor car repairs or whatever, and it turns out to be 5,000 in repairs, and now you're at $35,000. So your risk in the whole from start to finish was 35,000, and you got to 35,000.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Another scenario, your risk was 35,000, and you get exactly 35,000, and nothing happens.
Yeah.
Which one do you want?
I would say the second option, because that way I don't have to go through the headache of the first option, since
Right.
I'm ending up with the same thing.
Exactly, because you ended up so now here's my, again, because we believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is most merciful.
Yeah.
The person that received the 50 and that did the charity and that had the hardship, okay, if his iman increased,
yeah, it would be better.
then you see the mercy. And the person that just received the 35,000 and didn't go through the hardships, if his iman increased, then you see the mercy again.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So now back to you. First off, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make it easy on you, bro.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
And so, I've been in positions where like we were broke, right? Now there is the one thing about being broke is it's temporary. Okay. Yeah. So like you're going through a trial right now, and your trial happens to be one of the many ways where your rizq will be there for you. Now that rizq doesn't have to be on the material plane. You have to bring it full circle, right? So what this could be is not a financial rizq, right? It could be that your iman is increasing in some way, shape, or form, so that now you're going to get whatever, it's bringing you closer to whatever the ticket is to Jannah, bro. And always think in that perspective. You have a hardship, it's getting me closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, closer to earning his pleasure, and closer to earning his mercy. And that's it.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so and again, to preserve your honor, don't say what your problems are, right? But the idea is that you just know that if you believe in a merciful Lord, that he is doing everything in your life and in his way of showing you that you're getting closer and closer to him.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean, yo, pit stop, I can't do anything now, I just got to chill. No, you need to still keep doing what you need to do, but don't let it wane your faith, especially with shaitan thinking that you're weak, and the joke's on him, right? Because you're not.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so just in essence, as in giving my best 100% effort.
That's it, dude. Just keep it up. Yeah, keep it up, man, because you don't know when that next door is going to open up and what is going to flow through that next door. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you.
Just to sort of piggyback and we can wrap it up right here. But, this is a question that one of the companions, I believe, asked Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in one of the hadith. I think it's in Al-Tirmidhi. And the man asks whether he should tie his camel or rely on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The Prophet, peace upon him, told him, tie your camel and trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yeah. Right? Then in the Qur'an, it's a 13th chapter, verse 11. I was actually looking for that verse right now. I just found it. So even though the outcome is ultimately decreed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah tells us to strive and take action. Right. Yeah. So verse 11 and 13th chapter, he says, indeed, Allah will not change the condition of a people until they change what is in themselves.
Yeah.
Right. And lastly, remember, brother, hardships, like the brother pointed out, Brother Morris beautifully put it. Hardships and sickness, they bring you close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They're a way to expiate for your sins. Yes. Right. So don't look at them, in a negative way. It's actually a good thing, because remember, when we do dua, none of the du'as actually go unheard. Either Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you what you want if it's good for you, or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you something else better in return. Sure. And if not in this dunya, then he will have it saved for you and compensate on the day of judgment.
Yeah. Awesome.
Right?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Jazakallah khair.
Thank you so much.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Wa alaikum assalam.
All right, so Sarfaraj.
I think Hashim was there first, and I think it's the last guest because he came.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hashim, can you hear us? You're muted right now, bud. All right. Now say something.
Hello.
Hey, assalamu alaikum, bro.
Alaikum assalam. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
How are you all?
Good, alhamdulillah, man. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. So I had this question in my mind. Basically, I have been studying like a lot of the physics side and the basically I've in general I've been studying science a lot in deep, and I try to like search for the deep, like the explanation of these. For example, if you look at the Surah Waqia, chapter 56, verse 75 to 76, it says that, so I do swear by the positions of the stars, and this, if only you knew, is indeed a great oath. So, like, can I say that, like, for example, this ayah, and uh, there's an interpretation of by Ibn Abbas. Like Ibn Abbas was asked about the verse, it is Allah who has created the seven heavens and the seven earths, the like of them. He replied, seven earths, in every earth is a prophet like your prophet, and Adam like your Adam, Noah like your Noah, and Abraham like your Abraham, and Jesus like your Jesus. It's like in as reported in Al-Dur al-Mansur fi Tafsir bil-Mathur by Imam Suyuti. So like this particular interpretation by Ibn Abbas, may Allah have mercy on him, directs towards like there's one theory called string theory, and it like no, did not this. It reflects to the many world interpretation and like the parallel universe theory, that there are many parallel universes. And if you look at the
No
story
problem.
of
No problem. So the simplest thing with this, and the brothers are welcome to chime in, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is constantly creating, right? And we don't know whether or not this is your thought on a parallel universe. However, what it could, very well could be, just like there's creation like the jinn, that there was messengers sent to them, and there's also other planets and galaxies that may be part of the unseen world, similar to the jinn. And it would be unfair or unjust for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to not reveal himself to them if part of their creation was to have an examination similar to ours. So while I respect what you're saying in regards to there being, parallel universes and this, that, and the third, if there are 7 layers, and if there are 7 forms of these layers, and each layer is like a ring in the desert in comparison to the previous one, then we stay silent on this subject, or at least I'm going to stay silent on the subject, apart from, seeing the creation of what we have and seeing that we receive messengers. That's the only parallel that I can draw personally.
Yeah, but like my main point was, can I at least look Quran in this way? Like there can be this interpretation of this particular verse or the hadith or something like, which like indirectly or directly relates to one of the any theory like parallel universes theory, many world interpretations, string theory. And so like, can I view Quran in this way? Like this can be one of the interpretation. I'm not saying that this is the final interpretation and the only interpretation, but I'm saying like this can be the interpretation of this.
I'm going to say no, because you have to err on the side of caution. Just because somebody made a commentary on it, even though it is Ibn Abbas, radiallahu anhu, his commentary and what was in his thought, if it says that there's parallel universes, that may be just what his comment is or what his thought process was. I don't see the first off, why, and second off, like, I don't see, how you're all of a sudden seeing this comment, and now are you inserting that it's parallel universes?
No, because let me just give you another example. Like we all know about the story of Hazrat Khidr Islam and Hazrat Musa Islam, and like Hazrat Khidr Islam knew like what is gonna happen to that boy, and he basically made a hole in that boat, and you all are familiar with that. So
yeah,
like,
but Khidr was receiving revelation, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So
okay, so are you saying Ibn Abbas was receiving revelation?
No. My point is not that. My point is basically like, one of the string theory postulate is like there's a 5th dimension, and it's mathematically proven that if you're in the 5th dimension, like you can know, for example, there's a particular event, and I can know the like what will happen if I do this event in this way. Like I can get the possible outcomes of that event. So like, can I say that Hazrat Khidr alayhi Islam knew what is going to happen, and like that's
But
why
brother, Khidr alayhi salam, and this is with all due respect, Khidr alayhi salam didn't depend on the string theory to get his answer. He was receiving his answer from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And by his answer, I mean, I'm sure Khidr also had a question as to what is this, but he received his answer through revelation. So I'm just failing to see how you're tying in the string theory into Ibn Abbas, into now Khidr, and saying
no, they are not related to this. Like they are
okay.
basically they are different examples. Like the Ibn Abbas first one was, I believe I gave, was like the Surah al-Waqia and the black hole. I am not saying that they are this interpretation. I can say that this might be. I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure that this is the interpretation, but I'm
No.
saying like this can be, and wallahu alam.
Yeah, leave it at Allahu Alam, bro, because this is not going to be any benefit to you. And I think what's going to happen is it's probably going to open up doors for shubhat. Like there's no, I'm not understanding, how this came up and how you're trying to link it together. It just
yeah, those are not one of the questions that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will ask you on the day of judgment, bro.
Yeah, at all, bro.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, like I just
it's a fun thought exercise, but it could be a potentially
I
dangerous
just
one.
don't go a lot deep in it because I might get some like confusion in my mind. So I just don't go. That's why I asked this question. Like, should I at least look Quran from this way, because it can create any confusion in my mind.
Yeah, just stay away from it, bro. It's better to stay silent on something like this. Neither you nor I have the mental magnitude of Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu, and we are just, we're too small fry for that, man. Stick to the basics.
Yeah, I'll just stick to like making my basics strong at this point. So
Mashallah,
can I make like one last?
We have one final guest, bro. So let that be the last one because we've been going for 8 hours. And
Okay.
inshallah, save it for the next time, bro.
It's not a question. It's like a statement. I just wanna.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Like my statement was basically, one of the brothers came up with the argument that the Quran is eternal, and I believe that these questions, I also came across this question, and my first thought was like, this question must have an answer, because all the questions that Christians try to produce and all the confusion that they try to put in our minds, they basically have clear answers. Like if I will just go and ask someone and with knowledge, they will answer me. But like if I see Christians, like they give analogies like Jesus and the Trinity is like H2O and Trinity is like this and that, they are easy to debunk. So like I just believe that if someone gets across any of these, like made up any try, if some Christian comes up and tries to make confusion and gives like, oh, Quran is eternal, I believe that one should think that there is an answer for this, because there is an answer for this, because no other point that Christians have made, like they have been gone, like there's no point that we haven't answered. Basically they all have answers.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, we do have the answer. You can go study the Aqidah of Imam Tahawiyya. Aqidah Tahawiyya. So, barakallahu feek for your statement, bro. And I don't know if you're traveling or something like that, but safe journey to you, man.
I'm not traveling, but all right, bro. Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz.
Assalamu alaikum. All right. So.
All right, last guest.
Oops, sorry.
Go ahead.
All right.
Brother Sarfaraj.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa
alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Last week I was the last person, and again I am the last person. So I have a simple question. Like, Alhamdulillah, we are Muslim and we need to follow Quran. But in Quran, Allah says to pray namaz. But we get to know about namaz from hadith that for Zuhar we have 4 rakat, for Fajr we have 2, for Maghrib we have 3. So basically in India, Pakistan and maybe Bangladesh, some people like they have different kinds of praying namaz. They don't do rafadain, they don't say Ameen. Some people say Ameen. Some people don't use their fingers while reading Tahiyat. So basically, my question is like, in the day of judgment, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will question about our salah. So if Muslims having different kinds of praying styles, so will it be acceptable on that day? And if not, then what is the correct way we can learn from hadith? Because in Quran, Allah just says to pray namaz. So this is my question.
Yeah. So the Quran tells you to look at the Sunnah. The Quran tells you to follow the teachings of the Prophet ﷺ. And in regards to the different styles, it's very simple, bro. You had different prayer styles that were conducted by the Prophet ﷺ, meaning like if you're holding the finger up when you're making tashahhud, what's permissible, what's not permissible. You had the hadith that taught these different prayer styles, just like you have the different qira'at, okay, and the different modes of recitation. So all of them are correct. And this is a mercy that was provided to us by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So but if you're saying someone's praying like 2 rak'ah for dhuhr and they don't fit the conditions of travel, or they don't fit certain conditions, or someone's saying, oh no, I only have to pray 3 times a day instead of 5, you understand? And they don't meet like the conditions of needing to combine their prayer and so on and so forth, then you're going to have an issue. But if you're talking about, the different schools of thought of when someone says Allahu Akbar and they're lifting their arms, or they keep their arms down, or they keep their arms folded, these are all non-factors, man. They're all acceptable.
Brother Muris, but we also have one hadith that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he says that in Muslims we will be having like 73 types of Muslims, where one will be the righteous one and 72 sects will be wrong. So is it like in terms of namaz, or in terms of like shirk or bidat nowadays, in like it's happening in India, in Bangladesh, in Pakistan?
So when you have sectarianism, first off, the Quran tells us to hold strong onto the rope of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to hold tight and to not create sects. Now, when you have something like what I'll give you an example of, these Qadianis, or they claim that they're Muslim, and yet they have some prophet that came after the Prophet ﷺ, or you have these group that are called the submitters, and they use this supposed miraculous number 19 to justify the Quran, yet they make insertions into the Quran in order to justify their number 19, and they believe in some additional form of messenger, right? This is what's a full-blown sect, meaning that they have deviated away from Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, and they have formed their own version under the guise of Islam. So these people that are coming in and saying, we are Muslims, they're not the Muslims of Muhammad ﷺ. They are the Muslims of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. They're the Muslims of the Twelvers. They're the Muslims of the submitters. And unfortunately, it's a major, major deviance. So their sectarianism and their heresies will be exposed on that day, and the truth will be shown to them. Now, that's a dealing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to do, justice in his own way.
Okay. Last thing, like in India, most of them, they believe in 4 imams, which I don't, but they say that we have 4 imams, and basically like
Brother,
we need
just one thing I would like to clarify, like the different schools of thoughts, they should not be confused with sects, right? There are different understanding of the same religious matters, right? And ulama in general, they have a consensus that either one of them, they could be followed, right? Generally, what the ulama, they actually suggest that if you're going to follow a school of thought, then follow them throughout instead of picking and choosing in different matters, right? And they actually give reasoning behind that as well. There's some wisdom, there's hikmah behind that as well, right? Now, in regards to salah, there are some parameters that the ulama they have drawn, of course, right, and they're based on the Sunnah and all the classical scholars. They have written extensively on it. Whether or not you do, let's say, Rafa then, or you say Ameen after loudly, or in your heart after Surah Fatiha is recited, right? It will not invalidate your salah. There are, however, certain things they do invalidate your salah. For instance, instead of doing 2 sujood, if you do 3, there are other things that you cannot do, right? But there are schools of thoughts. They actually have their hands down. Some of them they have it over here. Some of them they have it below the navel. That's okay.
Sure.
Because we actually have a hadith from Prophet ﷺ. He actually did it in several different ways. Now, different schools of thoughts, they have different understanding, different justifications behind which one should be followed. Regardless, though, those are all okay within those parameters, and your salah will not be invalidated, generally speaking.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much. And thank you, Brother Muris, for allowing me. And
no worries, man. Yeah, thanks for your patience in the back. We had a couple guests lined up, but they fell off. So,
yeah. And lastly, like I said last time, you guys are really role model for youngsters. And in India, we are watching Dawah Wise every time, and the way you talk in like speaker corners. So yeah, it was pleasure talking to you, and thank you for those answers.
Akhi, just a word of advice. Like, we really appreciate that, right? But for all of us, who should be the role model? It's our Prophet
Prophet Muhammad.
Yes, that should be the ultimate role model for all of us, not fallible human beings like us.
Yeah. But actually, in internet, we used to, like, some people they see reels, some people music video, but I used to see Dawah Wise in this channel, so that when non-Muslims ask us questions, we answer through Dawah Wise the references what their brothers are giving. So yeah, that's the reason I said, like, we are easy to answer non-Muslims in India.
Yeah. Barakallah
Okay.
feek.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I think we can wrap it up.
We can wrap up 8-hour stream. I mean, you need to cut this time to maybe 4
hours.
Yeah.
I can see on Brother Mansur's face.
It's 6
yeah, he is tired.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. All right. Well, barakallahu feek to everybody and the panelists, and if anybody has any final words, I welcome them, and otherwise happy to close down. Barakallahu feek to the admins and our guests and the chat and everybody.
Just last words would be everything good is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Any mistakes that we have made, it's from ourselves and from shaitan. And may Allah forgive us for our shortcomings. And enjoy it as usual. Yeah.
All right. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik wa ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Wow.